Very, very warm welcome to each of you. May I please request our guests to take a seat as we are all set to begin. May I request all of you to please put your hands together as we now would like to request our chief guest to join us on stage. Please put your hands together as I welcome Srimati Smriti Iraniji, former cabinet minister and founder, the Alliance for Global Good, Gender Equity and Equality, to please join us on the stage. May I also request our chief guest, Dr. Malika Nada, chairperson, Special Olympics Bharat, to please join us on stage. May I also request our guest of honor, Ms. Mridula Pradhan, chairperson, Vikas Foundation Trust, to please join us on stage, and the leaders to please be a part of the dais. May I please request Dr. Lalit Bhasin, past National President, Indo-American Chamber of Commerce, to join us. May I request Mr. Arun Karna, immediate past Regional President, IACC, Executive Council Member, IACC, and Managing Director and CEO of AT&T Global Network Service India Private Limited, to please join us on the dais. May I welcome Dr. Upasana Arora, Conference Chair, Executive Council Member, IACC, and Managing Director, Yashoda Super Speciality Hospitals, to please join us. May I also request Mr. Nitin Seth, Regional Vice President, IACC, to please join us on the dais. Mr. Mukesh Singh, Chairman, UP Coordination Committee, to please join us on the dais. May I also welcome Ms. Gunita Pawa, Joint Managing Partner, SNA Law Offices, to please be a part of the dais right here. May I request Ms. Kashish Tyagi to please be a part of this wonderful picture-perfect moment, and a round of applause from my guests. May I request all of you to please join us for the inaugural lamp lighting ceremony for an auspicious beginning. As per the Indian traditions, we would like to start this day on a beautiful note by taking the blessings of the Almighty as we begin this spectacular day, and as we seek the blessings, a ray of hope as we light this beautiful and auspicious lamp. Our chief guest lighting the lamp. A round of applause as Srimati Smriti Iraniji, Dr. Malika Nada ji, and our guest of honor, Srimati Mridula Pradhan ji, along with our leaders, lights the lamp. Vakratunda Mahakaya Suryakoti Samaprabha Nirvignam Kuru Me Deva Sarvakaryeshu Sarvada Vakratunda Mahakaya. Thank you all. I'd like to request our dignitaries to please take a seat. And as we do that, let me take a moment and appreciate all of you and thank you for your presence today. On behalf of Indo-American Chamber of Commerce, I, Isha Bhalla, would like to welcome you on this spectacular occasion, the Conference on Women Empowerment. As we today look around and celebrate womanhood, as we today look around and celebrate this spectacular week, not just dedicating one day or a week to women, but I feel that it is a celebration of every day. So as we begin, may I request all of you to please put your hands together for the women in your life and for yourselves, because you truly deserve it. Today, as we focus towards creating a society where women have equal opportunities, where they are not discriminated in that, and they are given that right to truly go ahead and do what is right for them. The path to women empowerment isn't one that is easy. It is full of resilience, full of strength, full of struggles, lots and lots of challenges. But I'm sure when we have women leaders like yourselves, there is a way for us to change. Not just change the way we've been thinking, but change the way we've been functioning. And that is exactly what we at Indo-American Chamber of Commerce wanted to strike a chord and bring to you a change, and also appreciate that change, because we feel the women today truly deserve that acknowledgement. And today, our chief guests, our guests of honors, and our dignitaries will be doing just that as we begin with the felicitation ceremony after a little while. But as we do that, let me take a moment and thank our partners for making this spectacular conference possible. I'd like to thank our gold partners, GD Foods, Superior Drinks, SNA Law Offices, Amity University. May I also thank our silver partners, Khaitan and Company, Blue Bread Consultants India, our associate partners, Yashoda Super Speciality Hospitals, Unheard Law, Solicitors and Advocates, Medis Integrated Steels, Asha Gautam. Let's hear a round of applause for all of them. And as we start on this beautiful day with a one theme of celebrating ourselves and the women around us, it is such a pleasure to have amongst us absolutely noted leaders. So I would like to request our leaders to please present with a floral welcome to our dignitaries. May I please request Dr. Lalit Bhasin, Mr. Arun Karna, and Dr. Upasana Arora to present a round of applause to our guests of honor and our chief guests. A little later, we'll be having them here. And to kickstart and to welcome them, may I request all of you to please put your hands together as I request Mr. Arun Karna, immediate past Regional President and Executive Council Member, IACC, to please address this august gathering.
Thank you so much, Isha, for getting us started here. Good morning, everyone. I have to say that I'm a bit overwhelmed, so if my voice shakes a little bit, it's because all of the power in the room is a little intimidating for me. But really, it's a pleasure and honor to be here. And Honorable Ms. Smriti Irani, former Cabinet Minister and founder, the Alliance for Global Good, Gender Equality and Equity. Honorable Dr. Malika Nadda, Chairperson, Special Olympics, Bharat. Honorable Ms. Mridula Pradhan, Chairperson, Vikas Foundation Trust. The IACC leadership, Dr. Lalit Bhasin, past National President and our guiding light always. Dr. Upasana Arora, Conference Chair, Executive Council Member and MD, Yashoda Super Speciality Hospitals. Ms. Kunita Pava, Joint Managing Partner, SNA Law Offices. Mr. Mukesh Singh, Chairman, UP Coordination Committee, and Dr. Nitin Seth, Regional Vice President, NIC. Esteemed dignitaries, distinguished guests, and dear friends. It is with great pleasure and immense pride that I welcome you all to this inspiring conference on women empowerment, centered around the powerful theme, celebrating womanhood, empower, educate, elevate. Today, we gather here not just to discuss empowerment, but to celebrate the strength, resilience, and achievements of women across all walks of life. This conference serves as a platform to exchange ideas, share experiences, and drive meaningful action towards gender equality. The journey of women's empowerment is not just about breaking barriers, but also about building a world where women have equal access to opportunities, education, and leadership roles. It is about ensuring that every woman has the tools to shape her own future, contribute to society, and lead with confidence. As we embark on this day of insightful discussions, inspiring stories, and powerful dialogues, I encourage each one of you to actively participate, engage, and take forward the learnings from this forum. Let's inspire, uplift, and create a future where every woman is empowered to dream, educated to achieve, and elevated to lead. Once again, a warm welcome to all. Let us make this a truly impactful and memorable gathering. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, sir, for those beautiful words, and what an absolutely wonderful thought to share with us. Empower women to dream. And as you rightly shared with us, our theme for the conference, which is all about empowering, educating, and elevating, I'd now like to request our conference chair to shed some light onto what is it that we look forward to celebrating today. How is it through the various segments we plan to talk about women in various segments, sectors, industries, and also create a change. May I request all of you to please welcome Dr. Upasana Arora, Conference Chair and Executive Council Member, IACC, and Managing Director, Yashoda Super Speciality Hospital, to share a few words with us.
Good morning, everyone. I welcome my dear friends, Malika ji, Madhula ji, and they are the one who are actually, you can, after listening their story, you will understand how much work they are doing. Smriti ji and other my dignitaries, my friends, Mukesh ji, Gunita, Nitin. But it's very difficult after Arun's speech. He is actually master in English. His English is too good. When he speaks after that, you start, finding dictionary, what to use, how to use. Anyhow, it's a very wonderful day because we are celebrating women empowerment. And this is very important for those who are already empowered, like those females who are sitting in this room or who are on dais. You can understand that only few people, few females are empowered. Others are actually still struggling and they need our help. So hand holding is very, very important, and for that, I want that today we should take an pledge that we are going to, one female has to take at least, I was always asking for 10, but there was a program organized by NCW, National Women Commission, where they have given a slogan, each one reach one. So I like that slogan. So at least one empowered female can handhold a female who is not empowered. Same time, it's high time to celebrate those who have done something in life. That is why we are today honoring few females who are actually doing very good in their field, so others can also get inspiration from their journey. We always talk about that if there is an opportunity, only then somebody can do something. But what I feel, it's in our hand that we are supposed to create opportunities for us. Everybody has some talent inside and they are supposed to just enrich and try to take their talent in front of others. So you can win the world, and same time, because one educated female can educate whole family, same time one empowered female can, create a change in this society. So I really want that we should, today's conference has to be a kind of pledge that after this conference, and I am happy that lots of men are here, which is a very good thing that you people are interested to listen to our stories. And because without your support, like we, male and female are just like complementary for each other, so we need help from each other. It is not like that we cannot rise without your help, you also cannot rise without our help. So for just to create a strong society, right now we are in India, rather this chamber is an Indo-American chamber. Our past president is sitting here, Raj Lakshmi Rao ji. She is a real example of women empowerment. So, hi. So I really want that we should, today's event has to be very, very successful, because I respect those who are here with me, and not because that I know them personally, because their story is so inspiring. Like Malika ji is working for mentally challenged kids from last 30 years, and you can understand it is not a small thing. Everybody knows about Paralympic and disability, but Special Olympic is a different thing, and now because of her efforts, everybody knows about Special Olympic Bharat, and I am lucky that I am part of that. Mridula ji is also running a big university, and same time she is doing lots of social work for health also. She is trying to reach each and everybody in Odisha, and she is working very hard. So I really want you should give a round of applause to them. And my best wishes for today's conference, and my heartfelt thanks to all of you for coming here and making this event a successful.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Arora, for sharing those words with us, and how very rightly mentioned by you that today we intend to bring so many inspiring and successful stories of women leaders. Very soon you'll get to hear from them, very soon you'll get to witness them. But before that, somebody who always continues to guide us, be our mentor, and somebody who truly believes that today's day and age isn't just for men to rule, but he's someone who believes in giving equal opportunities, equal rights for both men and women. So may I request all of you to please put your hands together as I now request Dr. Lalit Bhasin, past National President, Indo-American Chamber of Commerce, to address the gathering.
Thank you, Isha. Wonderful as always. Honorable Mrs. Smriti Irani, Dr. Malika Nada, Mrs. Mridula Pradhan, Dr. Upasana Arora, former National President Mrs. Rajalakshmi Rao, Mr. Arun Karna, Mr. Mukesh Singh, my friend Mr. Lalit Khaitan, and Madam Reena Singh, Chair of our Lucknow desk, distinguished awardees, and particularly my very dear media friend Ritu Sareen, and also Ragini Chopra. Ladies and gentlemen, and also my wife Neena Gupta. That shows empowered women, you see, how they function. That if we don't mention, then it will be a sign of not showing respect, you see, to the ladies who not only run your offices, but also who run the homes as well on all fronts. But empowerment is not the correct word, not a correct word, because empowerment needs that someone else is empowering you. That is what empowerment implies. So I examine this being a lawyer, you see that empowerment, what it should be. So they are already empowered. And if you say that someone else is empowering them, that shows that they are on a weaker spot, which it is not. Factually and heritage-wise, culturally, legacy-wise, our women have already been in the forefront, as is evident in today's gracious presence of these ladies who are there, ladies who are here, who will receive the awards, that in India, women have never played second fiddle to anyone. That is their own strength. Therefore, it is wrong to use the word that anyone is trying to empower them. It is inherent in them, you see, to exercise what really the rights which belong to them. It is their strength. And women are not here, you see, because we men have empowered them. They are here in their own right, in their own strength, because of their own commitment, caliber, and dedication. This is a very timely initiative. to highlight what I would call, ignoring the word empowerment, celebrating womanhood. So we are today celebrating womanhood. And as a mark of celebration, we recognize the role played by our ladies, whether they are in the professions, whether they are in business, whether they are in education, whether they are holding important positions in the government or otherwise. It is a way to show our recognition to them that we have the awards today. This selection of the awardees has been done in a very transparent manner, and I must recognize the fact that so far as Indo-American Chamber is concerned, we have always rested, you see, on the shoulders of women who have carried on the burden of this Chamber of Commerce. And here we have Kashish Tyagi and Neelu Sadana, who are actually presidents keep on coming and going every year. Mrs. Rajya Lakshmi Rao is here, a very distinguished former president of Indo-American. I followed her footsteps as the national president. But the actual work is done, you see, by the secretariats. And I can tell you, all the regional councils, the regional directors are all ladies. And they are running, you see, the Indo-American Chamber of Commerce. So friends, I will not take time. We have many worthy speakers here, distinguished speakers here, some of whom I have had the privilege of listening to earlier also. Mrs. Smriti Irani. I was, you see, I am the president of the Hindu College Old Student Association, and we had invited her. And what a brilliant, you see, address she gave. It was so inspiring for the young students of the college. So a big hand. So with these words, I leave the stage to the ladies, the empowered ladies. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for those wonderful words, sir. It's always such a delight to listen in and learn from you, a man of few words, but lots, and I would say a doer and a thinker. A round of applause for him yet again. How often do you get a leader who shares credit like the way he does, modest to the core? So thank you so very much for those brilliant words. And like you said, let's now look forward to sharing the thoughts of our wonderful dignitaries. We are humbled to have amongst us our guest of honor, Dr. Mridula Pradhan, who is not just somebody who's had her time and spare as a Supreme Court lawyer, but also an educationalist, a social worker, an entrepreneur, and in so many ways she's leading it forward. Also, she's somebody who loves sports herself. Today, Dr. Pradhan is the Managing Director of a PMIT, an engineering school in Angul, and looks forward to bringing and creating a change, especially in Odisha, as far as social work is concerned. May I request all of you to please put your hands together for our guest of honor, Dr. Mridula Pradhan, Chairperson, Vikas Foundation Trust, to share a few words of encouragement with us.
Thank you. Good morning, friends, honorable dignitaries, esteemed colleagues, and dear friends. I will start my address with the Sanskrit sloka, a line, verse like Yatra naryastu pujyante ramante tatra devta. Where women are revered, dignity resides. As you all know, we are gathered here to celebrate womanhood, celebrate women empowerment. As Dr. Bhasin said, word empowerment resonates, someone else is empowering us. So we can say we have to awaken our spirit of power which is inside. For awakening of that spirit in each and every woman, we need some kind of a force or some kind of a guidance. I'm not talking about the ladies sitting here, women sitting here. I'm talking about the women. 80% of the population of India reside in villages, rural, semi-rural, urban, semi-urban. So these ladies are empowered only. They are already empowered. But we are gathered here to draw a sketch or draw a draft to empower the whole nation. Women representing rural India, women representing downtrodden society. So I would like to say, in spite of empowerment, we can use the word awakening, the spirit of power in women, celebration of womanhood. I'm deeply honored to stand before you today at this prestigious international conference on women empowerment, where we gather to celebrate womanhood and discuss the crucial role of women in shaping our societies and future. As we reflect on the progress made, let us first take a moment to acknowledge where we were just 10 years ago. In many parts of the world, women are still fighting for their fundamental rights, be it in education, healthcare, legal reforms, or in leadership positions across various sectors. There was a significant gap in access to quality education, and women were often excluded from key decision-making processes. Healthcare services, especially maternal and reproductive health, were limited and inaccessible to many women. Furthermore, legal reforms and policies protecting women's rights were either weak or non-existent in several regions. However, over the past decade, we have witnessed an inspiring shift. The current government has made significant strides in advancing women's rights and empowerment. Through various initiatives, we have started seeing the tangible benefits of policies aimed at improving women's access to education, healthcare, and skill development. Our mantra should be, Beta Beti Ek Saman. Beta Beti Ek Saman is not only in a few things. Beta Beti is Ek Saman in every aspect, in their upbringing, in their education, in their rights, about their decision making, everything. Beta Beti Ek Saman. In the education sector, the government has launched programs to ensure that every girl has the opportunity to pursue her studies, including scholarships, vocational trainings, digital learning platforms. We have witnessed a rise in number of women graduating from universities and entering fields once considered male-dominated. In healthcare policies and initiatives, we have been put in place to address maternal health, healthcare access, and mental wellness. With increased investment in healthcare infrastructure, more women are receiving better, more accessible health services, ensuring that their needs are addressed with dignity and respect. I'm using word dignity and respect in every field, whether that is education, that is healthcare, that is legal reforms, or that is policy making, or women in a leadership role. Everywhere, it should be with dignity and integrity. When it comes to skill development, the government has rolled out various training programs aimed at empowering women with technical skills, leadership qualities, and financial literacy. Financial literacy is very important for every woman in this country. After COVID, we witnessed a lot of cases where all the family members, they passed away during COVID, and only a woman of the house, a female, has left behind, who doesn't know about her assets or about her financial positions, how they are standing, to whom they have to give back the money, who lended them, yeah, whatever they are. Those who are leading the PSUs or big companies or small MSMEs, they even don't know the financial status of their firm or their family. For that, we literally need financial literacy should be there as a curriculum in our education system, in our syllabus also. So financial literacy is very important for everyone, but particularly for women, because so many households in India, a woman folk of a house doesn't care from where the money are coming and where we are spending, but at least we should know about the income and expenditure of the house, and we should know about the financial status of our family so that we can plan our future accordingly. Furthermore, legal reforms have been critical in ensuring that women have access to justice. The government has introduced stronger laws to prevent violence against women, protect women's rights in the workplace, and ensure equal opportunities. These legal reforms have been instrumental in fostering an environment where women feel safe, supported, and empowered to take control of their lives. Additionally, women are increasingly making their mark in sectors like tourism, travel, hospitality, breaking the traditional stereotypes of working as a fourth or third level. Now they are contributing as leaders, entrepreneurs, and innovators in all these industries. As we move forward, let us continue this journey of empowerment or awakening to educate ourselves and others about the importance of equal opportunities for women and elevate each other to ensure no woman is left behind. When women are empowered, families thrive, economies flourish, and societies transform. So in closing, I would like to leave you with another meaningful Sanskrit verse. Nahi dehinam nadam gacchatam na shantiye tatha dharmen yatra sthita na shanti kadachan. Meaning, when women rise with integrity and purpose, peace follows their path. Empower a woman, empower the world. Let us empower, educate, and elevate together. Jai Hind, Bharat Mata ki Jai.
Thank you so very much, ma'am, for sharing those words with us, and also for sharing with us how it isn't about empowering, but awakening that thought. A round of applause for her once again. We've all been talking about appreciating the power of women. We've all been talking about truly taking out a moment and recognizing women who have achieved and created success stories for all of us to get inspired. And now is the moment that we'd like to present with the Indo-American Chamber of Commerce Women Empowerment Awards, for which I would like to request our dignitaries to please join us. May I please request our chief guest, Srimati Smriti Irani ji, Dr. Malika Nada ji, our guest of honor, Dr. Mridula Pradhan ji, and our dignitaries and leaders to please join us for the beginning. And one special request to my wonderful audience, that as and when we have a wonderful lady joining us here on stage, your applauses will be much appreciated. So as we begin with our first category, which is that of excellence in education leadership, may I request all of you to please put your hands together as we present to you Ms. Charu Modi, Director, Godfrey Phillips India Limited. A round of applause as I welcome on stage a distinguished entrepreneur who today has become a pioneer in bringing American accredited degrees and co-op model to our country. She has been a game changer in the field of education with her work at the KK Modi University. A round of applause as we congratulate her. Many, many warm wishes for this wonderful honor, ma'am. May I now request all of you to please be set as we take a moment and move on to our next award category, which is that of leadership in gender equality and advocacy. What a proud moment. May I request all of you to please put your hands together as I welcome Ms. Neena Gupta, Managing Partner of Haseen & Company Advocates. She is a woman of substance who has received several awards for her work, whether it is towards LOPAM or her belief in equality. She has received the Leadership Excellence Award for Women of Substance, Exceptional Woman of Excellence, amongst various awards. Her accolades and list of recipients is something that she is known for, and apart from heading the Supreme Court litigation section of the firm, she also specializes in labor and employment law, aviation laws, and has been very, very actively associated with several high-profile cases. A round of applause as we take a moment and congratulate her. Our warm wishes to you, ma'am. I'd now like to share with all of you all about our next category, which is that of a woman entrepreneur in the food industry. Please put your hands together as I present Ms. Shweta Seth, Director, GD Foods. A round of applause as we welcome on stage a key partner in the company's growth. She is someone who's an expert when it comes to accounting and web designing, bringing a strong mix of business and technical skills, whether it is her role in the business operations, recipe designing, and development. A round of applause for her as she brings in a lot more efficiency to the team by creating great products and presenting them to you. What an absolute privilege to have you joining us on stage. Thank you so very much for your presence. And as we get set to congratulate you and pass on our warm wishes, we'd now like to introduce to you our next category, which is that of excellence in CSR for women's empowerment. Please put your hands together for Ms. Anita Chauhan, CSR Chairperson, Radico Khaitan Limited. I'd like to share with you that she is the first chairperson of the CSR at Radico Khaitan Limited, and she is someone who believes in endorsing the working environment to be that which has personal energy is taken away, and she believes in creating further commitment and giving back to the community. A round of applause as we congratulate her. We'd now like to share a lot more about our next category, which is that of pioneer in women's empowerment and industrial growth. Please put your hands together for Ms. Ritu Agarwal, promoter and stakeholder, Superior Group of Companies. Let's welcome her with a round of applause. She's known to be somebody who has today made it possible for her work limit growth to 1,000 women in various skilled and semi-skilled and unskilled roles, and all this has been made possible under her able leadership. A round of applause today. Out of 4,000 workforce, 1,000 of them are women, and she plans to take that number ahead. So double the applauses. Congratulations and our best wishes, ma'am. It is now time for us to share about our next category, which is that of Legal Excellence Award. May I request you to please put your hands together as we congratulate Ms. Gunita Pava, Joint Managing Partner, SNA Law Offices. She is a recipient of several awards and accolades, being one of them the Super 50 Lawyers of 2024 and 2023 by Asian Legal Business, India's Top Lawyers for 3 consecutive years by IBLJ, and an absolute thorough professional. Let's hear it up for Ms. Pava. Many, many congratulations to you, ma'am. It is now time for us to introduce our category, Environmental Lawyer of the Year. May I request all of you to please put your hands together for Ms. Vanita Bhargava, Partner, Khaitan & Company. A round of applause as we present to you an absolutely undisputed award winner right here who's been recognized and awarded for her work in dispute resolution practices by the Legal 500 Asia Pacific, and she's also a contributor in various publications and journals, having worked across. A round of applause as we pass on our warm wishes to her. How wonderful to have you here with us, ma'am. Our next category is to honor Journalism Excellence Award. May I request all of you to please put your hands together for Ms. Ritu Sareen, Indian journalist and known for her work as the executive editor at the Indian Express Group, with a specialization being in internal security, corruption. She is the country's renowned reporter, and her career has been now for over 4 decades. A round of applause as we congratulate her. May we now introduce to you our next segment as we thank her. We'd now like to introduce to you our segment in Women Excellence in Industrial Innovation. May I request all of you to please put your hands together for Ms. Shipra Singh, Managing Director at Mehta Ispat Limited. A round of applause. She is somebody who's known for managing an airline company for the past 20 years as a director. Not just that, but also the Managing Director of Mehta Ispat, a steel plant based in Odisha, which is something that she manages. It's a debt-free company and has been making a progressive profit. A round of applause for her knowledge of steel production and bars, pig irons is appreciated all across the industry. May we now introduce to you our segment in Empowering Women in all of Uttar Pradesh. Please put your hands together as we congratulate and welcome Ms. Reena Singh, Director ANA Universal Strategy Consultants Private Limited. She is known for her various work, especially her expertise in navigating intricate public policies and regulating landscape and effectively collaborating between the industry and the government. A round of applause for her amazing work. She was recognized for the work that she did in the area, especially during COVID and post onwards. So we'd like to pass on our warm wishes to you. It is now time we move on to the next category, which is that of promoting craft, ruralists and textile conservationists. May I request all of you to please put your hands together for Ms. Asha Gupta, founder and creative director of Asha Gotham, that is truly creating and reviving traditional Indian textiles and crafts, the same being showcased in the beautiful sari she's adorning. A round of applause for someone who believes in taking our iconic weaves forward. She's the visionary founder of the luxury Indian heritage couture label Asha Gotham. Congratulations to you, ma'am. As we pass on our warm wishes to her and thank her for joining us, may we introduce to you yet another striking category right after this. A picture perfect moment there. Thank you for joining us. We'd now like to introduce to you our wonderful category of excellence in ESG law and gender equity. Let's hear it up for Ms. Petal Chandok, partner, Trust Legal, a well-recognized lawyer who's made a name for herself, especially with her work on women issues. May I request all of you to please put your hands together, as today she is a champion lawyer in the ESG space. A round of applause for her. Many congratulations to all the award winners. A round of applause for each of them and for our dignitaries as I request them to please take a seat. Thank you so very much for joining us and doing the honors. It's been an absolute delight. As we look forward to celebrating womanhood, empowering, educating, and elevating, it is time for us to really come together in strength and celebrate these achievements and the potential of women and the power that they have. Today, we showcase to you wonderful, inspiring stories. So may I once again request our wonderful audience to please put their hands together for them. And as we do that, I'm about to present to you yet another Lady of Steel. And I say that because today, our chief guest, Dr. Malika Nada, who's also the National President of Special Olympics India, has been working in the field of disability for now 3 decades, is somebody who is known for her work. From the very beginning, her selflessness is what made her come up and work towards the social good, whether it was for her work back then or today. So may I request all of you to please put your hands together as she shares a few words with us.
सभी को नमस्कार। यहाँ उपस्थित सभी मातृशक्ति का वंदन करती हूँ। आज हम सब यहाँ महिला सशक्तिकरण के उद्देश्य से उपस्थित हुए हैं। तो सबसे पहले महिला शक्ति का वंदन, अभिनंदन और आज के कार्यक्रम के लिए उपस्थित सभी सज्जन वृंदों का भी अभिनंदन जो वुमेनहुड को सेलिब्रेट करने के लिए यहाँ उपस्थित हुए हैं। Indo-American Chamber of Commerce Conference on Women Empowerment, where we are here to celebrate womanhood. I welcome all of you, honorable guests, distinguished dignitaries, Smriti ji, Mridula ji, Upasna ji, and all the empowered women who are sitting on the dais, ladies and gentlemen present here for today's conference. It gives me immense pleasure to be here for this conference where we are celebrating womanhood and talking about empowerment, talking about education, and we are talking about elevation of women from their problems and issues. As we stand at the crossroads of progress and opportunity, it is imperative that we redefine empowerment beyond economic and professional success. True empowerment encompasses dignity, inclusion, respect, and an unwavering commitment to strengthening the role of women in society. I think beyond education, the role of women is very important in family and in shaping the society. They are the power of the nation, and we have to look to the power of the nation where they can be catalyst for bringing change. While education is a powerful tool, true empowerment lies in the sanskars. We talk about values and moral fabric that define a society. It is not just academic excellence or degrees that shape an individual, but the values instilled within them, which bring the change in the family and the society and the nation at large. The Indian family system has always placed mothers at the heart of the process, serving as the guiding force for future generations. Women education must go beyond professional growth and focus on instilling ethics, respect, and cultural values in their children, ensuring they become responsible and compassionate citizens of this country. We all talk about empowering women, where we talk about giving them the best of opportunities and making them powerful women in the society. But it is very important that family structure and the family systems depend upon a woman, and the ethos of the family and the family system should be followed by us so that the Indian system, which the strength lies within the women, can be picturized more in our system. Women are not just caregivers, they are change makers. Their influence extends beyond household into communities and nations. As I said, women are the power of the nation and they are the nation builders. We must recognize and empower them as leaders, as entrepreneurs, and role models. To achieve this, as Mridula ji has mentioned, skill development is very important. Encouraging female participation in sports, art, and leadership roles is very important. And strengthening legal framework which ensures women's rights are and their rights are protected is also very important. As we talk about maternal and child health, a nation's priority is the health of the mother and the child. A society can only thrive when its women and children are healthy. India has made commendable progress in maternal and child health care, but the journey is far from over. Programs such as Pradhan Mantri Surakshit Matritva Abhiyan, Janani Shishu Suraksha Karyakram, and the Suman initiatives have contributed significantly to reducing maternal mortality and improving child health care. However, we must ensure that these programs reach the most vulnerable, particularly women with disability and those in the remote and rural areas of our country. We all are here to do some act, to do some work, and as Upasana ji mentioned, each one reach one should be the motto of our life. Each one of us should reach one woman and empower one person, teach one person, help one female to grow in the society and to bring reform. So empowering is not a singular effort. It is a collective movement. It is not just about policies and programs, but about fostering a culture of respect, inclusion, and dignity for all women, irrespective of their abilities, backgrounds, or social standing. The Indo-American Chamber of Commerce has always been a key driver of economic and social growth. Let us use this collaboration to champion women empowerment, ensuring that no woman is left behind. As everybody knows, I am working in the field of disability, that is Special Olympics, and Special Olympics is talking about inclusion, bringing revolution through sports. So from here, I would also like to request everyone to join this movement of inclusion, where we can give respect, where we can give dignity, and where we can include the disabled section of our society in every sphere of our life and give them a life with dignity, where disability and women is also an important issue which should be understood and where we all need to work together, because women with disability and especially with intellectual disability is a very big issue in our society, which sometimes we overlook. So with the women empowerment also comes empowering every section of the society, and the disability section is 3% of our population. So we all need to work in this field as well, so that we can empower the disabled section to give them a life with dignity. So Special Olympics is trying to bring change through sports, and let us all join together to bring change in the life of this section of the society, to make them able members of a society. Together we rise, together we build a future where every woman, every person, regardless of her circumstances, is empowered to live with dignity, with respect, and with a purpose in life. Jai Hind, thank you very much for inviting us on this forum where we can at least speak to the most empowered women, the empowered people who are sitting here, and we all can bring change in the society and work for the betterment of women as well as the disabled section of our society. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Nada, for those words. I'd like to share with all of you that her work, especially when it comes to disability, the work that she has done has taken India's name in the Guinness Book of World Records, and I think that in itself calls for yet another round of applause. Ma'am, we hope that there are so many more like you at your heart who truly work selflessly towards creating a change, whether it is disability physically or, like you said, of the mental health. Thank you so very much for joining us and for those very, very kind words. Up next, it is such a privilege to welcome amongst us our chief guest, who is a distinguished leader and has given over 25 years of experience as a policy maker, whether it is in and as her role of governance or in the policies that she creates. She has held pivotal cabinet positions, leading transformative initiatives across ministries, whether it is her duration, her tenure in the Education Ministry, Textiles, Women and Child Development, Minority Affairs. Every single place that she goes, she creates a change. And that is something that we are looking forward to today. May I request all of you to please put your hands together as I present to you Srimati Smriti Irani ji, former Cabinet Minister, Young Global Leader, World Economic Forum. We are humbled to have her as our chief guest.
It's very kind of you. It's not every day that you're lucky to walk to a podium after Malika Nadda's 30 years of service to the segment of disability in your country. And it is an enormous task to follow in her elegance and her eloquence. However, I may give it a shot. Ladies and gentlemen, dignitaries on the dais and those who seek to partner with women, you will be astounded by the number of events that will precede the 8th of March. As though everything about women is suddenly to be discovered in the week that transpires. My interest lies in what happens post the 8th of March. So between this 8th and the 8th that is about to come next year, what will be the efforts that we undertake so that we can partner with women? You will possibly never find me in alignment with a man's thought on any dais. That happens to be a happenstance that very few have witnessed. But when Lalit ji took to the mic and said, "What is this empowerment?" I found a man who understood my cause. And then he pointed at Rajyalakshmi Papparao and said, "She was the president before me." And I remember speaking to her over 3 years ago, asking her, "I wonder who follows in your footsteps. For will he or she be as kind to the cause of women as you are?" And today, Rajyalakshmi, I have found my answer. So, for the temperament of recognizing that women, neither in our country or across the world, are waiting for a handout, my congratulations to men like you. Now, we had the privilege of listening to Dr. Pradhan and her experiences in the field not only of education, but also in the rural ramparts of our country. And what I bring today to a conversation, hopefully, is a mirror possibly not many of us are looking at. There is a presumption that those in the rural parts of India are disenfranchised. That presumption came to the fore when especially COVID hit. I remember global conversations around how will India contain a pandemic, especially given that we have 600,000 villages. That our country could do so resiliently is a hallmark of what truly it means to be Indian. But also, as Malika ji said, our very ethos, our very fulcrum of being lies in our families. So what our family systems, our communities could do was very much visible during the pandemic. Allow me to elaborate a little bit. I distinctly remember a decade ago when the Prime Minister announced a program where banks will go to the doorsteps of those Indians who had never had a bank account. And he said, "Let me stand guarantee for such Indians, take no minimum deposit from them, let's at least help them create a relationship not only with a financial institution like a bank, but also ensure that from the treasury of India shall flow money directly to such citizens." Of the 500 million bank accounts that opened, a decade ago, 240 million belonged to the women of India. And then came a program called Mudra. It was not a gendered financial instrument. It was just an instrument to help give credit to those who had entrepreneurial capacity and those who could not afford a collateral. 300 million loans were given to women. Now that seems like just a number. But imagine 9 years ago, 10 years ago, women in not only rural India but in urban slums, in poor families, could draw up a perfunctory business plan, could go to their bank manager, could get themselves credit, service their loans, so much so that today bankers say that the NPA for women-owned businesses are about 1.8 to 1.9% as compared to men, which stands at 2.3%. Which means we have in India made an economically evidenced case for why women make for brilliant investments. Then let's look at the other numbers that come to the fore. The Global Findex report says that there is no gender disparity in owning of accounts in the banks of India. But what may help ignite our passions to find a little bit of equity and parity is the fact that today in India, when you look at a man's deposits in a bank or a lady-owned bank account, you will know that she may raise only 27% of credit equivalent to her deposit as compared to 52% by a man equivalent to his deposit. So we have better NPA records, but we have moderately okay credit records, even after proving ourselves. But this is not an Indian problem alone. Since I am on the stage of the Indo-American Chamber of Commerce, let me highlight what is happening to our counterparts there in the United States of America. So there is and I'm particularly cognizant of the fact that Ritu Sareen is in the audience. She is a journalist that has spent a whole lifetime of her profession in research. So Berkeley Haas has done a research, and the name of the lady who started the research is Genevieve Smith. And her research did a complex understanding of 133 AI systems around the world, and it was found that 44% of those systems were not gender inclusive. Now, why was this one Genevieve Smith hell-bent on doing this research? She did this research because she had applied for a credit card, possibly with one of the greatest financial organizations in the US, along with her husband, who happened to be in the business of coding for web-based applications. And her credit score and her credit limit was set lower than the husband, irrespective of her earning as much as him, paying as much tax as him. In fact, her tax returns were cleaner than the husband's. So the bank gave her a credit card which had a spend value 10% lower than the husband. So the husband, being a genuine gentleman, outraged on Twitter. And he said, "This is done to my wife." And then another gentleman jumped into the debate. He happened to be one of the first inventors in Apple with Steve Jobs. And he said, "Guess what? This happened to my wife. Her credit limit was set 20 times lower than mine, though her monies were the same, our tax returns were the same." Which means generative AI, which is scraped through the entire internet, algorithmically found women not to be as worthy. So in the age of AI, It is not man confronting woman, woman confronting man. It is humanity confronting what AI will do to us. So today, those ladies, and I was introduced to Asha ji, who does some amazing craft work. So every time something on Instagram, particularly for women, and maybe a little bit for men, pops up engaging you to buy, know this, that 72% of content-driven purchase is through algorithm designed in such a fashion that women spend 22% more on consumer durables, perishables. The other flip side of it is that it is designed in such a way that you're 33% less likely to get internet-driven advice on investment. So if there is a favor anybody wants to do, anybody, is to study the psychology of consumer behavior in the age of AI, particularly designed for women. Lalitji has had a brilliant record of serving the cause of law and citizen. And I'm hopeful that in those ecosystems, this conversation also finds voice. For we are in the age or an era of new styles of cartelization. And I say this as a woman particularly because genetically women are inclined to give 80 to 90% of their earnings into the health and education of their families. Imagine that spend getting segregated and you not knowing why content is driving you to do so. So as Malika ji said, can we look at the disability sector? How many people in this room have ever found anything which asks you to either donate to or purchase something to help somebody in the disability sector? Anybody here? Very few. And how many of you have found Instagrammable material which tells you what the latest fashion is, the latest capital asset market is? Be honest, I can see the smile. You do. And that's where the change needs to be done. When Dr. Pradhan and Malika ji speak about leading a life with dignity, that life of inclusion, that life which is purposeful, we need to recognize today that that life which is digital in many terms also needs to be gendered for the purpose of digital equity. And I say this because of all the AI professionals in the world, only 22% are women. And only 17% are in leadership roles. So this is a nation which is the harbinger of zero and maths. This is a nation which provides the greatest services in the sector of IT. Let this be the country that shows equity in technology. That will be our contribution for women across the world. My congratulations to all the wonderful achievers who have been given the honor of being received very warmly by the team at the Indo-American Chamber of Commerce. I was telling Lalitji, I received one such honor 23 years ago. That I stand here today, again, is a matter of great pride for me. So before the next 8th of March, not this one, if some of you can contribute to equity in technology, then I will truly believe that you are the harbinger of change, equality, and gender justice. Thank you for your support and your kind attention.
Thank you so very much. A round of applause for Srimati Smriti Irani ji as we thank her for the wonderful words right here not just those insights, but a very, very engaging talk. She is somebody who kept all of us in that conversation and taking reactions from those smiles, those wonderful anecdotes, stories, and the most important message, that what is it that we're celebrating from this 8th of March to the next 8th of March? What is the difference that we are observing? So once again, a round of applause as we thank Srimati Smriti Irani ji for joining us today and being a part of this spectacular moment. To honor her and to thank her for her time, her thoughts, may I please request Dr. Lalit Bhasin, Dr. Upasana Arora, and Mr. Arun Karna to thank her for her very kind presence with a token of our appreciation and love. This is a memory, as we'd like to thank you, ma'am, for joining us today. May I request all of you to please put your hands together as we thank her. May I request all of you to please put your hands together as we thank the very kind presence of our chief guest, Dr. Malika Nada ji as well, and present a token of our love to our guest of honor, Dr. Mridula Pradhan. Let's hear a round of applause. A memento is what we'd like to present to Srimati Smriti Irani ji. May I please request our dignitaries on the dais to present her with the same. Please put your hands together. My wonderful audience members. I'd like to request Mr. Mukesh Singh to please join us for the honors. May I request Mr. Nitin Seth to please be a part of this wonderful moment of celebration as we thank ma'am. We'd also like to thank Dr. Malika Nada for joining us today and present her with a memento. May I request all of you to please put your hands together. May we also present a memento to our guest of honor, Dr. Mridula Pradhan. Requesting our dignitaries to please do the same. I'd like to request Mr. Nitin Seth to please present a token of love from GD Foods. Tops, as you would have witnessed as you walked in, the beautiful branding. We will soon get to hear from Ms. Gunita Pava as she is going to share beautiful closing thoughts with all of us. May I please request our dignitaries to take a seat? Let's capture a group photograph. And I'd like to share with my wonderful delegates that very soon we will be starting with our panel discussions and our sessions. Our first session will be on healthcare, the golden hour of life. So please do stay around with us as we would look forward to this very, very interesting segment starting in the next couple of minutes. Celebrating womanhood. Thank you so very much. May I request our dignitaries on the dais to please take a seat as Ms. Gunita Pava presents the closing remarks. May I please request all the award winners to join us on stage for a group photograph. May I request all of you to please join us on stage for a group picture. May I please request all the award winners to join us on stage for a group picture with our chief guests, our guest of honors, our dignitaries, our leaders. So requesting each of our award winners to please join us on stage. May I request our leaders from the Secretariat to please join us. Ms. Kashish Tyagi, it will be a pleasure to have you in the picture moment right here. Ms. Sadana, we would love to have you here. The team from Indo-American Chamber of Commerce, may I request you all to please join us. Sonia ji, Teji, may I request the team to please step on stage, as this is truly a moment for us to celebrate as we present this wonderful conference of substance. May I once again request all our guests to please put their hands together for our chief guest. It's been a pleasure having Srimati Smriti Irani ji, Dr. Mallika Nada ji, and our guest of honor, Dr. Mridula Pradhan ji. I'd like to thank all our wonderful dignitaries on and off the dais for joining us, and requesting my audience to please remain seated. We are about to do a turnaround and begin with our next session, our golden hour of life. So please bear with us. I would like to request all our guests to please remain seated. We are about to begin with our session on healthcare, and I'm sure each of you will get some wonderful insights from the same. So may I request all of you to please remain seated. All the award winners, it'll be lovely to have you join us for the session as well. As we set the stage for our session on healthcare, Golden Hour of Life, may I request all of you to please remain seated. We'll be joined by some absolutely brilliant names. May I request the hotel staff to please join us on stage? An iPhone. Thank you so very much for your presence. May I please request our guests to take a seat? Our wonderful award winners. Ma'am, as a mark of respect. May I have the pleasure of welcoming our session speakers, our session chief guest, Dr. Poonam Bajaj, Director, National Accreditation Board of Hospitals and Healthcare Providers. A round of applause, please. May I welcome our guest of honor for the session, Ms. Swati Singh, former State Minister for Women Welfare, Family Welfare, Maternity and Child Welfare, Government of Uttar Pradesh. My wonderful delegates, please do put your hands together as our keynote speaker for this session is Dr. Upasana Arora, the conference chair and the executive council member of IACC and managing director of Yashodha Super Speciality Hospitals. May I welcome our speakers, Ms. Poonam Sharma, Director, Ayurvedan Private Limited, Mantra Herbals and Virangna Foundation and President-elect, Vicky Ladies Organization. May I welcome Ms. Priyanka Chaudhary Raina, co-founder. Matt, please join us. And the session chair, Dr. Lokendra Gupta, Associate Director and Head, Emergency Medicine and Trauma Care, Medanta, Lucknow, and President, SACTEM, to please join us on stage. We have Dr. Lokendra Gupta with us as the session chair. Once again, may I have the pleasure of presenting our fabulous session on healthcare, the golden hour of life. We are so very pleased to have with us our session chief guest, Dr. Poonam Bajaj. May I request all of you to please put your hands together for her, the director at NABH. We are privileged to have amongst us the guest of honor for this session, Ms. Swati Singh, former State Minister for Women Welfare, Family Welfare, Maternity and Child Welfare, Government of UP. And our keynote speaker, Dr. Upasana Arora, Conference Chair, Executive Council Member, IACC, and the Managing Director at Yashoda Super Speciality Hospital. So she understands the healthcare sector in and out. We have our speakers, Ms. Poonam Sharma, Director, Ayurvedan Private Limited, Mantra Herbals. I also have with us Ms. Priyanka Chaudhary Raina, co-founder. Many thank you and wishes for you to be joining us. And to moderate this section, Dr. Lokendra Gupta, Associate Director and Head Emergency Medicine and Trauma Center, Medanta, Lucknow, and President of Sector. May I request you to please begin with the proceedings. The next 40 minutes of discussion time and 5 to 7 minutes for our audience for questions. All yours, Dr. Gupta.
Hello. Hello everyone, I'm Dr. Lokendra Gupta. I'm Associate Director and Head at Medanta, Lucknow, Emergency Medicine Trauma Care. At the same time, I'm heading one society, that is Society of Acute Care, Trauma and Emergency Medicine, that is SECTEM. And it's an absolute honor to chair this session on such a vital topic, that is golden hour of life. And I must thank Indo-American Chamber of Commerce to keep this topic in their schedule, because generally it's the most ignored and least discussed topic. So what this topic is all about, that is golden hour. It's a critical time between life and death. In case of any major medical or surgical emergency, you have that golden time, you have that platinum minutes, and you have to act in that framework only. If you lose that time, either there will be a permanent disability or there can be a death. So one should know how to manage all sorts of emergency, whether it's medical or surgical, whether it's chest pain like heart attack or trauma, or even a stroke, even snake bite or dog bite. I mean, there are many things. In case of any emergency, you have limited time to act right. Not only act, you have to act right. You have to be at the right. You have to be at the right place at the right time. So we are going to discuss about this golden hour of life in the next 40 minutes, and we have team panelists with us who are the leaders in their respective fields. So maybe I'll ask with Dr. Upasana ma'am. She is my senior, and everyone knows her. So what a private hospital can do, especially in a private sector, to manage the emergency effectively. I mean, because now the TPAs, the insurances are there, patients are moving towards private corporate hospital. So what is the ideal step? What is the ideal way of managing medical or surgical emergency in corporate hospital?
Thank you, Dr. Lokendra, and I really appreciate your work. And as well as I understand the urgency and emergency for that patient. So in this manner, Yashoda has done a very different kind of thing. We are making a new hospital, which is a 1200 bedded hospital. So we have made our emergency fully equipped with all radiology, MRI, CT, X-ray, ultrasound, echo, with 15 bedded ICU also. And there is a lift who is taking you to cath lab. So if there is an emergency, then you can go there. Same time, for a stroke, we are keeping 5 beds to manage them, to save those golden hours. As you could remember, we were in Varanasi, where you have given that talk. And when you were talking about precisely about minutes, and you have given a presentation that if patient is coming within this time frame, then patient can be fit like this much of percentage wise, and I decided to save golden seconds of patient. And that is how we have done this. Same time, we are providing that kind of monitor to our ambulances, which is already we are doing in Yashoda Hospital, Kaushambi, where when patient is on the way, doctor is monitoring his vitals, his condition. So if there is any emergency, he can tell the doctor who is in the ambulance. Same time, we have taken a CPR machine from Schiller, who is giving CPR in ambulance. So, sometimes if we are not that expert, so that time patient, you can't save a patient. So these kind of steps every private hospital has to take, because emergency is the place where patient is coming in really in trouble or pain or in some dangerous situation. So we need to keep our emergency all the time alert with a skilled doctor who can intubate then and there only, which is very important. You can't send to patient to ICU, and in that gap, a patient can lose his life. So we are supposed to keep skilled doctors, skilled paramedics, and your all staff should be trained. Even your driver, all my drivers are trained in BLS training. Your GDA staff, 4th class. So I think all private hospital has to understand this need of this hour, that we are supposed to do the best for the patient, starting from the emergency. Then we can move to ICU or other places. Thank you.
So I totally agree, ma'am. Basically, there are three critical aspects of golden hour. So emergency starts either from home or workplace. So public should be well aware what all are the red flag signs. Supposedly, if someone is having chest pain and then patient is taking antacid just to counteract that chest pain, or जब chest pain worsen हो जाता है, then they go to cardiologist. अब problem क्या होता है कि that irreversible damage has happened. Either या तो मतलब patient heart failure में जाता है क्योंकि heart की muscle damage हो चुकी है, या patient पहुंच ही नहीं पाता है. तो that sort of awareness should start from society only. They should start demanding in emergency कि is a chest pain, it might be related to heart attack, and then start doing test, ECG, HS-STOPI, whatever is required to rule out heart attack. Supposedly it's not a heart attack, then it's not an emergency, so at least you can go to OPD or you can come electively. But in case of any emergency, it should start from the public and the awareness which is required. और मैं सेम स्वाति जी से भी यही सेम पूछना चाह रहा हूँ कि मैम देखिए, क्योंकि आप पब्लिक में रहती हैं और आप इतना अच्छा काम किया है बीइंग ए पॉलिटिशियन भी, तो हम ये चाहते हैं कि मतलब पब्लिक में अवेयरनेस कैसे स्प्रेड करें. जितना भी है ना, जैसे अगर सपोजिटली हमारे पास स्ट्रोक का केस आता है तो पब्लिक को पता होना चाहिए स्ट्रोक के सिम्टम्स क्या होते हैं. जैसे बी फास्ट एक सिंपल निमोनिक है, सपोजिटली बोलते बोलते आप बोलना बंद कर दें या स्लरिंग ऑफ स्पीच है, इट्स अ साइन ऑफ स्ट्रोक. लेकिन उनको लगता है कि वीकनेस हो गई, वो वेट करते हैं 6 घंटे, 8 घंटे, 12 घंटे, एंड देन जब हमारे पास आता है तब तक पेशेंट का वो विंडो पीरियड, गोल्डन टाइम निकल चुका होता है. फिर हम वी कांट रिवर्स दो सिम्टम्स. तो पब्लिक में कैसे हम अवेयरनेस स्प्रेड करें मैम, उसके बारे में आप प्लीज कुछ.
मुझे ऐसा लगता है, बीइंग अ पॉलिटिशियन, बिकॉज आई एम नॉट अ डॉक्टर, सो आई थिंक आई एम नॉट फिट फॉर दिस पर्टिकुलर डिस्कशन, बट स्टिल मेरा ये मानना है कि बहुत सारे ऐसे सोसाइटीज़ हैं, बहुत सारे ऐसे NGOs हैं जो आपसे कोलैबोरेट होकर, गवर्नमेंट से कोलैबोरेट होकर, हॉस्पिटल से कोलैबोरेट होकर के वो काम करते हैं. ये ज़रूरी नहीं है कि वो इसी स्ट्रोक के फील्ड में काम करें या किसी और दूसरी फील्ड में भी अगर काम कर रहे हैं. जैसे उपासना जी ने अपने एड्रेस में ये कहा था कि ईच वन रीच वन. हर अवेयरनेस की मैं बात करूंगी, सिर्फ विमेन एम्पावरमेंट की ही नहीं बात करूंगी, विमेन अवेयरनेस की ही बात नहीं करूंगी. अगर मेडिकल के फील्ड में भी है तो सबसे पहले तो जो भी डॉक्टर्स हैं, जो भी हॉस्पिटल्स हैं, उनको इस तरह के सोसाइटी के जो भी मेंबर्स हैं उनको अवेयर करना होगा. साथ ही साथ मैं रूरल एरिया की बात करूंगी. माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप के थ्रू बहुत सारे ऐसे हर गांव में आपको ऐसे महिलाएं मिल जाएंगी जो SHG से जुड़ी हुई महिलाएं हैं. अगर उन महिलाओं को भी आप अवेयर करने की कोशिश करेंगे थ्रू सच काइंड ऑफ NGOs और थ्रू सच काइंड ऑफ सोसाइटीज़, तो मुझे लगता है कि क्योंकि मेरा ये मानना है कि हर महिला बहुत ही लॉयल होती है अपने काम के प्रति, तो अगर उनको हम थोड़ा बहुत ट्रेन कर देंगे तो वो अपने आप ही उस पूरे गांव में, उस पूरे अपने एरिया में या अपने मोहल्ले में इस पर्टिकुलर चीज़ को अवेयर करने में, और कहीं ना कहीं डायरेक्टली और इनडायरेक्टली दे आर इन अ पोजीशन टू हेल्प यू आउट फॉर दैट पर्टिकुलर प्रॉब्लम्स एंड ऑल.
Rightly said, ma'am. My next question is for Priyanka ji. I really admire your brand. And with growing concerns about chemical exposure in children, how can natural and chemical-free products contribute to better pediatric health outcomes and reduce emergency incidents? So, yeah.
I think it's a very important question and very valid question in today's time, because childcare, what used to be 20, 30 years ago, it's not the same which is today. Reason being, in the current times, the water conditions have changed. There's so much pollution. Children are exposed to so many chemicals on day-to-day basis. And that is where it becomes even more essential that we are mindful of what we are feeding our children. And why I say feeding, because baby skin is even thinner than the adults. So whatever you apply on your baby's skin gets absorbed. So in a way, any skincare we are using for children, that gets absorbed, and that is something we are feeding to our babies. So Mate is, as the name says, mother. It's a brand with the philosophy that childcare should be as pure, transparent, and as loving as mother's care. And with a similar thought, we have come up with products which have absolutely no chemicals, no synthetic colors, fragrances. Also, there have been studies, one of the most famous brand across the world, it was under a lot of radar and issues when, there were some cancer-causing ingredients in their products. So I think parents have now become more aware that ingredients like phthalates, mineral oil, or silicone, these are very, very harmful for children, and that is why they are turning to natural solutions. And a lot of awareness is also needed in this segment, that we have to educate parents that please be very mindful of what you're using on your kids, because you have to set the right foundation for them. You have to give them a good start in life, because that is going to go on for a long period of time. Similar studies have shown that certain chemicals can even disrupt the hormones in babies and children, and can even lead to issues like early puberty, which is a very big issue in current time. And we are not mindful that it's not just one thing, it's everyday lifestyle, which includes what they're eating, how active they are, what is their lifestyle, and even what skincare products they're using. So all these things combined together, I think parents have to be extra cautious.
Absolutely, I totally agree. And especially apart from skincare, I mean, definitely skincare is a part of it, and then is what they are eating. I mean, it's a very tender age. I mean, it is going to affect their brain, their heart, and there's so much, there are so many children who are coming with type 1 diabetes, and then along with type 2 diabetes. Type 1 diabetes is a genetic thing, but type 2 diabetes in a young child, I mean, just because what they are getting, and maybe because of adulteration, or maybe the packed foods what we are getting, I mean, there are so many factors. So it's a holistic approach which we have to, adopt. So my next question is for Dr. Poonam. Ma'am, obviously NABH is one area, who is working hard to maintain the quality and of the hospitals. So how does NABH accreditation ensure that hospitals maintain high standards in emergency medicine and trauma care?
At the outset, I would like to thank Indo-American Chamber of Commerce for inviting us and giving us this opportunity to this is a step towards, making all of you aware about NABH. So it's my privilege, my honor to be here amongst you all dignitaries, and making you aware about NABH, what NABH is. For those who do not know about NABH, NABH is National Accreditation Board for Hospitals and Healthcare Providers. It is a constituent board of Quality Council of India under the Ministry of Commerce. So with the intent of spreading a quality movement, Quality Council of India was established with a cabinet note. And under Quality Council of India, NABH was born in year 2005. And the first standards for hospitals were rolled out in year 2006. And there was no looking back after that. And there was a series of standards which NABH developed over 20 years, and now we have 27 set of standards under the heads of accreditation, certification, and empanelment. And as you said, that NABH, it ensures patient safety and quality of healthcare. So it's prudent that all of us know about NABH and what is NABH accredited hospital offers you as a safe care, safe health care. So as far as emergencies are concerned, so the standards of NABH, they give requirements right from the entry of the patient till the exit. So it gives the requirements which makes the patient satisfied, like, when he enters, he feels as if I am safe in the safe facility. So in the emergency, the requirements, they start from the infrastructure. The standards give requirements of what infrastructure, what equipment, the ambulance, the transfer in and out of the patient, then the credentialed staff, trained staff, the equipment which should be up and running, not only the availability of the equipment, but the equipment should be up and running, and then the audits and the documentation. All these things, they ensure. And there is further, the hospitals, they run with the principle of do no harm to the patient. So there are minimized errors related to medication errors, any other, So the safety is the utmost importance which the hospitals, NABH accredited hospitals, they take care of. So this is how the NABH, it gives, the standards, help develop prepare the hospitals to handle the emergencies. So this is the beauty of the NABH standards.
Absolutely, ma'am. It's just a small request from my side. I mean, in case just like NABL, like everyone is running after NABL to get the accreditation from NABL.
Labs.
I think
for the labs.
For the
NABL
labs.
is for the labs.
But in case of any emergency, in case of emergency department, I think if we can have the accreditation like that, there is an accreditation from NABH as well, but no one is applying for that. So emergency should be, pitch perfect to get the NABH accreditation. So we have to make that mandatory. If an emergency is not right, then NABH will not be given. So
I always tell that this is a combined responsibility. It's
yes,
not that NABH is doing its bit. It's spreading awareness amongst the patients, amongst the stakeholders, but then it's a combined responsibility. So everyone has to come up, the patients have to use NABH, they have to look for NABH accreditation before entering the hospital, before entering any facility for their treatment. So this is how it will, percolate to the last man in the line.
True. So coming to Poonam ji, so I mean I'm a big fan of Baidyanath group. I mean I'm taking Chyawanprash since time my grandfather used to force us, and you have to eat the Chyawanprash. So I mean, because Ayurvedic is one science, everyone thinks that it's only for prevention. But what I heard, what I learned about Ayurveda is you can cure patients with the help of Ayurveda as well. So how do Ayush, alternative medicine or the yoga play an important role in preventing medical emergencies? How we can connect the dots, and then apart from allopathy, how Ayush can play an important role in emergency sector?
Thank you for appreciating Ayurveda, and I would like to give a small, because a lot of people, well, I wouldn't say that, because a research done has said that 95% people in the villages and 96% people in the cities know about Ayurveda and all. So I'm sure a lot of you would know, but I'd just like to say a few words before that, because I wanted to talk about Ayurveda. Ayurveda. Ayu is life and Veda is the science. It was the science of life many years ago. It's coming from the Atharva Veda. During that time, knowledge gathered over thousands of years, but unfortunately in between, because of invasions or whatever the reason, and not encouragement of Ayurveda, it went down a lot. And now with Modi ji coming, I'd like to say that the Prime Minister has really given it a breath of new life again by working before and during COVID times to get Ayurveda back on stream. So coming back to Ayurveda, it is basically a holistic wellness of body, mind and spirit. So it encompasses spirituality, your meditation, rasayan and panchkarma. Now if you notice how much, rasayan is the medicine part of it, you've noticed how much people are, like Chyawanprash is there, and that is the common part. But if you notice about the panchkarma, I think everybody of you Many of you are probably have taken Panchkarma sometimes or the other. Look at the spas which are coming up, the 5-star spas, the ordinary spas, whether it is PEMA or Jindal's or Aya, the universities coming up, the treatments are going on. Shatam Jiva, Kairali, you name them, all over, not only in India, all over the world. So I'm sure there's something, somebody is getting out of it. That is why they're running. So my daughter's mother-in-law recently tried to get admission into all these. They were booked out 6 months. It took her a lot of jugaad to somehow get in after 2 months. So I therefore believe that there is something out of it. Yes, emergencies, maybe not so much, but we believe in integration, intertwining, holistic health, looking after your health in such a way that you don't come to emergencies. Like let's say diabetes, the after effects, doctors, please do tell me, the after effects would be your kidneys or your eyes problem or your silent heart attacks. But we try to manage it, reduce the levels, we try to manage it in such a way that you don't come to that. Okay, let me give a very simple example. So when I have, sorry for my bad throat, but when I have viral, like suppose, and we would go for a Dolo or a Allegra. So what I do is I have the Sitopaladi and the Tali Shadi Churan and the Mahasudarshan Bati, which what we say Hararat ke liye. So what happens is it does, I do have to eat Dolo maybe sometimes, again, it's not, but I don't have to come to the antibiotic level. So there is an amalgamation, and we have to amalgamate tradition with innovation. And later I also, because I am a manufacturer, I asked my Vaidyacharya about this, and I will talk to you later on what are some of the things in emergencies, like you talked about snake bites, insect bites, and there are many therapies which I will just read out later what he had said about that. Okay. You want me to say it now?
No, I mean, we can discuss that later, definitely. So coming back to golden hour of life, I just want to ask one question from the audience. Supposedly, abhi yahan pe kisi ko, in case someone is having chest pain, so how many of you have got Disprin in your tablet or purse? Anyone? So Disprin, see, हम लोग इतना discussion करते हैं about the sudden heart attack और younger generation में heart attack आ रहा है. And then what all are the risk factors? Risk factors, so everyone knows, diabetes hai, hypertension hai, stress hai, pollution hai, addiction hai, family history. But we never take family history positive. If family history is positive, that means that can happen, the same kind of heart attack or same history, that cancer can happen at any point, in next generation as well. So one has to be ready, one has to be well prepared for the emergency. If someone has got that, because why Disprin? Why not Ecosprin? Why not Sorbitrate? अगर किसी को रिस्क फैक्टर है, चाहे डायबिटीज है, ब्लड प्रेशर है, स्ट्रेस, पॉल्यूशन सब लोग फेस करते हैं. इनिशियली वी डिडंट कंसीडर देम एज रिस्क फैक्टर, स्ट्रेस एंड पॉल्यूशन को, बट नाउ पॉल्यूशन इज अ बिग थ्रेट. तो अगर आपकी एज मोर देन 60 है और चेस्ट पेन स्टार्ट होता है, तो डिस्प्रिन अगर आप लेते हैं तो विद इन 2 मिनट्स में वो एब्जॉर्ब हो जाती हैं. और पानी में आपने एक लिया या आपने टंग पे रखी, वो इट विल गेट एब्जॉर्ब. तो फर्दर जो प्लाक बन रहा होता है, जो आपकी वेसल ब्लॉक है, और फर्दर बढ़ेगा नहीं. तो एटलीस्ट यू कैन रीच टू हॉस्पिटल सेफली. दूसरा, आपके पास हमेशा एक ऐसा मोबाइल नंबर होना चाहिए. यू शुड हैव अ मोबाइल नंबर इन योर डायरी या व्हाटएवर, जो विद इन 10 मिनट्स आपके नियर बाय एरिया में एक ACLS एम्बुलेंस आपके पास आ जाए. प्रॉब्लम क्या रहता है कि एट द टाइम ऑफ इमरजेंसी यू स्टार्ट कॉलिंग योर रिलेटिव्स और फ्रेंड, योर फैमिली, कि अब क्या करना है. यू आर लूजिंग प्रीशियस टाइम, प्रीशियस सेकंड्स, प्लेटिनम मिनट्स. ये तो दीज आर दी, ये जो टर्म्स है मैंने नहीं बनाया. प्लेटिनम मिनट्स इज अ फैक्ट, इट्स अ रिसर्च. तो यू हैव टू बी वेल प्रिपेयर्ड. सपोजिटली स्नेक बाइट होता है, हमारे पास स्नेक बाइट में पूरा ब्लेड मार के लेके आते हैं, टूरनी के बांधते हैं. एवरीथिंग हैज बीन चेंज. एनिमल बाइट, बिकॉज अब तो सबके पास पेट डॉग्स हैं, स्ट्रीट डॉग्स भी इज अ मीनेस. तो डॉग बाइट में क्या करना होता है, तो एवरीवन शुड नो, क्योंकि जैसे जैसे टाइम निकल रहा है, इफ यू आर लूजिंग दैट टाइम, इम्यूनोग्लोबुलिन लगना है या वैक्सीन लगना है, तो इट ऑल कम्स अंडर गोल्डन आवर ऑफ लाइफ. और गोल्डन आवर इसलिए क्योंकि आपके पास वही प्रीशियस टाइम है। बर्न में क्या करना है, किसी को अगर बर्न हो गया तो फर्स्ट थिंग आपको क्या करनी चाहिए, तो ये पब्लिक के लिए है। इट इज फॉर द पब्लिक टू बी वेल अवेयर what to do and how to identify those red flag signs। चेस्ट पेन के लिए एंटासिड नहीं लेना है। एंटासिड अगर वो लास्ट होगा कि अगर बिकॉज ऑफ आपकी गैस्ट्रिक अपसेट की वजह से आपको चेस्ट पेन हो रहा है, चेस्ट टाइटनेस फील हो रही है, बट अगर आपको रिस्क फैक्टर्स हैं तो यू हैव टू बी वेल प्रिपेयर्ड फॉर द इमरजेंसी। क्योंकि कई बार हमारे पास पेशेंट ब्रॉड डेड आते हैं, हमारे तक पहुंच ही नहीं पाते हैं, अनफॉर्चुनेटली उनका इनिशियल ट्रीटमेंट नहीं होता है। तो पासरा मैम, आपसे ये पूछना चाहूँगा कि क्या चैलेंजेस आते हैं। देखिए आपने बताया कि हाउ वी कैन प्रिपेयर प्राइवेट हॉस्पिटल्स फॉर इमरजेंसी, बट व्हाट आर दी चैलेंजेस विच यू फेस कि हम प्रॉपरली इमरजेंसी मैनेज नहीं कर पाते हैं प्राइवेट सेक्टर या कॉर्पोरेट सेक्टर में रह के।
The most common problem in emergency that patient is coming so late, and when he is reaching to emergency, then relatives are all the time talking to other relatives. They are not permitting doctors to do anything. They are all the time asking, should we go for this, especially in heart condition. When doctor is advising that please go for, your angiography, then if some clot is there, some blockage is there, then they are suggesting go for angioplasty. But basically no one is ready before asking 20 people. This is a major problem with every emergency. I am not talking about only my emergency department. And second thing is when sometimes, patient reach on time, we started treatment, then they will say, doctor advised him that you have to go to ICU. Then they will start telling, no, we want a room, and how long you will keep in emergency. Because if patient is serious, he can only keep in two places, either emergency or in ICU. We cannot shift that person in a private room. And sometimes, especially in the time of disaster, like if you also suffered from that corona time, there were lots of patients. That time it's very difficult for hospitals also to manage this much of crowd. But still we tried, we won that battle. But I hardly found that all the hospitals who are running this emergency department, they are not following norms of triage, because I am on the board of NABH also. And I think our hospital is a showcase hospital for them. Whatever new thing they are doing, they are coming to my hospital. And we are not just doing everything for accreditation. It is now in our culture, because now it's our, 15 years back we have done or something, when NABH started after that. So everything is very important. Like when patient entered, doctor has written or nurse has written that this is the time. All the triage has been done in every hospital, but sometimes because of negligence of anyone, and sometimes patients are also not showing any sign that they are actually critical. They are coming and they are showing that they are perfectly fine and they can wait. So if another trauma patient has come, the doctors become busy with those patients, and these kind of patients who are not showing any signs, they have some major issues, and then we lose them. So this is I think these are the points which I really want, and main thing which you have just told to all these our attendees, that everybody should know ambulance number. That time, if your patient is not well, that time you should call ambulance instead of calling all the relatives and asking them what should we do. You should do only one thing: go to the nearest hospital and show yourself.
Absolutely, ma'am. There is one more example. Supposedly headache is a very common thing. हम headache को हमेशा सोचते हैं कि हम एक क्रोसिन ले लेंगे या नेक्स्ट प्रो या बहुत सारी टैबलेट, ओवर द काउंटर मेडिकेशन हम बहुत लेते हैं क्योंकि इट्स वेरी इजीली अवेलेबल। बाहर आप जाएंगे यूके यूएस में कहीं पे कुछ भी ओवर द काउंटर कुछ नहीं मिलता एक्सेप्ट पैरासिटामोल या आइबुप्रोफेन मिलता है। हेडेक के एक एग्जांपल, एक गुरुजी थे, उनको 4 दिन से बड़े सीरियस और बड़े सदगुरु महाराज को, ये सब मतलब क्वाइट अ फेमस एग्जांपल कि उनको 4 दिन से बहुत सीवियर हेडेक हो रहा है, नोजिया भी हो रहा है, एंड देन जस्ट बिकॉज ऑफ प्रायर कमिटमेंट उन्होंने केवल पेन किलर दिया, और जब उन्होंने सीटी स्कैन कराया तो ब्रेन में ब्लीड था, एसडीएस था, और उनकी इमरजेंसी सर्जरी होनी पड़ी। ऐसे कितने केसेस होते हैं जब आपकी मेजर ट्रॉमा होती है, आप डॉक्टर के पास प्राइमरी सर्वे मतलब इनिशियल चेकअप के लिए नहीं जाते हैं, उनको लगता है कि अभी तो मैं ठीक हूँ, बातचीत कर रहा हूँ, लेकिन 5 घंटे बाद 6 घंटे बाद जब पेशेंट कोलैप्स करता है, क्योंकि आपको नहीं पता है, वो रेड फ्लैग साइंस नहीं पता है, तो आप किसी भी कंडीशन के लिए जो सेल्फ मेडिकेशन होता है, डू नॉट डू दैट। कफ हो रहा है, वायरल कफ होगा, 5 दिन अपने आप ठीक हो जाएगा, नहीं हो रहा है, वेट लॉस हो रहा है, फीवर आ रहा है उसके साथ साथ में, तो डू नॉट इग्नोर योर सिम्टम्स और डू नॉट सेल्फ मेडिकेट। सेल्फ मेडिकेट करना इज अ बिगेस्ट मीनेस, और हमारे पास सारी मेडिकेशन इजीली ओवर द काउंटर मेडिकेशन मिल जाती है, और वो हर चीज का इलाज भी आपको बता देता है, बट लेकिन डायग्नोसिस नहीं बताता है। What is important is the diagnosis. अगर आपको माइग्रेन हेडेक है माइग्रेन की वजह से, तो ट्राई टू गेट द कंसल्टेशन फ्रॉम न्यूरोलॉजिस्ट, और उससे आप अपना डायग्नोसिस बनाइए, माइग्रेन है, देन यू कैन टेक मेडिकेशन, बट यू शुड हैव द डायग्नोसिस ऑन योर हैंड। मेरे को क्वेश्चन स्वाति जी से है रिगार्डिंग द आयुष्मान योजना, क्योंकि मैंने आई हैव सीन चेंजेस इन फ्रंट ऑफ माई आईज की आयुष्मान योजना इज अ बिग बून फॉर पेशेंट्स, तो उसकी वजह से आई थिंक काउंटलेस लाइफ्स बची हैं। आप किसी भी कॉर्पोरेट हॉस्पिटल में जहाँ पे आयुष्मान कार्ड चलता है, तो वो अवेयरनेस अभी लोगों के अंदर तक डीपली सोसाइटी में नहीं आई कि आयुष्मान कार्ड से अगर आपके पास कार्ड है, इफ इट इज एक्टिव, यू जस्ट गो टू द प्राइवेट और कॉर्पोरेट हॉस्पिटल एंड देन दे हैव टू एडमिट दैट पेशेंट इन केस ऑफ एनी इमरजेंसी। तो हमें अगेन वही है ना, मैं पूछना चाहता हूँ कि कैसे हम इसको स्प्रेड करें, कैसे डीपली पेनिट्रेट करें, इट्स अ बिग बून फॉर द सोसाइटी। 5 लाख रुपीज़ का आपका इंस्टेंट इलाज होता है, तो उसके बारे में कैसे हम और
जहाँ तक मेरा मानना है, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी अक्सर अपने भाषण में इस बात का उल्लेख करते रहते हैं आयुष्मान भारत योजना के बारे में, और लोगों को काफ़ी हद तक लोगों में अवेयरनेस है भी। हाँ, ये ज़रूर मानूंगी कि उनको ये लगता है कि सिर्फ सरकारी हॉस्पिटल्स में ही आयुष्मान भारत योजना, जो आयुष्मान कार्ड है, उससे उनका इलाज हो सकता है, जबकि ऐसे बहुत सारे प्राइवेट बड़े बड़े हॉस्पिटल्स हैं जो एम्पैनल्ड हैं आयुष्मान भारत से। और अगर हम एडवर्टीजमेंट, अगर हॉस्पिटल्स में भी अपना एक वो एडवर्टीजमेंट करें, तो मुझे लगता है उससे ज़्यादा अवेयरनेस होगा। इसके साथ ही साथ मैंने कई ऐसे केसेस देखे हैं, क्योंकि बहुत लोगों को एडमिट कराते हैं, आयुष्मान वार्ड अलग होता है, लेकिन कितने ऐसे लोग होते हैं जो हमें भी इंसिस्ट करते हैं कि नहीं मैम, हमको तो उस वार्ड में नहीं एडमिट होना है, हमें उसके थ्रू ट्रीटमेंट लेना है, आयुष्मान भारत योजना के थ्रू उनके पास आयुष्मान कार्ड है, ट्रीटमेंट लेना है, बट हम उस पर्टिकुलर वार्ड में नहीं जाना चाहते हैं। तो ये बहुत सारी चीज़ें हैं जो मुझे लगता है अगर हम फेस कर रहे हैं, तो डॉक्टर्स कितना फेस करते होंगे अपने हॉस्पिटल के प्रेमाइस में। जैसे अभी उपासना जी ने बताया कि इतना ज़्यादा क्वेश्चन करते हैं कि कब आप रूम में शिफ्ट करेंगे, कहीं ना कहीं वो हिंड्रेंस होता होगा आप लोगों के लिए भी। तो इन चीज़ों को ज़रूर मैं कहूँगी कि गवर्नमेंट के साथ साथ, हम लोगों के साथ साथ, अगर जो भी प्राइवेट हॉस्पिटल्स हैं, अगर वो भी अपने हॉस्पिटल में एक इस तरह का एलईडी में चला दें या बैनर लगा दें, या हम स्टेशंस पे, बस स्टैंड्स पे, एयरपोर्ट्स पे भी अगर इन चीज़ों को हम डिस्प्ले करें, तो उसका काफ़ी बेनिफिट मिल सकता है।
डेफिनेटली।
Actually, our government is really keen, I can say, because I was part of NHA Ayushman Bharat Yojana, so for implementation. So we did research, so much research, all health secretary of different states were every time there in our meetings. And for cancer, we have increased amount also 5 to 10 if there is cancer, because cancer treatment is not possible in 5 lakhs. But the problem is, which Swati ji was telling rightly, like we have taken Ayushman Bharat, and first kidney transplant of Uttar Pradesh done by my hospital, and that girl was a Muslim girl, and her mother has given her kidney, and she went her home on Eid happily. But problem is this, corporate hospitals are not coming forward. They don't want to take Ayushman Bharat. And I really request my colleagues in every forum, because today there is hardly anyone from healthcare, but generally I am all the time in healthcare forums, so I am always asking them that if government has launched some scheme which is beneficial for everyone, then why we are not taking one step forward, and we should also help them.
So this is, and your suggestion is like we are generating Aadhaar numbers also, because my hospital is a ABDM compliant. So I want ABDM is going to be game changer, and after that Ayushman is actually boon for those who are not able to afford private hospitals.
I think, things are changing. But like in Vedanta, we have started Ayushman in cardiology and CTVS. Again, there's big difference in the rates, and being a corporate hospital, you understand, the Ayushman rates, and there's a big difference. So, both of them should work together, for the Ayushman government and the private sector. I'll share one more example regarding the parental education. Or it's a very recent example, like 2 साल का बच्चा था, it was there in Lucknow, who aspirate food aspirate किया, and फिर उसके बाद just because कि parent didn't know कि how to give the maneuver, back blows and abdominal thrust, and then फिर वो जिस hospital में गए, even doctor didn't know, and then nursing को नहीं पता, and that child didn't survive. And the same kind of incident happened in Mangalore, KMC Mangalore. तो वहाँ पे एक बच्चे ने कैंडी एस्पिरेट किया, and then child was choking, 2-year-old, same age group. And then the parents know how to give the maneuver, where we have to give 5 back blows and abdominal thrust. It's a very basic, very easy maneuver. What happens in choking, आपका जब रास्ता बंद हो जाता है, जहाँ से आप सांस लेते हैं, ट्रैकिया विंड पाइप बोलते हैं, तो you have only 6 to 8 minutes. आपको 6 से 8 मिनट में उस रास्ते को ओपन करना है. 6 to 8 minutes में एम्बुलेंस भी नहीं आ सकता. जो भी करना है आपको then and there करना है. And it's a very basic procedure, Heimlich's maneuver, which can be done in a kid or adult. So what parents did, they did the maneuver. They were aware how to do that. And that's back blows. बच्चे को उल्टा किया, पीठ पे आपने 5 बार मारा, and then फिर सीधा किया. And then that candy came out, and then they went to hospital, and that child survived. So that is why I'm emphasizing again and again the role of golden hour. And then it starts from general public only, starts from parents only. And my next question to you regarding the parental education, how parents can play an important role, because it starts from there only. अगर से ही बचपन से ही अगर आप kids को सही आप केमिकल फ्री प्रोडक्ट्स यूज़ करते हैं, केमिकल आयुर्वेदा यूज़ करते हैं, क्योंकि एलोपैथी के अपने साइड इफ़ेक्ट्स हैं, तो हाउ an education can play an important role in managing those things?
As they say that prevention is better than cure, right? And when it comes to prevention, I think the very first and foremost step is education and awareness. And that is one bit where we really need to focus on. I'm a mother of 2 kids, and I remember when I became a mother, it was such an overwhelming journey for me. I had no idea how to navigate this. Starting from my prenatal journey to postnatal and postpartum, depression, lactation, everything was too much. So that is why I started working on the foundation, where we focus heavily on maternal health, adolescent health, also the postpartum wellness, and most importantly, the gender sensitization, because the focus of involvement of father and role of father is something we're completely ignorant about. So these are the programs we ran. Over the period of time, we kind of realized that parental intervention from the very beginning of a child's age is very, very important, alongside expert advice. So in today's time, we are facing so many issues that children are having stress, anxiety from a very young age. Counseling is needed. So to solve this all, I have recently come up with a podcast. I call it Matehood, where I have a lot of guests on my podcast where we talk about these issues. So we have lactation expert, we have child psychologists, we have women's wellness experts, we have Ayurveda experts, because we heavily believe in combining Ayurveda and traditional practices with modern sciences. So educating parents about simple solutions which they can bring in right from their home is very crucial. And it all comes from the education bit, the awareness bit. Thanks to the digital world that we have access to so many parents right from our office space, because we can just shoot some fantastic content and bring it out to public out there who's following us. And parents are there following us, learning so much, and they're really thankful that they have access to such content at today's time. And I'm also very thankful to a lot of experts who are now have become so vocal about these issues, and they're coming forward to educate parents. And I think there's so much still needs to be done in this space.
Rightly said. And it's not only the parental education. I mean, if we can include this golden hour or some sort of prevention at the same time, the management of emergency in the curriculum of 10th, 11th, 12th students, or maybe the BA teachers, because as of now we are only discussing about the CPR, how to give CPR, because CPR is the last thing. CPR means the cardiac arrest has already happened. What are the signs before CPR which you should recognize and then get the timely treatment? So in case we can include that in the curriculum, I mean, then the things will change drastically. It's not there. I mean, not about the prevention part. It's only the generalized prevention, but not we are going deep into it. And the at least golden hour, at least the primary management of all the emergency, which starts from home or workplace. So again, coming back to NABH, I mean, what are the quality indicators which we can include? Although there are 3 or 4 indicators which we are following as far as NABH in emergency is concerned, but I think we can include more indicators to make our emergency safe.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta, for this question. Actually, 2 points which I want to emphasize on are triage and timely intervention. So these 2 things are very important. Triage is basically prioritizing. You have to prioritize the patient who is more serious. And secondly, timely intervention. So golden hour, as Dr. Gupta said, the first hour is very, very critical. Because the first hour from the trauma or medical emergency, if you intervene and give treatment to the patient, it will improve the patient outcome. So it's very important to triage and to timely intervene. So this is how the NABH standards prepare the hospitals to triage the patients and give timely intervene and start the treatment. So this is enabled by basically it's the NABH standards. They mandate that the emergency services should be provided 24/7. It has to be round the clock. Plus the availability of the doctors. It should also be round the clock. It should not be like, the doctor is not there. The patient comes to the emergency, but the doctor is not present. Then trained staff, the equipment, ventilators, ECG machines, defibrillators, everything should be in the functional state. These all, and the established protocols, this is very important, standardized protocols, which makes the emergency department more efficient. Because it's very important that the emergency department functions with established evidence-based protocols. Only then the emergency department will be able to, take timely action in case the patient arrives, with a serious complication or a serious ailment. I give you an example, like, even in case of mass casualties also, like, you would remember there was an incident in Calicut International Airport where there was a flight crash, and there were 190 passengers on board at that time. The passengers were shifted to Aster MEMS and Baby Memorial Hospital in Kozhikode, and the hospital. Both the hospitals, they shared later on with us that it was because of the NABH that they could, deal with that much of casualty. Because there was so much of rush in the emergency. Emergency is very busy department. So many patients, so many media people, the relatives of the patients. So there was a big rush during that time, but both the hospitals could manage the patients well. And there were like 80 to 85 passengers which could, be discharged over a period of 1 month, with full fitness. So this is how NABH prepares the hospital for dealing with the emergency. These are two indicators. There are many more indicators which the hospitals can monitor. And I think, as Dr. Gupta said, that you can keep discipline, you can keep a list of the numbers of ambulances. Similarly, you can have a list of NABH accredited hospitals also along with you, which are nearby. So this is very important. I urge all of you to, have this list of hospitals as well. Yeah, thank you.
Absolutely rightly said, ma'am. As Priyanka ji rightly said, that prevention is better than cure. And everyone knows about, I'll give you one more example. It's about the HPV vaccine. We all know cervical cancer is one of the leading cause of death in females. But everyone should also know that HPV vaccine is 99% effective in case of cervical cancer. So the age group from 9 to 23 of age group, ideally should be taken within 15 years of age. But that's the, I think, movement which PM sir has also started to give HPV vaccine. It's a compulsory vaccine which should be taken to all the younger girls to prevent cervical cancer. So, is the prevention which will save you, and again I'm going back to, that's our last question to Poonam ji, regarding what all Ayush interventions can be done so that overall the preventive health which we can take care of rather than emergency health, so that, we have to decrease the burden of emergency. So how Ayush can play a role in that?
So basically, like you said, the golden hour, there's nothing much you can do in Ayurveda except on a lot of things like insect bites, or you have burns and all that. We work in emergency situations in that. But overall, the holistic healing, it's like doing business and ease of doing business. So it's the ease of living in which you look after your health so that you don't come to that stage. And if you do come, of course, there is the medical science. There are no two ways about it. But a lot of research is going on with many universities, like BHU, Bundelkhand University. In fact, we have made a college and given to them for Ayurvedic research also, with Allahabad University. Have you all heard about AIIA, All India Institute of Ayurveda? So a lot of research is going on. There are many startups. I went and saw some of them, and it's like kada vending machines and those ashwagandha patches you can put in case you can't swallow them, and lot of small, and the prakriti watches. You want to know your prakriti, because in Ayurveda every treatment is different for two people with a similar disease. So research is going on, and I hope we can come up. This was lacking initially, and I hope we can come up with this and have interventions maybe in the coming years. I'll just come to you. One thought came to my mind while you were talking about the child choking and all that. So there is another hat that I wear apart from being FICCI Ladies President-elect and a business person, is that I have an NGO, a foundation, Virangana Foundation, in the poorest places of Bundelkhand. My husband is a member of parliament. So we have the privilege of serving the poorest of poor villages where we can go. And we see there is a lack of doctors there, because doctors posting bhi hoti hai, so they usually do not come. Everybody's, not able to come and stay in these small hospitals. But there are many Ayurvedic practitioners who do come to these small places and serve them. Maybe if we could have a little small 2-month, 4-month, I don't know, it could just be matter for thought, a bridge course in which we could have these people who could make them at least reach the hospital.
Government is planning for that.
Yeah.
Two educationists are sitting here.
Yes.
I think you are going to include something in our...
Maybe we could get them to run like the mohalla clinics or whatever clinics, and and to get them to reach the hospital, which is quite far for them. I'm talking about our area. It's a huge one, and the hospital's about 100 kilometers and many kilometers.
True.
So yes, you wanted to say something.
Sure, please.
May we request for a microphone for the lady, please?
A
very good afternoon to everyone, and thanks for the opportunity, because there is a lot of things, point of discussion for Ayurveda. So I'm Ayurveda physician myself, Dr. Pooja Sabharwal, and I'm working in this profession from last 20 years almost, and I'm working right now in government of NCT of Delhi and attached to a government hospital and institute, because we are doing a lot of researches. So basically Ayurveda is itself, it's soft power of India. As our Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji is always emphasizing on this word, this is already soft power of India, because, with the exposure, huge exposure, global exposure, I can say that there are always three pillars for any pathy. One is public, another is scientific community, and the policy makers. So fortunately, for the public awareness around the globe, except India, public is after Ayurveda, after traditional Indian system of medicine. And in India, these days, Ayurveda is getting popularized, because recently Modi ji has started this campaign that is Desh Ka Prakriti Parikshan. So means if we know our Prakriti, means our constitution, we can have our lifestyles according to our own personalized.
Yes, can I also add to that what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Recently, there was this doctor who's a heart specialist in AIIMS. His name is Dr. Gaurav Sharma, and a whole department has opened. So the government is trying to integrate both the systems, and he is testing patients with the medical science and Panchkarma and yoga there. It's a whole setup in AIIMS, whole building apart. So I think...
yes, ma'am. And the other thing is that education in this month only, 18th and 19th. Yes, just one point. Ministry of Education has taken in this initiative, that is Indian Knowledge System, where we are going to design courses for medical professionals also. So I have just written one book on G20, that is, contribution of traditional Indian system of medicine towards world's economical growth, and did SWOT analysis in G20 countries. So scientifically, Ayurveda is emerging, and I hope with this diverse, audience, we can get some collaborations and hope. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And with this, I'd like to take this opportunity and thank our panelists, a very diverse sector right here, golden hour of life. May I request all of you to please put your hands together as I welcome Mr. Mukesh Singh, Chairman, UP Coordination Committee, to please join us on stage and thank our wonderful speakers. We'd like to begin by thanking our session chief guest, Dr. Poonam Bajaj. May I request all of you to please put your hands together as I request her to please join us and accept our humble thank you. Let's hear a round of applause from the audience. May we now thank Ms. Swati Singh, as we thank her for joining us, for being a part of this segment, and our guest of honor, Ms. Swati Singh. While Dr. Upasana Arora is a very integral part of us and the way we lead, ma'am, but as our keynote speaker in this particular session and as a contributor to the healthcare industry of our country, we would like to honor you. Ma'am, बिल्कुल बनता है, आपने इतनी अच्छी सोच विचार हमारे बीच यहाँ पर रखी, तो आपके लिए भी ये प्यार बनता है. So thank you. May we now thank Ms. Poonam Sharma for joining us and for creating a lot more awareness on Ayurveda in this segment. And now I'd like to request Dr. Arora as well to please join us in presenting these wonderful token of appreciation to Ms. Priyanka Chaudhary Raina. Let's hear a round of applause for creating a change and the contributions that she is making, and for her work. May we also thank Dr. Lokendra Gupta for moderating this segment. Let's hear a round of applause for him. We'd like to thank Ms. Poonam Sharma. and Dr. Lokendra Gupta for being our moderator. Let's also have a group photograph with our wonderful speakers. I'd like to share with all of you that up next, we'll be ready with our next session on education, so please do remain seated. May I request you all to please come closer for a group photograph? Thank you all so very much. May we present each of you with a gift hamper from GD Foods. Priyanka ma'am, may we present you with a token of appreciation, please? That matches your look for the day. Thank you so very much. As I thank our wonderful guests for this session and Mr. Singh for doing the honors and presenting the memento. I would like to share with all of you that up next we'll be starting with our session on education, bridging the gap, empowering women through education to enhance mental health support across life stages. May I request all our guests to please remain seated as I have the pleasure of welcoming our session chair, Professor Dr. Gurinder Singh, Group Vice Chancellor, Amity Education Group. Also joining us today will be our keynote speaker, Professor Anju Srivastava. A round of applause. She's the principal of Hindu College and a noted name in the education industry. May I request all of you to please put your hands together for our speakers. Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General, Association of Indian Universities. We'll also be joined by Ms. Kanta Singh, Deputy Country Representative, UN Women India, and we are so very pleased to have Ms. Rajalakshmi Rao, Founder Chairperson of All India Foundation of Deaf Women and the National Chairperson of Women Empowerment, IACC Vice President, Indian Merchant Chamber of Commerce, Ladies Wing. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us. May I welcome Ms. Manvi Bansal, CEO, Career Wit, to please join us for this session. And my humble request to all the guests, may I request you to please take a seat. I promise you during the networking break, you can take this engagement forward. May I please request all my guests to take a seat as a mark of respect for our wonderful speakers on stage. May I request all of you to please take a seat. My guests at the front seat. May I request all of you to please take a seat. And it is such a pleasure to begin our session on education while it's time for us to bridge the gap on empowering women through education. The next 40 minutes, we are going to delve a lot deeper on all of this. So may I request all of you to please put your hands together for our wonderful panelists. We are so very excited to have amongst us Professor Dr. Gurinder Singh, Professor Anju Srivastava. A round of applause for Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Ms. Kanta Singh, Ms. Rajalakshmi Rao, and Ms. Manvi Bansal. I'd like to request our session chair, Professor Dr. Gurinder Singh, to please begin with the proceedings. The next 40 minutes, I promise you, will be very, very engaging. All yours, sir.
Good afternoon to all of you. I know that we have 45 minutes in our hand, and we will try to do justice because I think we are having time constraints, and two of our speakers, they have to take flights also, and then we have a keynote speaker, and then we have got series of questions. Before coming here, we circulated a questionnaire to somewhere about 7,000 people to understand that what are the real problems of females and how we should address them. We had sent them to the girls who are 15-year-old to about 75-year-old. So we have in front of us a lot of questions. We have somewhere a list of about 187 questions. Don't worry, we're not going to ask 187. We have classified them into 5 questions broadly, and then I'm going to ask those questions, but then I am aware that we have got one keynote address and then another speaker who has a flight at 1:30. She said me that she needs to go. But then just as a 1:30 she has to, 1:30? 1:30. But just to give you a background, in India and in rest of the world, where we talk about equality, where we talk about women empowerment, I have some amazing statistics which are in front of us. As per the recent reports, and just before coming, I was doing some research that what proportion of global CEOs are females? About 9.2%. 9.2% of the total CEOs of the world, they are females. Rest are tilted towards the males. Percentage of females as top political leaders, only 10% they are able to reach at the top, whereas only 25, and these are the global averages, they're not only the Indian averages, they are much lower. Then percentage of females as IAS officers in India who dominate the administrative positions, 24% only. So 76% of the officers who are running administrative services, they are males. Then percentage of females running business successfully. I'm very happy that in this panel they are very successful females. I know them personally, great leaders, great admiration for all of them. But only 30% of them, they are able to reach at the top and they're successful entrepreneurs. In India, it is about 14%. Now let's look at their actual performance. Class 10th and class 12th toppers. 92% of the toppers of class 10th and class 12th from the last 9 years, they are females. So when you look at the education, they top. When you look at that what positions they are occupying, they are not able to reach at there. Responsibility and working hours. Responsibility and working hours of a female is normally 16 hours, and this is a global average, 5 to 11 p.m. window. They work. So even when they are professionals, they would like to go home, they would like to sit with kids, they would like to do their homework. In the morning, I was discussing with someone, she was filling an Ivy League application. So the father was very busy, but then she was trying to help that how it should be done. So whether she's a CEO, she's a doctor, she's a judge, she's a vice chancellor, she is always having some pressure at her back of her mind that she needs to work. And the working hours of the females are normally much more than males. This is what the research says. Now, abuses faced by the women. As per the questionnaire which we circulated and as per the research which we have done, 87% of the females, they are saying that by the time they are 24-year-old, they are physically or verbally or mentally abused. You can just look at. And 97% of them, they are saying that they never complained. They never complained. Right? They never spoke. And this is global average. Stories in their in career for the children, they say that 72% of the females are saying that they've sacrificed their career for their children. So first time mother, she took a break and then she sacrificed. And interestingly, when the kids became successful, 82% of them, they said it is because of their father. That after becoming successful, they said that it is because of their father. Psychological and emotional trauma. It says that about 63% of the females have come forward to say that sometimes in their life they have suffered mental health issues, psychological issues, and emotional trauma. Right to vote in USA, one of the most developed countries of the world. Women in the United States were not even given the voting rights till 1920. Till 1920, they never had these voting rights. Only after the 19th Amendment was passed that they were given the voting rights. In United Kingdom, women were not allowed to enter into the parliament till 1918. So giving this background, we are going to have very interesting discussion, very interesting questions, but very quickly, I will request our keynote speaker to very quickly speak for a while, and then Ms. Radhika Rao, if all of you allow, because she has to go, speak very quickly. Okay, okay, fine. So I think that she says, and she allows, thank you so much for understanding. Is that okay with you? Okay, so I think that if both, thank you so much. First of all, give a huge applause to these two great leaders who have agreed that in spite of their busy schedules, they will be good to for the questions. So I have a few questions in front of me, but before that, I would like to personally welcome each one of them. Professor Anju Shrivastava, who's a very well-known academician, principal of Hindu College. People know what Hindu College is. I remember my college days 30 years back. We used to have a very fierce competition with you, Stephens versus Hindu. So Mukherjee Memorial debate. I still remember that it was always a debate which we used to have. But great to see you at the helm of the affairs. Give a huge applause to her, please. We have got Dr. Pankaj Mittal, one of the academic icons, which is on my right side. We meet quite often. It's always a pleasure and delight to see her speaking and addressing some of the most prominent issues. We feel so proud that today she is not only spearheading the academic circles, but is giving a new definition to the new education policy. Give a huge applause to her. While both of us were sitting here, there is a festival going on in our campus, which she is chairing and she is organizing. Our congratulations to you. Also, Ms. Rajya Lakshmi Rao, Rajya Lakshmi Rao, I got an opportunity to speak to her. What an amazing work you are doing. I think that she is transforming the lives of thousands and thousands of girls. She was saying that she's running an NGO. She has been at the helm of the affairs, helping quite a few females as a specialist, as a jurist. We owe many things to you. Give a huge applause to her. We have with us Ms. Manvi Bansal, who is a CEO with the Career Width. Many congratulations to you for coaching students and touching the human hearts of youngsters. And very special, we have got Dr. Kanti Singh with us. Give a huge applause to her, a UN representative who has been working very passionately on the UN projects. We got an opportunity to interact with your organization, number of projects MIT has been able to do with them. But then now let me come on the panel discussion and the questions which are in front of me, which we are classifying into 5 parts. First question is on you, Professor Shrivastava. The statistics says that the girls, they never come up. Even if they have problems, if they are being exploited, there is an abuse, there's a physical abuse, there is a mental abuse, and they are teenagers, something has happened. And most of the people who later on in their lives, we have seen from the psychological background, that those who are having problems in their childhood, they have then the disturbed adulthood, and then they become the disturbed professionals. So you as an educationist, how you make it a point that the girls in Delhi University, they come out and they are assured that they are safe and they are given the psychological help from all of us. Over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Gurinder. I would like to use this opportunity to first thank the organizers, the Indo-American Chamber of Commerce, and I feel very humbled to be sharing the stage with stalwarts like all of you here. Now, without taking much time, I would like to address this question of the problems, the concerns of the gender that we are discussing. Yes, you are right about the abusers and the disruption in their lives that we keep hearing of. And I feel that is more to do with the deeply rooted norms that undervalue their feelings, their openness, and the right, so to say, the right to speak about it. And therefore, as education and in this profession, I think it becomes the prime duty, prime responsibility of educational institutions to counsel them in such a way, to create an atmosphere in such a way that they feel that these are their spaces and they can open up. So as a college, as a university that I belong to, we have created such spaces. We have been constantly holding workshops, and that's, I think, the procedural way could be this, that at various points of time, you know, in an educational institution like a college, it is difficult for all students to be collected again and again and, you know, address this issue. So it has to be done in a very subtle way, and we do it. And we have earlier, once upon a time, about 7, 8, 10 years ago, we never had the system of counselors in colleges. It used to be like mostly done in schools. But now we have, thanks to the government initiatives, and now with NEP, and too many things happening during COVID time, that we all have well-placed, well-structured mental wellness centers, counselors, psychologists, and reaching out to them again and again. And I see a lot of change. I see that the students are, and boys along with them, have started talking to us about it, that, ma'am, this has happened and this should be taken care of, etc. So I think slowly it will make a lot of difference. But the fact that it's not just about counselors, it's not just about a specific person who can take care of these issues. All the stakeholders are getting, you know, sensitized about it, and they are to be, the students therefore find a lot of security and have started speaking about it. So, and they have been told that there will be absolute zero tolerance. So that committees like ICCs, you know, everybody is aware of the Internal Complaint Committee, the Women Development Cells that we have, and inclusivity that is being very much encouraged. You know, we have a very bold and very brave queer community that we look after, and all of these things sum up and make it a very cumulative better off for the you know, education system through the higher education.
Thank you, Doctor. This was Dr. Srivastava, Principal of Hindu College. I'll come to Dr. Mittal with the same question, but Dr. Srivastava pointed out a very important point, ICC committees. So I have some figures for the ICC committees. Only 9% of the people, the complaints which went to the ICC, we were actually able to punish the person against whom these complaints were. So in most of the cases, even first of all, a female doesn't come with a complaint. And even if she comes with a complaint, it is always a compromise. So statistics are in front of us at only 9%, and we have got a few people who have got some legal experience also. We'll come back to you. But Dr. Mittal, you have been a leader of academic world. What do you feel that how we can reassure our girls, and what should be the change in the education? People say education drive. So what changes are needed in the education system so that our girls, our daughters, our sisters, they feel more safe and they should be equally acknowledged as the male counterparts are? Over to you.
So thank you, Dr. Gurinder, and thanks to Upasana ji, because of whom I am here today. Dr. Gurinder gave a lot of statistics. I'll just add one statistics to that. Like, although the gross enrollment ratio, when we talk about, it is more for women as compared to men by 0.2%. But when you talk of, say, number of women in higher education, it is almost 50-50. When you talk of assistant professors, it is around 48% women and rest are men. When you talk of associate professors, it is around 38% are women, rest are men. Professors, it is 27% women, rest are men. But as you go to vice chancellors or principals, it is only 7% women, rest are men. So where do all these women? And then he was also telling that the toppers in 10th and 12th are mostly women. But when we go to university convocations, all the gold medal gold medal winners or the first position holders are all women. So where do all these gold medalists go when it comes to the position of vice chancellors or principals or higher ups? Where do they go? We even wrote an article on this कि ये gold medalist जाती कहाँ हैं? जब इतने सारे गोल्ड मेडल मिलते हैं, फर्स्ट प्राइज विनर्स होती हैं, और जब पोजीशन होल्डर्स की बात होती है अचानक से गायब, वेयर डू दे गो? So then we thought of it, and then we thought there are three reasons. One is stereotyping. Stereotyping means, like, suppose you close your eyes and think of a doctor. What face comes in front of you, male or female? Mostly male. Think of an engineer, think of a pilot. A male face comes in front of you. But think of a receptionist, think of a telephone operator. What face comes in front of you? A female face. So there's a stereotyping in our minds that men are made for bigger jobs and women are made for smaller jobs. Although that is not true, because even especially in India, if you talk of pilots, India has the maximum number of women pilots. But as soon as we think of a pilot, a male face comes in front of us. So that stereotyping is there, and that stereotyping also emerges because of the attitude. When I was the Vice Chancellor of a women's university in Haryana, a delegation from USA came to us, and there they told us that in a country like US, because it is Indo-US chamber, in a country like US, the women Vice Chancellors earn less than the men Vice Chancellors.
Absolutely.
I was shocked. I said, how is it possible? Because even in a developing country like India, we are giving the same salary to male and female vice chancellors. So how is it possible that in a country like USA, women vice chancellors are getting the less salary? Then she sort of confided that in USA, the salaries are not fixed, they are negotiated over the table. And women tend to negotiate lower. They feel we are not worth that much of job. So that is the problem of attitude, that how to change the attitude of women towards herself. Society towards women is different, but attitude of women towards herself is more important. That how we should start feeling that we are worth something, we can do something, and we are really doing. The only thing is we underestimate ourselves. So it is not the problem of the educational institutions, it is not the problem of the society, it is of the women herself, that she has to give due respect to herself and recognize her worth. And there emerges a third problem, that is of glass ceiling. And when we say glass ceiling, that up to a certain level women can go. But beyond that, if they have to go, they have to break that glass ceiling, which they find it very, very difficult to break. So stereotyping, attitude, and glass ceiling. So these three issues are very, very important. And unless women themselves change the attitude towards themselves, like again in that university when we meet the, say, rural women, what do you do? They say, we do nothing. And what do you mean by you do nothing? We don't do anything because we are just taking care of the household, family, parents, management, but we do nothing. Because they feel that working in an office is doing something, working at home, home management, child development, that is nothing. So that is something which we should recognize and tell other women to recognize, and then only we will be able to sort of come forward and show that yes, we can, but we have to recognize that we can. Thank you.
Absolutely. Give a huge applause to this was Dr. Pankaj Mittal. And I think that she said very, very good statistics that up to a certain level, females are doing well. But then if you look at the top positions, somehow we are not able to see them at that top. But I think the things are changing, and then we have got some change agent who are working very hard in the society. We have got Ms. Rao, who works selflessly for women empowerment. She runs many NGOs, works for the deaf girls, also tries to shape the career of very young girls. We'd like to understand from you that when a girl comes up, one, that she is having a special ability. She is not able to speak. And then secondly, she has a story to tell. How you help these girls, and what is your message to the society that how they should come forward to help them up? We have seen that they will never come up. Only 2 to 3% girls will even complain about it. So how your organization is helping, and then what is your message to all of them, please?
Actually, I wore many hats, one being Indo-American Chamber of Commerce, as a national president, first woman in 55, 56 years. IACC had me. So I always take that hat on me, and I'm very proud that men managed to make sure a woman came up in so many years. And the second hat is I worked for 18 years as a judge in the consumer courts. And I was in 10 years in the National Consumer Disputes Redressal Commission, and gave a lot of landmark judgments to change our systems and make lives of consumers happy. I'm just telling you, you have to have within you a dream and confidence. Not that somebody is going to come and hold your hand and give you confidence. You are born empowered as a girl. It is just that, you know, the family make you feel that you are lesser than the boy. Don't ever allow that to happen to you, because you are actually born more empowered than even a man, which you know as time goes, you live longer with better health than men. So it is just that we give up. We should have the confidence we can do anything, maybe better than a man. Once you have that confidence, you can succeed. Even as on a consumer court, on the National Commission, I'm sitting Supreme Court judge, and all the judges, we are asking questions. I was the only woman on the bench. Lawyers in Delhi would never answer my question. You know, they would just go to another argument. I waited for some time. Then I realized that nobody understands that a woman can be as intelligent as a man. Just because she's a woman, she's just a blonde hair. What is this? They won't even answer. Then I would make sure I respect everybody. Although we are equal on bench, I'm youngest. I'm the only woman. I had to stand up for myself. I said, nobody's going to come and hold my hand here. So then I had to tell the lawyers, said, counsel, before you go to the next question, can you please answer that question I asked you earlier? And then the whole courtroom will say, oh, the lady spoke. So you have to speak for yourself. Nobody is going to help you. Thereafter, I made a name for myself, because then they said, if she's there, she's a thinker, she'll always see a point, because I come from a non-legal background. So you have to stand up for yourself. Every woman, don't say somebody should help us. What we need to do is, as women, mothers, sisters, wives, whatever, you have to change mindset of the men you're dealing with. Women are all put down by men. So you have to change the mindset of men. Men are amazing if only you make them understand who you are, what your capabilities are. You dream, you work hard, and believe me, men will appreciate. But you yourself put yourself down, nothing can help. Now, while doing all this, the other thing which I started working for is helping poor girls who are deaf in this country. Accidentally, Ram Jethmalani sent them to me when I was in the bench here. And then I didn't know what to do. I had no idea about this. But when I saw them, I felt so guilty. I'm helping consumers knowing their rights. Here, these women are poor and deaf, and they have no idea they have even fundamental rights. I said, how can I deny them any help from me? So I said, okay, I joined that foundation as the president, and then they didn't let me go, leave it. So I continued, and I brought 20 states under that. It's All India Foundation of Deaf Women, and we are helping, skilling them, and trying to get them jobs, and then also find how they marry each other, because they're all poor, they can't even find anybody as such, because they don't have that money and wherewith. With it also, we have a Pranay Milan function. We call the boys and girls who are deaf, who are poor, along with parents, give a stage like this, and they do sign language, and the parents will speak on the mic. So 50 girls and 50 boys across with the families see each other and find some support systems and marry and come back normal children. Normal child, they come back after a few years. So their life is set. It is just that you have to have the trust in them, because when they take job, they do better than others because they can't hear. So they do perfect job. You can't go wrong with them. Whether it's computers or instrumentation, anything. It is just that we don't have confidence in them, and their parents have not given them confidence, so they have put them in darkness because they can't afford a poor girl, a poor parents to have a child who is deaf.
Right.
So I'm helping in that area, but I'm just saying wherever you go, there'll always be an obstacle of a man. You should not be afraid of that. Just go beyond that.
Yeah.
Nothing can stop you.
Absolutely.
Since I have
So,
to
Ms. Rao,
go
we'll come
back to Bombay,
Yeah.
I'm not going to hang around for long. Maybe
Right.
I'll just for another 10 minutes.
Okay.
But thank you
Right,
very much
right,
for...
Right. Thank you, Ms. Rao. I think that give a huge applause to her. Very valid point. I think one of the very important points she said is that we need to educate, first of all, the boys in the family, because they should know that how to behave when they grow up, or how to give respect to everyone. But then we have got someone with us who's representing UN, Women India. Give a huge applause to Ms. Kanta Singh, who is with us. And we know that you have done a lot of projects. I was just going through your biodata, and it says that you have done some projects in gender lead and stage project of UNDP. You have studied at Oxford. You have been at Gurukul. You have been at Haryana. So coming from Haryana, occupying such an important position now, as a UN representative, what you do and what you feel that we can do to ensure that our girls, they are getting and they get the share in the society. Over to you.
Thank you, sir, and good afternoon, everyone. Yes, I come from Haryana, and it's been a very interesting journey so far. We are living in very interesting times, actually. For women, this is the most amazing time, and I always keep saying that this is really a great time to be a woman. Where we see women today, we were never there before. So two things there. One definitely is the way we tell the stories. You can tell the stories either way. If we start talking about women entrepreneurs, for example, you talked about numbers. You showed as if it's a women's problem. It's not. If you look at the India figures, there are about 13% women entrepreneurs. So when the baseline is so low, how do you expect women to be CEOs or leading companies? 2% of the VC funding goes to women.
Just keep your mic closer.
Sorry.
Yeah.
2% of VC funding goes to women, because women don't network the way men do in golf courses and bars and public places. Women don't have the liberty or don't have the freedom to do those things. So when we look at women's issues and the data, we should also look at the compelling figures that also show why they are not there because of so and so reasons.
Absolutely.
And Pankaj ma'am and ma'am from Hindu College, you know there are more women in higher education than they ever were. There are more girls in STEM in India than anywhere else in the world. So it's not the effort, because of the effort of women, that they are not there. The environment that they need to flourish is not being provided to them in the right way. Violence, you talked about women and violence. It's a genuine concern, because women are facing violence not only at home, but public spaces, at workplaces, in the cyberspace. We thought that's one space where women have a natural advantage of working in AI and coding and technology. No. Any woman in public life would tell you that it's very difficult to be a woman. A leader like Smriti Irani has to face abuse every day.
Absolutely.
So who do we spare then? So when the barriers are so strong, but I'll go back to the fundamental and structural barriers that women face. Property. 11% of world's land is in name of women. When the level playing field is not provided, a man who owns a rickshaw has more confidence than me who owns $1 million house. Right? Because मेरा तो कुछ है नहीं ना उसमें. मैं किसी के घर में हर रोज बताया जाता है मुझको कि तुम मेरे घर में रह रही हो. राइट? तो वहां से शुरुआत होती है. तो पंकज मैम जो कह रही हैं कि एटीट्यूड, 3 चीजें सब इम्पोर्टेंट है. But the major problem is we don't make the kind of investment in women the way we should. And investment जो वो विद्या बालन कहती है ना कि किन चीज़ों से फिल्में चलती हैं, entertainment. Women भी वैसे ही चलेंगे जैसे men में invest हुआ है पूरे सदियों से. Women have to be invested in terms of their education, in terms of their safety, security, in terms of their property rights, and property rights are there in India, but actually making it happen for them, and also continue to make them leaders. It doesn't happen overnight. You will see many members of parliament, without naming anyone, they have been there in parliament for 5 terms, 6 terms, and don't speak a word. And we are very quick to judge how women perform in one term. So we also have to change our parameters of measuring performance. We also have to look at how much money is actually going into women. The highest budget this year, which is the highest so far in the country, is 8.8% for women.
About 9%.
GRB, right? And we are working with the government, so we know it is the highest number. Now, when we are spending 8% budget for 50% of the population, what do you expect? So Rwanda has 68% women in parliament. India has 14% women in parliament. But we have 1.4 million women at grassroots leaders. And there are 70% women health workers, there are ASHA workers, there are also SSG members. There's not dearth of women leaders. Do we recognize them? We don't. So my point here is that let's invest with the right earnest. Let's invest in women. It is not women who let us down. The society is not ready for women. Women are ready.
Absolutely. I think that very compelling figure, very, very good argument. Give a huge applause to her.
And I also have to close.
Okay, let me just ask a question to her, and then maybe after listening, if you feel that, because she's the last one in the panel, if she wants to. Acha, theek. Okay, fine. Okay, fine, right. I think that we are running a bit late in the event. We will finish in exact 45 minutes, which have been given to us, but I think that both the ladies have to go. Yeah, no problem. Yes, yeah.
I'm sorry to leave.
Yes.
But thank you very much for the panel. Thanks, Mr. Singh. Thanks.
Right.
But one thing, financial literacy is what is to be told to all women. Nobody knows how to invest their own money. It's always men who invest. They should have investment in their own name and the way they want. And they must learn this.
Thank you. I think that the Chamber of Commerce has to give you a memento. You're giving the memento on the stage, I think? Yeah. You want me to give it?
We'd like to request Dr. Upasana Arora to please join us on stage for this picture moment with Rajshri ma'am. Rajshri ma'am, we know you have a flight, but we would like to take this picture moment with you before we can wish you for this wonderful, wonderful moment here. Can we have a photograph, please?
आइए प्लीज एक बार ग्रुप फोटो कर लें.
Let's resume the session for another 7-8 minutes. We have time to learn and get more insights thanks to you.
Yeah. I think Dr. Kanta Singh said very important point, which was ecosystem, that we need to educate boys in our families. We also need to see that the society gives the equal weightage to the females. But behind some of the questions which have come to us, there are stories. And one of the story is of a female who is literate enough. And we know that you are CEO, you are of the Career Width, and then you counsel students. Now, this is the story of a girl who says that I'm educated. She's, by the way, is a law graduate. She did law, is earning well, well educated, well groomed. And she got married, is beaten daily. Right, it's daily. It's a daily affair that she is beaten. Married to a person who never revealed that he was alcoholic. Right? She's going through mental health issues, not able to focus on work. She wants to say so many things. Society will never accept. Parents are saying that no, you compromise, you still be in the family. So what is your message when you counsel the females, or when the cases like this come to you, how they should solve? Should they raise their voice? Should they complain to police? If they complain to police, the houses, their home will be demolished. So they always have a fear that what is going to happen. What is your message that how to solve these complicated issues?
Thank you, Dr. Gurinder. So basically, I think I'm audible, right. So basically, I think what you're saying is, first we need to understand where is it coming from the society, and there's a lot of societal pressure to really open up and talk about it. Throughout history, I think, we have always appreciated or, overemphasized male dominance, aggression, and the energy of masculine energy in leadership is always appreciated. And the female part, the nurturance, empathy, collaboration is always looked, as a supportive structure just for caregiving at home. And we have not, the worth of a woman is attached to how well she can actually nurture a family, caregiving, and she's not really appreciated for being having characteristics of dominance, aggression, or assertiveness for that matter. And hence, even if she's financially independent, she would actually think of 10 more things. What will the society think? Because like, Dr. Kanta said, the society, the economic structure, the societal structure is still not there for women to really speak up. For such a woman, the first thing is actually find someone, have a support structure outside of that immediate family where she can come, talk, actually even take therapy for that matter, and speak up. At least there should be one person she should be able to confide in and actually share what is going on. Once they do that, there's a lot of relief inside. The pain they're going through, they are able to share, and they're able to get advice on, okay, this is right, this is wrong, and this is not acceptable. And then they need to actually speak up. Definitely bringing, if there is physical abuse, bringing it to the notice of police or actually really reporting it is important. But actually counseling them that, first accepting them. If the women can't raise their voice, like, earlier they said, they will never be able to speak up for themselves. They will always be silent. So I think we have to create a space for ourselves. If we don't, then we'll always, suffer in silence, I would say.
Thank you. I think very valid point. There are a number of questions, but we want to conclude. So I'm just giving some inputs and would like to have your responses towards those inputs. One of the observation is that why do, I have questions, and 30% of the females are asking, why do we as women always have to sacrifice our career more often for family responsibilities? So this is one. And second is from the doctors. They're saying that childhood abuse impacts the women's future opportunities, and it has. So we would like to understand from you and from you as academics that how can we reduce it, and also one of the conclusions from the questions is that normally, and she also said that normally you will find that females are paid lesser. So not even in America, but even in Bollywood, you will find that heroes are paid always more than heroines. So how you can reduce that pay gap? So these are the three basic observations: child abuse, difference in the pay gap, and how education and how society as such, that if we empower them, this can reduce the inequality in the society and can make our world much better place to live. Over to all of you.
I can just give you what comes in my mind is, of course, that this gap is what we are all trying to fill in, and the contribution of women and men together is what is required. There have been historical disparities, and as the position that we are in, conscious efforts should be made to, in some or the other way, we should try to, I can give you an example that my college is about 126-year-old. We celebrated the COSPI centennial year last year. And from the time that it was made, first day was 1899. From then on, it had a boys' hostel. It had only 13 students, 1 girl, 6 teachers, but that time also it had a hostel for boys. till 115 years of its existence, never did anybody think about a girls' hostel. And the kind of losses, the kind of deprivation that it entailed was only being thought of or whatever, but nobody worked on it. And huge opportunities, the kind of networks, Madam had spoken, I'm forgetting her name, she talked about networks, she talked about, the deep links that you can have, and you can sort of work on around that and carry it on for years together for your lifetime career, this, that. That and all was missing amongst the girls. Mostly only Delhiites used to be here. And so, I can just say that I thought that this disparity has to be brought to an end. And we took the task of having a girls' hostel. In 1.5 years, we were there to have the inauguration done. And it is extreme, deep satisfaction that when I see students, girl students coming from all across, finding a second home here in the literal sense, and seeing them bloom and prosper, and then they are going to use this. So what I'm trying to say is that opportunities which have been missed need to be now, with all of us now at good positions, and the number can be increased only by our own selves. The second thing that I feel is visible representation. Things that which are happening, this are being confined to the month of March, as the chief guest spoke. And these representations, achievements, celebrations, these should be done much more often, because this is definitely a huge encouragement for all those who are striving for greatness. Many other things, but I think there's less time.
Yeah. Dr. Mithil, you do answer, but you also give your inspirational story, that because you are also amongst the 1% of the females who have reached at the top. So maybe that it can be a message to boys and girls who are sitting here, and many of them, they are very young, that how a girl can, if she is determined, can reach at the top, even if the ecosystem is not supporting.
Can I button?
Yeah.
Jam is also from Hindu College.
Yeah, of course, I know.
So what I also wanted to share was the organization in which I am working, Association of Indian Universities. Great organization, 100 years old. So this year we are celebrating 100 years, and I am the second Women's Secretary General. So in 100 years they could not find a woman, the second Women Secretary General. So this is the way the society is taking up the leadership positions. But to answer your questions, rather than my story, I'll share a story which again happened in US. It says there was a license was to be made, so there was a queue in front of that officer who was taking the applications for license. So first lady came and she says, what is your profession? She says, I'm a housewife. She did not take much interest, just took her application and kept it aside. Second lady came, she was also a housewife. She says, what is your profession? She says, I'm a researcher. She says, okay, you are a researcher. What are you researching on? She says, I'm researching on home management and family development. She says, very good. And do you have any projects? She had 2 children. So she said, yes, I have 2 projects with me, and 1 research assistant, her husband. And she says, is your research part-time or full-time? She says, my research is overtime. So,
very good.
So when she heard this, she took so much of pride in her, and then she herself went to see her off at the door. So the way you treat yourself, the way you feel that what type of work you are doing, that is very, very important. Of course, all the homemakers are researchers, but do we construe ourselves as researchers? Do we construe ourselves as doing something big? That is very, very important. So an appeal to all the women present here, even to men present here, is don't underestimate women, and women should not underestimate themselves. They have a lot of potential. If I can reach till that level, anybody can reach. I don't have any special abilities to reach there. The only thing is that I have the will to do it, and I know I can do it, and I will display to the world that yes, I can do it, and I have done it. So anybody can do it, just have the courage. You can, just do it.
Absolutely. Courage, you can, you will, and you have.
I just wanted to share that,
Yeah.
like Madam, I am also the second woman principal of Hindu College in 126 years of the history of Hindu College.
Who has also started now girls' hostel. Yeah, good, great. I hope Stephens will take motivation. Yeah.
Yes, so I would like to add over here 2 things if you're talking about the ecosystem. One is that integrating psychological and career counseling both at a school level and college level is very, very important now. Because a lot of times, even if there are 40% of women taking up STEM courses or actually being in the top tier of the academics, it will not translate into jobs or leadership if there's not complete counseling and mentorship that, yes, breaking stereotypes, telling them that, you know, it is okay to have such roles, and I feel that is where we should work on. The NEP has now mandated career counseling in schools, and like ma'am is sharing that even colleges is having, you know, proper counselor. So I feel that even industries should actually have a reverse mentorship process where they can actually mentor college students and even high school students so that, you know, they are not afraid of coming back to industry and think that there is a supportive system out there. Even if they're taking a break because of motherhood or any other reasons, there should be a proper, you know, system to get back to the workforce and even a mentorship program in place.
Absolutely. I think that we will conclude here with a story. I know two girls who have done exceptionally well. Both of them, they are working with Goldman Sachs. They went to US, and it's an amazing story that how you can empower a female and then she can become a very successful in the times to come. There was a girl who was a daughter of a gardener, Mali ki beti thi. And then there was a girl who was a daughter of a very affluent person who was doing exceptionally well in the society. Both the girls, they felt that they are deprived because the parents, they were giving more focus to the males in the family. So the girl who was from a affluent family asked her father, if I ask you that you will give me a chance to study abroad, will you send me? And the father said, well, I need to look at it. And she said, if you will not, then I will make my own way. Right? And the father thought that in any case he has to go. So the ecosystem was created in the family. The mother was convinced that if she goes, then she will be doing great. She went, she did her computer engineering, and then she went to US, did her MBA, and she was selected in Goldman Sachs. The other girl, who was a daughter of a gardener, was having hardly any background, was having no support. But since she was in the same family, she thought that there has to be a courage. So she created ecosystem. So she went to the person who was owning the home, that, sir, your daughter is doing well. Will you be able to also help me a bit? And he said, yes, of course, I will do. And he created some funds. He got not that bright marks, but then she was able to go to another country. Both of them, they later on, they went to a same university. They went to Columbia, and they did their masters. Both of them, they were selected in Goldman Sachs. Today, the daughter of a gardener earns $230,000, and the daughter of the affluent person gets $220,000 US. So that's an amazing story, and I think that is what I think that all of us said. You need to create an ecosystem. You need to go home and see that how many of us, we have actually been able to support our daughters. How many of us, we have done a crime by suppressing the emotions of someone. If we have done that, we need to create that ecosystem. It's a fire, whether it's here or it's on that side. That fire has to be there. I will end here with the one the couplet which says, "Tere seene mein nahi, to mere seene mein sahi. Mere seene mein nahi, to tere seene mein sahi. Aag kahin bhi ho, aag lagni hi chahiye. Hangama khada karna, मेरा मकसद है नहीं, मेरी कोशिश है कि सूरत बदलनी चाहिए. It was a pleasure speaking to you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much for that very, very inspiring story, Dr. Singh, and for those wonderful words. And like you very rightly mentioned, we need to create the right kind of ecosystem. I proudly today say that my father gave me the courage to go out and do what I like to. And I think it is cheers to supportive fathers, cheers to supportive brothers, husbands, all out there. So it's about supporting women in and around. So may I request all of you to please put your hands together for the inspiring women on this stage and Dr. Singh for really taking this conversation and believing in that. So thank you for that. To thank you all, may I please welcome a lady who encourages more and more women to come out there and do what it is that they're so passionate about. Please put your hands together as I welcome Dr. Upasana Arora, and I think she has some batteries in her because she's always so full of energy. A round of applause, non-stop packed calendar, and still she's here with us. So let's hear it for her as well, as we'd like to thank Professor Anju Srivastava for joining us today as our keynote speaker. Wonderful having you here, ma'am. Here is to brighter futures with young students that you today are changing lives of. Let's hear a round of applause as we thank her. May I now thank Ms. Manvi Bansal. Let's hear a round of applause, please. My wonderful audience, please do show some love. We are humbled to have Dr. Pankaj Mittal with us today. Thank you so much, Dr. Mittal, for joining us here, for sharing your thoughts, for the wonderful insights. It's indeed a pleasure, and also for creating that light moment for our audience. And may we thank our moderator. A round of applause for the session chair, Professor Dr. Gurinder Singh. It's been such a pleasure having you here. May we also present each of you with a gift hamper from TD Foods and a group picture as a memory. I would like to share with my wonderful audience members that very soon we will be introducing to you our next sessions on travel and tourism, hospitality. We also have a very, very interesting session on women in law. We'll also be talking about skill development, how today reskilling is a route in picture. I'd like to welcome all of you for a networking lunch of about 40 minutes. We meet again at 2:40 p.m. in this very hall. Enjoy lunch and conversation. Thank you for joining us. And as we get set to welcome them here on stage, to chair the session, we have Mr. Harvinder Singh, Director, India and Middle East, United Airlines. May I request all of you to please put your hands together for our esteemed speakers. We are humbled to have amongst us Ms. Ragini Chopra, Executive Vice President, Corporate Affairs, Interglobe Enterprises. I'd also like for all of you to please put your hands together for Ms. Jyoti Mayal, Chairperson, Tourism and Hospitality Skill Council, Ms. Tekla Myra, Professional in Luxury Hospitality, Ms. Preeti Makija, Hotel Manager at the Leela Palace, New Delhi. You are just really making this such a spectacular moment by enjoying the hospitality by the Leela Palace right here. So a round of applause for her. All that amazing food and the warm hospitality. Show some love. As I request all of you to please put your hands together for our wonderful, wonderful speakers right here. We now present to you the next 45 minutes of a very, very engaging session. And we are hoping that after these 45 minutes, we can have all of you from the industry join in for your thoughts, questions. Of course, we'll have more and more of our guests pouring in from the pre-function area. Some of them are still here. So let us kickstart on an absolutely fantastic way right here. All yours, Mr. Singh.
Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, thank you for the opportunity. You've provided me, IACC, to be able to, be part of this panel in the company of such esteemed speakers and accomplished women. I'm not going to say much. I'm going to, of course, trigger off the conversation with a couple of words because I think most of the wisdom has to come from these people. They are the accomplished women in the industry, and I think wisdom has to come from this side. But I will say a couple of things. Being in the industry for the last 23 years or so, I think women are at the core of our industry. Whether it comes to customer-facing roles, whether it is leading with empathy, there's a lot of examples of women who are leading in the industry and providing a lot of leadership. But I also feel there is still a lot of untapped potential that we need to look at. And that untapped potential means that we need to make sure that we need to go beyond these roles and engage the women leadership in terms of decision making, creating strategies, and those kind of important roles. So I think that is the idea, and that's exactly why we are here, and that's the panel all about. So I'm going to switch the discussion and try to get some wisdom out of these leading ladies here. You all know them very well. And the idea is to basically to see how can we create real pathways for growth and, look at the talent based on success and nothing else. So I think we need to figure out how women can play that important role and lead with change. So I'm just going to start with a couple of questions. In fact, one question first I would like to start, and this question is more to do with workplace equality and inclusion. And I would say the best person to start here with is Ragini. Ragini, I would like to ask you, what policies or initiatives can companies implement to ensure equal career growth for women?
So I'm speaking here for Interglobe and, of course, our airline, Indigo. I think all of you know that the percentage of women is one of the strongest that we have as an airline. We have the highest number of women pilots in the world now today, so that's a big achievement. But I mean, for us, having equity in the workplace, having diversity, it's actually a business priority. It's not just something responsible to do. It's a business imperative. So right from the hiring aspect, so even when we look at hiring, we want to keep a very focused approach on getting women into the workplace, even in leadership roles. In our leadership team, we are 2 women and there are about 7 men. So it's a fairly good ratio. And when we look down the line in leadership roles across departments, we have some very strong women in different aspects of the thing. So from the point of hiring, from the point of encouraging women in the workplace with policies that are very inclusive, keeping in mind their challenges and their, let's say, compulsions. So, you know, whether it is maternity leave, paternity leave, when they join back, they can take leave and come back, and how we help them re-establish into the workplace. This is an absolute priority. Buying from women vendors is a priority. So we look at every aspect, creating focus groups within, which are, let's say, doing mentoring, senior leadership mentoring younger women into the thing, giving them stories and examples, and this happens all the time. Creating, let's say, sensitivity in various modules that all are compulsorily have to go through, all employees. And those basically sensitize them to how to create an inclusive, equitable workspace. So in short, that's a very big business priority for us.
That's great, and thank you for that. I think what you said is very, very relevant in terms of sensitizing people around in the company, creating that atmosphere that understands the requirement, and then be more inclusive on that. Maybe coming to you, Preeti, would you have anything different to add here? Because you also work for a great organization here, Leela. Anything that you're doing differently or maybe similar?
So first of all, thank you, for making me a part of this session. And I'm sitting with some great esteemed women leaders here, and welcome you all to the Leela Palace, New Delhi. So coming to your question, I think Ms. Chopra rightly mentioned that, having the team and the employees focus upon gender sensitivity is very important, and creating roles, shifting away from traditional gender role to a more larger leadership roles is something that we need to focus upon. And we are, in my company, in the Leela Group of Hotels, we are moving towards that in a higher percentage. We have a big group of women leaders in our corporate leadership team. We are getting into more female general managers. So there is a paradigm shift there, and creating that sense of belongingness for the women leaders is very important. And also, the fact that how welcoming the organization is when a woman gets married, how do you welcome them in the team? How do you ensure that, there's a flexibility for them? Especially when I'm a mother of an 8-year-old. So to be able to keep a balance between my personal life and professional life, being in the hardcore operation roles, how do my workplace support me there is very important. And I think Leela as a brand has really gone above my working hours to be able to give me that flexibility so that I can perform here with no distraction, and ensuring that I'm able to attend to all the parents-teacher meeting for my son. I'm able to do I have not missed a single parents-teacher meeting for my son. And I have been given this flexibility, and that's something that we have been doing it for all my female team members in the hotel. We also have a creche in the hotel, so all the new mothers, we have a lot of new mothers in system. All the managerial roles. All of them, most of them are getting their kids in the initial 6-7 months, before they're able to detach themselves from the kid, like during the day. So all of these things have been a great initiatives. I think these are the ways to be able to include women in the larger leadership roles. And this is something that Leela has been doing it extensively, and I'm incredibly grateful for that, really. Thank you.
Thank you. I think coming back to the fundamentals in terms of understanding the needs and requirements, I think that really comes out from both from Preeti and Ragini in terms of what is required in the corporate culture to be more inclusive and be more understanding. Tekla, I would just like to ask you, what do you think there have been any key challenges that you can talk about that women have been facing in this industry so far, and how do you think that's probably changing in the future or in the current scenario?
Well, when I look back at my career when I started very many years ago, 40 years and plus, of course things have changed tremendously, but still there are challenges. I mean, you look at the hospitality industry, I think it's important right at the recruitment level, right at the grassroots level, that we educate people and train them and induct them into what hospitality and tourism is all about. I mean, if you look at hotels, I think it's very important when people are coming from diverse backgrounds, from different cultural backgrounds, where they come with, I won't say a stigma, but a kind of a disclaimer from their family to say, you're going into hospitality, you're going into hotels, you have to do night shifts, you have to be there at outside office hours. We're not sure whether, we should allow you to do that. Of course, this was many years ago, and I think it still exists in our cultures because of our cultural sensitivity. So I think the most important thing is also to tell them how to deal with such situations. There will be situations where you have guests from all walks of life, with all kinds of mindsets, all kinds of thinking, how to deal with it. If they come across firmly and they know how to deal with it, they do not get intimidated at that stage, I think that's really paving the way for success. The other thing that I really want to mention, and I go back to my own time, the time when a woman is really building her career and is at the helm of when she is going to be at the top, or she's making sure that she reaches a final leadership position, is also the time that she's trying to build her family. She's probably just got married, she's trying to prove to the world that she's a great wife, and she's going to be, I mean, like Preeti said, it's a big priority for her, as we can see, that she wants to make sure that she's there for every parent-teacher meeting. So how is it that we are facilitating that? And I think organizations today are very cognizant of it. If a hotel today says that they have a creche available where, kids can come, I think that's a great achievement. So I think we need to support that. And of course, what Ragini said in terms of mentorship, I think it's very, very important that when we have women in the workforce, we also align her with a mentor, somebody who she can look up to, who will be able to help her, who's been there, done that, and is able to say, if you're in this situation, don't get intimidated, come to me, or you have a support group where you're able to bear your mind and be able to speak and ask questions that maybe you can't go and ask your boss, or whether the boss is whatever gender it is. But that support group and that support system, I think, is probably the most important, and I think that's really going to pave the way for success.
Great, thank you. Just a quick follow-up question. I think the first part of your response, you did talk about more of a perception of the industry. So if a girl gets up and says that I want to get into the hotel industry or similar, parents would ask why. And probably the concern was to do with the safety or late working hours or stuff like that. Do you think that is changing in terms of the perception today?
Definitely it is changing, but it hasn't gone away. Hotels still, maybe because people don't understand what happens behind the scenes. I mean, I'll tell you, it's a little bit of an anecdote from my perspective. When I started to work and I was in sales and marketing, and I said to I was talking at home and talking to my parents and saying, I'm talking to my mother and saying, today I'll be late because I have entertainment, okay? And then one time I said, I have to go on calls today. So this kind of thing, my mother looked at me and says, what is the meaning of entertainment? So, these were things that in earlier times, people didn't realize. But of course, things now have changed. There's more exposure. More people are going to hotels. When we were younger, my parents wouldn't visit hotels regularly. But of course, all that is changing. So things have changed. Safety and security still is an issue. And I think that is something that we as our organizations have to make sure and reassure the families that, where they're coming into and understand their cultural nuances. Maybe, we need to reassure them and say that, no, don't worry. We've got transport laid out for your daughter or your sister. So when she comes back in a taxi at night, she's coming back with somebody secure. So that's the most important thing. Of course, there will always be a little bit of apprehension, but I think we're overcoming it and we're getting there.
Great. So I think education and awareness is required from both sides, not just the organization, but also the families, for them to really understand that it's not just a job, which used to be like 20, 25 years back. It is a career. It is important, and I think they need to understand how it goes. So a reassurance of some sort, I think it's important as well, right?
Yeah, and if I just may add one more thing. I mean, earlier all this was more relevant in the big cities, in the metros. Today we've got hotels and, boutique hotels. We've got Havelis converted into hotels in tier 2, tier 3 and tier 4 cities where there's a lot of activity and a lot of things happening. So I think that's where the education has to come, because a lot of people come from cultural backgrounds which are not exposed. They don't understand it. And we're trying to include those cultures, those local people, the local artisans into it. So that's where the education is also very, very important.
If I may just add to
Please,
that,
please.
I think the fact that today we have hotels in the smaller places and in smaller towns, and there are lots of entrepreneurs, let's say, who have set up hotels, it's actually helping that education of working in hospitality. The challenges for women still come when, what Tekla said, when they're trying to balance both a family life and a career. And there, I think it depends a lot on the women themselves. Are you setting any limitations to your own responsibilities or timings, let's say, or are you setting limitations for yourself in terms of your ambition and say, fine, I'm okay to take a break now, but I will come back. And is the organization supportive enough to take them back and encourage them? Like Preeti was giving examples of it. So it's either at the workplace or when you come back, so that the continuity happens. So there are challenges still of that. I think that for a woman is a juggling role which she has to play.
No, thank you for that. And please, pitch in wherever you'd like to give your views. It's not just one question to point it to one person. So it'll be good to get some diverse views on that. Coming to Jyotiji, I know you wear different hats as an entrepreneur. So I think this question will be very relevant for you. How are women driving innovation in tourism and hospitality? And if you can just share some success stories maybe out of your experience, that'll be great.
Thank you, Arinda.
Her own.
That's the reason asking.
Thank you, Arinda. Yes, it's wonderful to be here. And thank you, team, for IACC, all of them here. Thank you for getting us all here and sharing our views. But something I want to come back to when we talk about travel and tourism. I think we talk about everything relating to tourism boils down to hospitality firstly. And I don't think that's a true picture of travel, tourism, and hospitality. I think it's a huge value chain of different services which come and build this industry. It's not only hospitality. So we as women, and I think we are facing challenges every day, and I can talk about all the women sitting here. We have challenges because we are always supposed to be multi-skilling. We are multitasking. We are also supposed to be, handling our homes, our babies, our husbands. And so I think this goes on with life. It's not only about any particular industry. It's all about a service industry where you are on the service front. A man also has to service his customer, and so does the woman have to. It's just the perspective, the basic structure and the perspective that needs to be changed. And that is what we should be educating more on than to be celebrating these Women's Day. Because I think we women sitting here are all the ones who have, in our own ways of life, achieved whatever we dreamt of. We've broken the glass ceilings, we've moved over, we've moved forward. But how do we actually structure this entire industries that we need to see more going forward? It's not only about, I get a job in the hotels and I have late nights. A lot of nurses have late nights, doctors have late nights, there are late nights in manufacturing, there are late nights everywhere. It's the way we want to be seen. And how do we want to be seen as something that we should be portraying firstly. We need to call spade a spade, we need to put our foot down where we have to. Even when you're walking on the road, you get men who, actually if you walk in the streets of Delhi, so many times I have people wanting to come and just bang into you from the front. It's just a conscious way of handling things that you're to be doing. I think that goes a lot for the industry. Every woman has its challenges, and I think even, I wouldn't only say women, I think even a man has his challenges when it comes to things. There are a lot of places I think a woman could have the door opened up, then getting the first interview at least maybe, and maybe a man doesn't. So I think it's the way we look at the world and we make the world. The more we say it, I think more prominent we are making these the things that we should not be talking about, I think. But going beyond the tier 1 and tier 2 cities where it's become, the girls have become more progressive and they've moved up the right way, is the villages and the tier 2, or not even the tier 2, maybe the tier 3 cities that we need to look into. And, that's where we really need the education to come on to say how parents should be upbringing the children, how they should be upbringing their daughters, how should we make life different. Because I'm sure you as a father must have shared your responsibility with your wife when your son was growing up. And I'm sure you still do. But it's not that every person living in the tier 2 city understands this, because he's got the taboo of saying he's a man. And that's the way we need to change this world to move forward. I mean, you talk about my journey, and I was just speaking in Ragini, and we were on the same panel half an hour before. It's the same thing that when I came into TIE as the president of TIE, I was the second woman. The first woman was somewhere 20 years before me. So I being the second woman, and a lot of them didn't even know there was another woman which had come in after 75 years of the association being. And that also on a travel, tourism and hospitality. If it was a manufacturing association, I would understand there was no woman there. Being in the travel, the largest association of this country, and saying literally the first woman in those 75 years is a lot to say about the changes. But I think these leadership roles need to be brought in, and also for the women to come in front themselves, to share their thoughts. The women somehow lack that confidence, and that's the confidence that we need to give them, that they are allowed to speak the mind. Even if it's wrong or right, they need to speak it out. So what? You think men don't make fool of themselves? They do. Let the women also make a fool of herself, even if she's talking something that doesn't really gel with the entire environment. Why is she so scared of it? So that confidence needs to be given into a woman to actually take her life forward and move forward in the right way. And yes, like I've said this earlier, and I'm going to say this again, when I became the president of TIE, between the 73 elected members, I was the only woman. So that says a lot, but it's not, and for the first time when I walked into a meeting and all 73 around me, I felt, maybe they won't listen to me, because they would gang up together or something like that. But no, I've been the longest serving president for 5 years. I was the president of TIE. I took those 73 men with me everywhere, wined with them, dined with them, joked with them, but still kept your own presence to that effect that they listen to you. So I think that's the way a woman needs to handle, and that needs to be inculcated into every girl of this country. And that is what needs to be brought about by parents, by the men in their lives, by the fathers, the brothers. They need to say that we need to empower the women and the child which is growing in our family. And that's the only way we will be crossing this taboo, so that education filters down right from there to the craft people, to the rickshaw drivers, to the taxi drivers, to the car driver, to the bus drivers. You have women working everywhere today, and they are the eco chain of travel and tourism. So we need to actually structure the ecotourism in the tourism in such a way that each one gets educated in their own birthright.
Thank you. Wonderful. I think you made a lot of great points, but one point that's kind of stuck in my mind, which is very, very relevant, is women should also come out and speak their mind in terms of what they can do. Now, it's a general question. I think all of you can pitch in. Is there anything that we can do as a society, as an industry, to create a platform for, first of all, to spot that talent, and then give that opportunity to women to, and come and talk their mind, saying that I have this talent which is not exposed yet, you have not seen it. If you can give me an opportunity, I can show you how capable I am. And throughout my career, I've seen that there are very rare opportunities where this kind of platform is provided to women, saying that, okay, come and speak your mind, or show something that proves that you can do this. Or, so if there's anything that you want to talk about in an organization or otherwise in the business environment that we can do or create that kind of platform.
So I'll go first. I think organizations have this sort of a platform. I know we do. What happens is that there are also a lot of women group now. Firstly, I think I was here in the beginning of the session today, and they said, and Mr. Basine very nicely said, women don't need to be empowered. That means somebody else is giving them the power. I mean, just feel powerful women yourself. In yourself, you are powerful. So I think that confidence is what Jyoti is talking about, that needs to come from within the women. And I think today in our society it's perhaps penetrating down the line now. I mean, from urban to rural and to, secondary cities and, third tier cities, etc. It's happening. And there are lots of forums now. I'm part of a forum, Ladies Who Lead. Many of you have heard, started by Abha. Lots of very, very enterprising young women who come out and speak their minds about what they're doing. I mean, I sat there absolutely gobsmacked with the young ones that are coming out in different fields. So I think it is happening, the trend is happening. As a constructed platform, I think some of our chambers are doing it, like this one. But yes, I think perhaps in very male-dominated industries, fortunately, travel and tourism is not so male-dominated. Sorry, we are outnumbering you here. But, and you spoke about, innovation and entrepreneurship. Today, the trends are so varied that women can get into so many different aspects of businesses or entrepreneurship or innovation, whether it is, eco or sustainable tourism, or whether it is cultural immersion, or whether it is experiences. We were at another forum, Jyoti and I, and somebody was talking about how she's just creating experiential journeys. So I think there are forums, and I'm really enthused to say that there are many more. Of course, we'd like to see many more men than only women listening to women out here, but I think it's happening.
I think I can't emphasize this point anymore. I would probably urge IACC to use this opportunity and talk to all these women, other women who have achieved so much in their lives, to figure out what kind of platforms are there, what can we do, how can we create awareness, if there's any website, anything that we can create awareness through, so that more women can, come forward and talk about their talent in the industry. Please do.
So, coming to that point, as Ms. Chopra mentioned that, we need such platform, and of course we are developing those programs, which are female leadership development program, where we are encouraging the female leaders to come in forefront and become a part of that leadership program that would, give them a training, give them a, mentorship, and will result in getting them into these stronger leaders. So we are getting into those sort of, forums where we are encouraging them to come forward and participate, and I think this is giving a lot of encouragement to all my female leaders that, okay, there is a program like that exists in the Leela system, which is making, a space for female employees to come into bigger leadership roles and prove themselves. So this is really helping us a lot, and I think in my own system, I think my leadership roles, I have so many of the female managers who exist in system. So I think it's something that we all are living examples of that. That is really helping us a lot.
Arvinder, I'm sorry, I'm going to differ here from everyone. I'm quite used to doing that, I think.
That's what that adds color to the whole thing, right?
So, I believe in these platforms a lot. As a matter, when I became the TIE president, the first thing I saw, because the women leadership was, women were not there participating, because, in our travel agents, it's mostly a pop and mom driven, brick and mortar travel agency, where the husband or the brother and the sister are working together. So the husband or the brother is in the forefront, the daughters and the sisters don't come in front. So they are the ones participating in all meetings, learning all the skills. The women are not brought forward. And I did open women in Thai and tourism, and that's what we started off them immediately, and realized that though I wanted to open that, but that could actually change the whole direction. I feel platforms like this should only be for policies and saying how to do it. It's every woman out there in the world who needs to actually educate and do mentorship to the next woman standing next to her. Because that is where the mentorship is going to make a difference. Sitting on a platform like this is not going to encourage mentorship. Mentorship is something I'm dedicated to 5 girls, I mentor them, and that's done and over with, and I feel I've done my duty and I go aside. That's not what life is all about. Life is about giving back to each and every person who comes within your talking distance, where you can mentor someone even sitting on a road, or making a craft, someone who's making in the hawker street. I'm skilling street vendors. I would love to do the women, because at least they can have a 9-to-5 job, go back home, and then be the family woman to run the families. But they are the ones who need to come out and be empowered or powered, whatever the word we use, because these are all words that we are using. But when it comes down to the actual hand-holding them and skilling them, which I do, because being the chairperson of skilling, somehow my thought process does go to the women. But the young girls, who've got a dream, they're daring to dream. So can we make their dreams be delivered? It's something that we need to look into. And they're not going to be a part of your corporate culture or your platforms to come and get that mentorship. That mentorship will come from her sitting there, she's sitting there. When I'm crossing a woman on the street, how do I empower her? So that's something that needs to be seen. And I'm going to say this one thing very loudly. We are more women here than the men, but I'm still going to say this. A man still doesn't think sometimes that a woman is a competition. A woman to a woman thinks she's a competition to me. And that I have seen a lot in my life, a long term of my life spent in this industry. I am jealous of her clothes because I think I'm not looking nice. You can't be jealous of me because you're wearing a suit anyway. So you can't be jealous of what I'm wearing or what I'm not wearing and what I'm carrying and what I'm not carrying. I think these are the small things that need to be looked into, and it's very easy to say these things, but to do it in practical life, to empower the other woman, appreciate the other woman, give her the confidence, could be you, could be me. Even I need that confidence and time. My life is also a learning. I walk in somewhere and I see Ragini looking very nice and talking very proudly, and I feel, oh wow, even Ragini can do it, even I can do it. So life is a learning.
And I'm jealous of you.
So I think these are the things that we need to filter down to the young ones sitting here. Because it's not all about coming into leadership roles. It's not about being, in the corporate world. It's about being a good human being to encourage the women in your country, in your lives, to be empowered ones.
Jyoti's making some really heavy-duty statements, huh? Well, I just want to touch upon two things. One is, it's something that crosses my mind every time, and when a young lady goes for an interview, if she's just got married and she goes to an interview for a job, invariably the question that is asked of her is, okay, you've just got married, are you planning to have a family? Why does she have to answer that question? Why? Because she's being judged. We know for a fact that if she says, yes, this is my plan, and 6 months to a year I'm going to have a family, rest assured, that job's not going to be hers. So
I want to answer that, and there are organizations, and I'm very proud that I'm part of one, that makes sure that this is not part of the interviewing process, including saying, oh, you've just got married, can you travel, and things like that. Yeah. So are you planning That's not part. In fact, funnily enough, our HR department has one man and rest of them are all women. So I think that helps. But generally, they're trained not to ask this thing. So it helps if organizations do that.
I think that's really, really so important because, that really shatters your confidence right away. So that's something that...
But you're right, it used to happen.
It used to happen, and if it doesn't happen now, that's really great.
No, there are still some big companies. Of course, it doesn't happen in our organization as well, because we are in fact given more opportunities that, okay, fine, you come back, have a baby, 6 months now, let's just get you some bigger role for you planned. So they are more encouraged to come back and get into bigger roles. It's entirely different for us. But I know as a matter of fact, there are bigger companies that exist who kind of, after a mother joins after 6 months, they would be put into a smaller role without a notice given to them, and that still exists. That is something that needs to definitely change. There is no way that you can judge a woman by now she's a mother, she'll not be able to focus upon work. No, she's become stronger, she's become smarter, she's got more things to handle. So look at the multitasking she's going to get into, and look at the output she's going to get for you. So that is something that we need to focus upon, and we need to give more power to those women rather than underestimating them and putting it into a backseat.
Yeah, that's true, but I just have to say that's great for big organizations. But what is happening with the smaller organizations? Like Jyoti said, most of our travel companies in India are mom and pop shows, they're small outfits. When they think of hiring somebody who, okay, if she's going to have a baby, that means they're going to have to fund her for 6 months. Because she's got to going on maternity leave, they've got to pay her those 6 months, and they don't know what's going to happen. So how are we going to educate those people? How are we going to change their mindset? Maybe, now of course things like work from home have come into existence. This wasn't the case. Even just before COVID in India, it was unheard of. I mean, if any of us said we'll work from home, it was a no-no. Today, when people come for an interview, they ask, is it work from home or is it hybrid or whatever? But I think it's very, very important to be able to educate these small travel companies on how to handle it, because big organizations probably lead the way, and I think we have a role to play in this. So that was one thing. And the second thing that I really wanted to talk about is back of the house in hotels especially, housekeeping, laundry, some of the ancillary services. You know, housekeeping is a very focal point, and I don't think they are given the opportunity to come forth into leadership roles. I don't know. Preeti, maybe you can answer that and say how is that happening?
I beg to differ on that point also, because, you know, the roles like handling the rooms division, we are getting people from housekeeping only to move into that role, to be able to handle the entire rooms division, where they take care of the housekeeping, take care of the rooms inventory, take care of the spa, wellness, everything comes into that. And then with that, they move towards the role of a hotel manager, general manager. And that was, I was not a housekeeping background, I was a food and beverage background, but yes, that happened in my case also. But things are changing now, you know, it's gone are the days when the housekeeper only remains a housekeeper.
Yeah,
you know, they are
I would support that. One of the presidents of, let's say, the Trident Hotels has been a woman who came up only as a housekeeping trainee, worked in housekeeping, and then moved into operations. And there are many such cases. So I'm really glad to see that that's happening.
But again, I think we really have to pave the way for the smaller companies to do this and follow these practices.
And I agree with you. I think it's all about culture. I also completely agree with what Ragini said earlier. Even in United Airlines, it's not just creating a culture as leaders, people leaders. We have to go through our training every year that reinforces the fact that what you need to ask in the interview and what you can't ask.
Yeah.
And it's just to remind us, every year we have to go through this training. And this question I've seen for the last 13 years, every year. We don't miss that at all. So I totally agree with what you're saying. And maybe trickling down this culture to the...
You have to go through that training and tick that box that you did actually do that training.
Absolutely. Great. I think the very relevant follow-up question would be, nowadays there's a lot of conversation about the well-being. And I think most of the people, all of us, usually talk about well-being in terms of physical, mental and emotional health. But I think when it comes to the women leaders, it goes beyond your own health. It goes in terms of well-being of the family, well-being of the people around you. Because end of the day, for whatever reason, and I'm not a believer in that, women are held responsible to take care of the family. And while you're working, especially as a leader, with a very responsible role, sometimes it becomes very difficult to balance the act in terms of looking after your own health, managing people around you in the family, and then also be able to do well in the organization and your work. So, any of you would like to start in terms of your views? How do you think that can change, or where do you think that is today on the well-being side?
I think for me, I'm just speaking for myself. I think those were priorities that I set for myself very early in life. For me, being happy and content meant not only at work, but at home. So I was fine if I wasn't going to become the president of the organization, as long as I could be happy in the role that I played in an organization and did my best there. But you're right, to me, equally important was my family, and I had to do that balance. And I'm very happy that I did that balance. And I think many women choose to do that themselves. And you set your priorities. I do want to do my physical exercise. I do want to have my friends in the industry and outside the industry and catch up with them once in a while. I do want to travel and do all the things that I want to do. And I'm not going to pursue that, shattering that upper glass ceiling because I want to be there. So that was my priority.
Yeah. Please.
So I think we've always drawn a line. I think we women are good at that also, actually, if you ask me. We are good at balancing act because I think that's the way we are, So we drew our lines. I'm talking about my personal experience. I was very young when I joined my husband in his business. And of course, you know it all, that we were one of the leading consolidators at that time. So there was a lot of pressure of work. And then suddenly my husband came into TAI as the president of TAI in 2004. So that was the time when the business was at peak, the family was still, the children were still small. So I was working, but I took a back seat for myself, and I let my husband take the lead and be the president of TIE, and he was there for quite a couple of years. And then when it came for my time and the children were grown up, I moved forward and I could then take the lead. So I think we women are good at this. We know what the balancing act is. Because I think emotionally also we are different, slightly different. Men, I won't say you, but men usually think from their mind, which is right, why not? We use our heart too. So I think that's the way we progress and we go forward.
I think the most important thing is to know when to say no. And that's where probably the emotional part comes in. Much as you're tempted to keep going and saying, no, I do this because otherwise I'll be judged, otherwise, I won't get ahead in the race. But today, of course, everybody's talking about work-life balance, and I think today's generation is very cognizant of it, and they understand it, and they are implementing it. So really good. Kudos to them that they're being able to do it. Definitely, there has to be this work-life balance. There has to be time. There has to be me time also. Time to be with friends, but also me time to be on your own, to be able to travel on your own. It's so heartening today to see the number of women tours that are existing. And, and it's not as though it's only single women who are wanting to go on that. Sometimes you just want to get away and you want to be on your own. You want to be with people who maybe you don't know, who you want to make friends with. So that's all part of the inner and outside happiness that really is playing a very big role for us. The other thing is empowerment, empowering our teams to take decisions so that you don't have to be there always to say yes, no, you can do it, you can't do it. That's what delegation is all about. I think we were taught this very early in our careers as well. I had some great bosses. I had some great people to look up to, including Ragini, who, taught us things, and we knew what to say, what was the right thing to say, and that was all part of training. So yes, I think that really adds to the work-life balance, and to make sure that, yes, we're not only working all the time, but we're bringing in inner happiness to ourselves and to our families and to people around us.
So, with no offense to any men sitting here, women are really great with multitasking, and there are, I think, the way they juggle between the families and the work, and having the social life, they're best at that. But that doesn't mean that women, you build up pressure on yourself that, I want to be perfect as a wife, I want to be perfect as a worker, I want to be perfect as a mother. That pressure needs to go away. You will fail, you will want to take a pause, you will want to take a breather. Please do that. Please don't shy away from saying that, I need a break. So my boss is standing there, Anupam Das Gupta. He gives me that time. He ensures that he gives me a break. I'll tell him that, I need a leave. I need to go on a 4-day break. I leave my husband. I'll tell him that, I'm going away with my friend. You take care of my child. I'll tell him and I'll go on a break. And I do that every year. I do this 4-5 day of break for myself. And that energizes me. That gives me, such joy and such motivation that I'm back to work with recharged batteries. So that is very important. And I think as a women, we need to take a charge of that. We need to say that, I need this and I'm going to do that. Okay, so that has to come up with every woman. Small things, small, you need to do something small for yourself. Doesn't have to be a big trip, you do something small with your best friend, go out on a drink session, do a cocktail with them, do a girl party with them. Whatever makes you happy, do a spa session for yourself, indulge in a 90-minute spa massage. These are the small indulgence that you need to do, and don't shy away from doing that. That will bring an inner joy in yourself. That is very important.
I think we've got such a wonderful panel here. We can probably go on and on. I think get some other words of wisdom, but I'm just getting a red signal here that our time's up. I just want to conclude in terms of what we have discussed today. Is that I think it's not job of one person or one gender to create awareness. I think it's the job of companies, it's the job of people around us. Again, what Jyotiji said, people who are actually very close to you, talking distance to you, we are all responsible for creating this awareness as husbands, as fathers, as people in the family, as people in the organization. It's our job to make sure that we're all sensitized to it, and I'm very happy that our company does that, and I'm sure a lot of other companies do that. But also in the lower, smaller companies and other areas, we should be able to create this awareness. So I'm sure that all of you there in the audience would have definitely picked up some good cherries from this conversation and some good takeaways. Again, my sincere thanks to everybody here, all of you, to be a part of this panel and sharing your wonderful thoughts.
And thank you to our moderator. I think he's been very patient with us.
Absolutely. I can say that for the moderator, he balances his life very well, knowing his family well.
How very kind of you for sharing that thought. And I know that, this was a session after lunch. It's not easy to host a session like this. And you kept all our audience members engaged. A lot of my audience members are almost raising their hands because they'd like to ask you questions. With your permission, while I know the time is up, if we can keep the question very, very brief, and the same goes for the answer, we'll have a quick round of one question. So audience members, feel free to take this one. One question, anyone in the audience who'd like to ask this? One final question. Well, in that case, okay, can we have a microphone for the gentleman here, please? And as we pass him a mic, I'd like to share with you that it is such a pleasure to have noted voices and leaders from the industry here with us, each sharing their thoughts, their inputs. And I think the fact that you're inspiring so many other women in your organizations, in the industry, calls for yet another round of applause for each of you. So thank you so very much. Can we have a microphone right here? And let's listen in.
Hi, good afternoon. A few of you know me. I do represent some principal companies. It's not really a question, but there's a comment that I would like to address. Bob Dylan said, times they are a-changing. 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, things were different. Today, just to put things in perspective, 80% of chefs in hotels are males. 100% of chefs at home are females. Why don't we ask the same questions of males? That listen, if you start a family, how do you plan to take care of your kids and all? I'm not finished yet. Relax. The assumption that a woman should kind of take care of kids and lead the whole thing, men should also be kind of asked these questions. That is, how do you plan when you start a family? How do you plan to support? I know a lot of men who are breadwinners, but I know a lot of men who are taking care of the family. The women are breadwinners. I work for a company called Viva Cruises. The CEO of Viva Cruises is a lady. And she takes care of tapestries and all the pillow covers and all the decor. I can never assume to take that position from an aesthetic point of view. So let's not assume that, let's start. Again, every year Webster announces that let's remove some words from our dictionary and let's add some words. Why don't we remove the word called weaker sex? Why is it the weaker sex? I'm on the only women, very few men, don't lynch me. But we are the weaker sex, for all you know. Why don't we start that perception change that women should be the ones who should be doing the cooking and the cleaning and the kids and everything? Why can't the men be doing that?
I think with that thought, you've got a lot of fan following in the ballroom for now. A round of applause. And if we have more men who think like you, I'm sure that change is coming our way much sooner.
But I was going to say that he is just...
One of the reasons I'm still single.
I was just going to say he's just articulated...
women's rights, there is so much, they are so much more adept at doing everything. Why do we assume that, we should ask the men question, how will you take care of your family when you have a child? How much time will you devote to taking care of a child? Whatever, the household needs of the woman, why will you do that?
Right. Mr. Chopra.
So you're just voicing what Indian mythology has always propagated, the Shakti of the woman, right? So you're just voicing that, and I think, yes, I guess the men need to understand that better. And maybe on the next, do the Indo-American Chamber, and the next Women's Day, have a panel of men talking about women's issues.
In fact, very recently, Ms. Chopra was on the board of jury for the Shakti Awards. So we now know, the fantastic thoughts there. So to thank my wonderful, wonderful panelists here, may I please have the pleasure of welcoming Mr. Arun Karna here. A round of applause for the Managing Director and CEO of AT&T Global Network Services India Private Limited. Very soon you're going to see him here on stage moderating our next sessions as well. Let's begin by thanking Ms. Ragini Chopra with a wonderful memento. Thank you, Ms. Chopra, for joining us. Please do put your hands together, my wonderful audience. We'd like to thank Ms. Jyoti Mayal. May I request all of you to please put your hands together for her. May we thank Ms. Tekla Myra up next with a wonderful applause from my wonderful guests. Let's also hear it up for Ms. Preeti Makhija. I think today she made sure that all of us now take at least 4 or 5 days off every year and go on a self-care trip. So a round of applause for her. Please do put your hands together for our session chair, Mr. Harvinder Singh. You heard it. He tries to make sure that everybody in his ecosystem feel that yes, they have a space for themselves. So really appreciate it, Mr. Singh. And thank you for being here. You know, he was also observing a lot of session chairs and segments before his, and we really do appreciate his presence through the entire day. Thank you so much. May I request all of you to join us for a group photograph, please? We'd love to have all of you be captured in the same frame as we set the stage for our next segment. A group picture, please. To my wonderful audience, I would like to share with you that up next we'll be talking about women in law, the rise of new legal order. And very soon I'll be introducing to you our next session speaker, so please do bear with us. Thank you so very much for joining in. May I request the hotel staff to please join us on stage to set the stage up for the next session. We're now all set to introduce to you our next segment. This segment is going to focus about women in law. And as we get set to introduce the next set of speakers, may I once again request our very kind audience to please remain seated. We will be joined by eminent names from the law industry for this particular session, where we are going to throw light on how today you see a rise of new legal order when it comes to more and more women joining the law industry and sector. Meanwhile, for those of our guests who'd like to network, may I request you, as a mark of respect to our next set of speakers, may I request you all to please take your seats. My wonderful audience members, may I request all of you to please take a seat as we'd now like to begin with our next set of speakers on stage. May I request those of our delegates already seated to please put their hands together as I introduce our session chair. We have Mr. Sudhir Mishra, founding and managing partner, Trust Legal. Thank you, sir, for joining in. May I welcome our eminent panelists, Ms. Kunita Pawar, joint managing partner, SNA Law Offices. Please put your hands together as we welcome her. May I also present to you Ms. Vani Mehta, Regional General Counsel, GE Aerospace South Asia. A round of applause for Ms. Hale Trehan, Senior Advocate. Audience members, please show some love as I welcome Ms. Pallavi Saluja, Editor, Bar and Bench. May I welcome Professor Dr. Richa Chaudhary, Professor and Dean, SGT University, to please join us on stage and be a part of this very, very interesting panel that we're all looking forward to. Thank you, ma'am, for joining in. And as I welcome you, the next 40-45 minutes will be very engaging. We're hoping the last 5 minutes are going to be for our audience, so please keep those questions coming. All yours, sir.
Okay. Thank you. So this is the Nari Shakti in law. And as the topic says, that rise and rise of the new legal order. And it's a privilege to be part of this panel or to moderate a panel. And this is not a routine statement I'm making. I'm actually thinking that it has come out to be true. We have Pallavi, I'll start with her, from one of the most eminent journalists in the legal domain, redefined what is legal journalism in the country. Hale Trehan, Senior Advocate, somebody with whom I have worked, so I know that what a disruption she has made in the arguing and in the entire legal sector. Gunita, who runs a firm which is very respected for disputes, and Vani, who is the General Counsel of GE, Professor Richa, who is Dean of a very important law faculty, SGT University, and is into legal education. So where are we today? Almost 100 years back, the situation was that there was a censor on women practicing law. 2023, actually, some law came, and after that, they started coming. But even now, we don't have a single Chief Justice of India from the women fraternity, if you call it, and you have less than 4% as senior advocates in the entire list of senior advocates across country. Pallavi has done excessive reports on them. Bar and Bench has done a lot of reports on them, so she will talk about it. But I'll just tell you that even now, 15% is which you see in the high courts, and less than 9% or 10% in the Supreme Court. When it comes to General Counsel, I'm sure Vani will talk about it, what's happening. But around me, in last 25 years of my practice, I have seen a massive change. The kind of applications which we get for internship or for jobs, the kind of sincerity which women have. And that's entirely different churn which is happening. That's why this topic, I take credit for this. I really said the new legal order. That's my word, actually. And I'll start with Pallavi because she is in the best position to put a context to this entire churn which is happening. That what do you think, how difficult it has? Like if I get 10 CVs today, Pallavi, 8 of them are women. So what's happening?
Thank you, Sudhir. So the numbers have definitely changed. When we cover news about law students entering law schools, we cover CLAT extensively. And the number of girl students entering law school are definitely now more than boys. But as they join law firms, litigation, the number definitely goes down still. And there's definitely improvement. I've been tracking the legal market for like 14 years now. There's definitely a change, but it's still a slow change. I have some numbers, but do you want me to give them now? Or? Yeah. So just to give you some figures in the legal space, we have Supreme Court starting with, we have had so far only 11 women judges, and right now we have 2 with 1 retiring, so only 1 left in the Supreme Court, who's slated to be the first woman Chief Justice of India, which India will see. And when it comes to High Court, we have only 70 women judges out of a total of about 800 judges across all High Courts. But the numbers are definitely improving in the district judiciary. Kerala is an example. About 72% of district judges or lower court judges are women. So that's a big number. Law firms, definitely we see a lot more women entering the law firms, but as they reach partnership, the number drops, but it's definitely improved. Now you see about 30 to 40% women partners in bigger law firms. Senior advocates, we have one who has just been designated as a senior advocate. Delhi High Court recently designated, I don't know, about 70? No, total, yeah, out of which 13 are women lawyers. But if you look at Supreme Court figures, about 650 senior advocates are there, out of about only 40 are women. So this is where we stand in terms of numbers. There is definitely improvement, but there's scope for a lot more.
Okay. Vani, I'll come to you. And you are into a sector where, from a GC perspective, you see them working with the MBAs, the engineers and others. Where are legal new recruits are figuring in that entire thing? Is the same rush what we see in the lower judiciary? Like 50% is the data for 14 states. 50% are roughly women, which is a very encouraging sign if you see the whole scenario. But what's happening in the private sector, in the legal departments, which you run and others run?
I think that's a very interesting question, Sudhir. And a similar story, I would say that, when it comes to the pool which comes in the pool of talent, there are a lot of young women recruits that we see. Very enthusiastic, very passionate, want to pursue the profession, wants to make a difference. And, over a period of time, people have, there have been two thought pools on this, that, you join in-house because it's a little more work-life balance. You'll have a bit of a structure around your day when it compares to private practice or in law firm practice. So a lot of women, I find, young women picking it on. But, with women, just like law is a very slow-moving profession, even in private practice. I'm sure the people on the dais would agree with me that it takes time to, grow in the profession, and one has to be patient, and one has to pursue the profession with a lot of dedication. And along with that, there are a lot of life-changing events that happen. And during that, what happens is somewhere, it's very difficult to manage the pursuit. We today do not, unfortunately, not many, we have gender equal households. It's very common that, a lot of roles and responsibilities are just understood or just taken for granted that women will handle it. That, you're going to work, if things the structure is not there, then it's your responsibility to set it up. And that's where the challenge comes, that, when they take a break, sometimes they get so hassled up that they don't want to come back. They get so enamored that, if you get a break, you're like, wow, this is what I want to do. And suddenly you deviate and you want to explore, more sides of your personality as well. And this is my advice I give to young recruits, that, do not think of it like a sprint. Think of it as a long-term run. And you need to be prepared to put in that hard work. I can say from my experience of last 20 years that there's a lot of hard work that goes in, and a lot of perseverance and dedication. And sometimes you have to be at it. Every day just showing up, to work and managing life-changing, circumstances, and taking each day and not getting baffled. That's the only way I look at it. But yes, there are very few women at the leadership positions primarily because of this reason. When I look at the GC roles, you will see a lot of women GCs, but what you see is only 10%. It's not more than 10% that the women GCs are out there, and the ones that are there, they should really make that effort to encourage and to mentor young lawyers to pursue the profession and not give up. That's very important, that your role as a mentor, that as a role model, is very important. And also how to inculcate a work-life balance. I think somehow in our culture, work is worship. We forget that, we at the end of the day, there is life beyond work, and we also need to balance, and we have to spend time with our family, with our children, pursuing hobbies, because that all contributes to a happy us, happy me at work. Yeah.
Professor Richa, I will ask you a little larger question. You you actually meet your students, the Gen Z or whatever we call millennial, I don't know the terms, but my biggest point is when the interns come in the first year, and I'm being educated constantly by much younger team which is at my place. I see a lot of restlessness, but that is lesser in women. The girls who are coming in the legal profession or legal studies, they still have more balance. But when they join the profession, and as very rightly said by Vani, sometimes when marriage happens or some new thing happens, it completely changes their plan. Like it just happened in my firm. And I realized she was one of the brightest girl, and I was used to my two partners who were there for 14 years, and they settled down, and it hardly actually affected the firm or me. I just didn't, so my standards were that high that it's so easy. But this girl who really wanted to work, she had a problem because she was getting for a new thing, and her career nobody was thinking about. So what is the, now we are going down, further down at the student age when 17-year-old joins your law faculty. What is the difference in approach in a boy and in a girl?
Okay, so it's a very interesting question. Since I'm being in and reaching from last 14, 15 years. So I'll start with my story only.
Just bring it closer.
Yes, I was a judicial aspirant student. I don't ever think that I'll be coming into an academics. So when the girls, like what Pallavi has said, that number of the students as compared to male and female students are more interested in coming into a law profession. But once they enter in after 5 years, they switch their career from the legal profession, or sometimes they don't even start their practice as well. So it is very important to understand that what happened in this 5 years, and after that what happened in their life, that why they switch their career. Giving my example as well, that I was a judicial aspirant student, and while preparing for the judiciary exams, I switched into academics. So that balance of firms, that balance of work is very important. And when we speak about women, girls, it is very, for them it is very challengeable situation, that how to deal with it. After coming into the law school, they think they will pursue their career for the litigation. Then coming to 4th year, 5th year, they think that no, now I'll go to judiciary. And that's why in judiciary, female representation are now increasing. But when they enter into litigation, or when they enter into legal firm, by different situations, might be family situation, might be some other situation, they switch their career from litigation to some other field. Although the ratio of the female are very much prevalent in law schools with respect to girls. But yes, of course, handling that pressure, understanding their family issues and all, they switch their career to some other channel lines.
Yep.
So that is one of the things which I really felt that need to be work upon it, that how they can keep that balance. Because they should get, like later on they'll be married, and then they have to switch their place as well. Suppose the girl is practicing in Delhi and she got married somewhere else. Now that same situation will not come to that place where she'll be going to shift. So that is really very important to understand that why this challenge and how we can overcome by this challenge.
Yeah. So, very well said, ma'am, and we'll go deeper into these aspects. Gurita, I'll come to you before I'll go to the senior advocate. Tell me that what I have seen, I run a much smaller firm than you. We are 20 lawyers, 19 of them are women. I'm the only male lawyer left in the firm. And this happened slowly and slowly over the years. 2011, I had no women in my firm. And now slowly, and now when I ask my partners why they leave, they say we don't know. So I don't know how many of you have seen Parichay movie, Jitendra's movie, 1970, beautiful movie by I think Guljar directed it. So they used to get a new tuition teacher every week literally, and that person will leave the job because they will torture him so much that the person will leave. So I don't want to say more, but something happens, so people leave. But on a serious aspect, I have seen my lawyers struggling to go to Patiala House for the entire day. In between, and I'm talking about 2002, 2003, you run a much bigger setup and they have to go for a clean washroom. Sometimes they will go to a nearby hotel. They will actually drive down to Taj Mansingh and come back. Now, these are practical things and other aspects, the monthly thing, these were something which over the years I graduated to it, and I realized how sensitive these things are. Whether you run a firm which is like is a very silent revolution as a litigation firm, we respect it. Tell us about your journey since 2005.
Okay, so I will try and summarize it as much as I can. When I started my career in 2004, we were only 3 of us, my 2 seniors and I believe my generation, I cannot make a comment on now how the generation feel, but I believe my generation was more focused towards mentorship, towards being guided, towards the learning the practice of law with your senior. So, and now in 2025, we are 250 of us. It's been 20 years for me here, and I'm joint managing partner, and my colleague, Miss Daisy Chawla, she's the managing partner. She also joined with me in the same year, 2004. So what I want to say is that having gone through these last 20 years, I've seen that now there is a lot of difference in how the profession of law is viewed as against what it was earlier. The number of avenues available for lawyers who pass out, whether be it judicial services, whether be it in-house counsels, whether be it advisory services, corporate, IPR, trade practice. There are so many avenues available and litigation. So as against the only practice of law, litigation and corporate, which was earlier, now when there are so many avenues, the influx of young lawyers, especially girls, women, is much more. And I believe that the accessibility of education, the journalistic change in the perception of practice of law has also been a very big factor in attracting young lawyers to this profession. Litigation has always been the pillar of practice of law, definitely, but it is not the only one. So when we sit in interviews now, I'd say that more than 60 or 70% of the lawyers, freshers who are passing out, would rather want to practice arbitration, corporate, IPR, tax practice as well, and litigation is not the only favored one. So I believe the whole ecosystem in the practice of law has evolved in our country. And of course, now there is always, I believe, that my experience has been that since we are 2 women in the firm leading the firm, we naturally attract a lot of female talent in our firm. We are more than 50% females in our firm. And you are right, they go through so many issues which normally people wouldn't even appreciate, and they find their way. And of course, I have also seen that earlier I would have my colleagues leaving because they would be settling down in life, getting married, shifting to other times. And now, Sudhir, I have my colleagues who are willing to wait for the right person to come along so that they can continue to practice law in the same place where they stay. So those are a lot of changes which I have seen.
Amazing. So well put, and I'll tell you, Shell, now you will have the final word on the first round. Imagine I was sitting with a journalist, and I do a lot of media practice, and he was discussing who has bought this new car, the 6 crore car, 4.5 crore car, and my 2 partners were having lunch, and they were fighting over a dahi bada. So this is how it was. Like, and he said, "Are you serious? They are actually fighting." So one was saying, "You have the dahi, I will have the vada left." And I had to literally stare at them. What are you doing? I'm into very serious conversation. So sometimes it really bothers me and puzzles me. Like the newer generation, which you talked about, Richa, very rightly, they ask for agreements and they want letters for everything. Now my 2 partners, after 12 years, also have no discussion on the financial package. And it's very strange, every major law firm you name in the country, and I'm saying in front of Pallavi, have given them offers, tried to meet them for interview because their deals are equally known. I don't know what motivates them. Because in the March, of course, they get, but they have never had a discussion with me. one, they are almost 18, 17 years younger, and it's a huge responsibility on me that I don't disappoint them. So I'm equally very alive. Shall tell me what a churn. And for you, please also mention that you had a defined path, which is another big issue. And I'm not saying because you are Naresh Trehan's daughter. I'm also saying that it is understood that doctor बनना है, engineer बनना है. यहाँ पर आपको क्यों lawyer बनना था?
I think I'll just answer that one first, which is that...
I always wanted to ask you this.
I was raised with only one value, which is that we will give you an education and then you are out on your own and you have to have a purpose in life. That purpose should be, one, to contribute to the world in some way, and also must always be financially independent. And that's one of the things I feel very important for all women, which is that, you know, I mean, whatever your calling is, whatever your contribution to the world is, whatever your purpose is, always be able to fend for yourself also and not be dependent on somebody else. So that was one. As far as sort of, and I just wanted to pick up from what was said about, you know, keeping women in the workforce, and especially litigation is a very unforgiving schedule for new mothers. So what happens for a lot of people in those few years when you are pregnant, having children, feeding children, you know, all of that, it's a very, very tough time because you're in court from 10:30 to 4:30 every day. People are going home in the lunch break to feed, come back. I remember people, a colleague of mine saying, I cannot stay beyond 4:30, I have to go home and feed my baby. And a male colleague sniggering and saying, why do you have to feed your baby? And she said, because I'm breastfeeding. And there were peals of laughter over something that's actually just should be matter of course and routine. So there are various moments in time, and I think that was many years ago. And so I think things have changed. I think more women are finding the path to stay in for litigation as well, but it's across the board. The pyramid narrows everywhere, whether it's in law firms, whether it's when you see from the number of people joining the profession to maybe becoming senior counsels or managing partners or even setting up their own practices. So I have a sort of, I wrote an article about this in the Hindustan Times a while ago, and I still live by this. The only way to level the playing field in any workplace is to level the playing field at home. It's really the only way to do it. Apart from actually having to birth and feed your children, there's no reason why a man cannot be an equal participant in the home. And then men will be equal participants in the workplace also, because they will not have somebody else doing 100% of the mental and physical load at home. They will be sharing it, and the women will be sharing it. And therefore, every place becomes more equal, whether it's the workplace or whether it's the home. So this is something which I feel, and you know, I think one of the panelists was talking about how people are waiting to find the right partner. I think people also have to demand from their partners to say that, look, I will be working, you will be working, we are both breadwinners, we are both have a career path, and we both want to be good parents. I think everybody wants to be a good parent. I think everybody wants to run their household in a certain way, but it shouldn't fall 100% on the female in the household to do that.
Very well. Pallavi, I'll come to you. And a very important thing Kunita said, that the kind of picture we get from the fraternity, especially the legal journalism, which is such a niche area, and people here are from outside the legal fraternity, they don't know how much trust you inspire and how Ramnath Goenka you are. Sometimes we ask you and sometimes you say it's not possible, and I'm saying with all sincerity that you inspire so much that if a judge tells you that he has read a bar and bench article, he will say about one more publication about you. And the judges also say, and I don't know how you will answer this, judges also say, at least twice I have heard, that we trust more women lawyers. Why is that? Why we are like, this is something which is a very direct thing. Somebody said, look, we trust them, because it's all about trust in a court of law. Or in any contractual arrangement between a client and an attorney also, women are being trusted more. And this is very different take I'm taking. But I have felt it, that maybe because of our aggression or whatever, or maybe whatever reputational issues we have, I'm going into very uncharted territory now, but this is what I've heard, and that's helping girls a lot in the legal profession. What do you think?
I think women are basically very sincere, and whoever is working hard, obviously leaving things behind home or along with that, they put in their sincere effort, and I think it will be true for all professions and places that women are hardworking, they're sincere, and I think that's where the trust factor comes in. So, yeah.
So what do you think when the stories come about the deals, about the new law firms or the new age law firms? Both younger generation men and women are driven, but what is the pattern you are seeing in Delhi and other cities about women leading those law firms or sectors?
Yeah, the numbers have definitely increased. We have one sitting here leading a law firm. We know Payal Chawla runs an all-women law firm. I'm sure it has advantages and disadvantages, but we have quite a few firms now where women are senior partners or leading the organizations. And I think there's something about women, they're good organizers and administrators. So I think they're leading the way there.
Yeah.
But when you come back, I do want to mention a couple of points that our panelists raised. So when we started Bar and Bench, our founder used to say that we are here to report on a very opaque institution, which is our courts, or you call it law firms or law schools. Information is not easily available. When we were graduating, we didn't know much about lawyers or law firms. So I think we did put in that effort to bring it out, how courts are functioning. There was no telephones were allowed inside the courts. I remember we used to go inside, take notes, come out, tweet, go back inside. Those were the days. And I credit former CJI Deepak Misra. He was the first one who allowed us to take our phones inside. Things changed with that. And now I think it's become also easier for women because courts are online. There's always an option to appear in courts online virtually, and I think women can manage their time and home better with that. Also now courts, like you mentioned, judges and lawyers, I think mostly everybody reads it, so they know they are being watched. So those sexist comments have also reduced from when we started covering till today. Though lower judiciary, we still have those remarks coming in matrimonial cases and such. But overall, there is a change there because there's transparency. They know they're being watched. So a lot of stuff has changed at that end. Then you mentioned about women lawyers in courts. One story that I would like to tell is like a simple thing like toilets. We all are still sitting in Delhi where infrastructure is there. There were these women from South, Nilgiri, they were women lawyers. They were still fighting for toilets and to get a bar room, which we carried a detailed report on, and Supreme Court took a suo motu cognizance and helped them. So we are trying to help in those basic infrastructure for women because lives are very different from where we sit and where actual problems are there.
Very well. Thank you. What do you think, Bunny? And some of the sectors you will talk about where you see predominantly in those general counsel departments, more women can get opportunities, and then Rishakji can direct into those general counsel's department or those companies where you see that actually women are more suited or they are more comfortable there.
Well, I think to answer your second question, more general counsel department where women are suited, I think women are suited everywhere. There is no department, there is no industry where women cannot be a general counsel, be it manufacturing, be it automobile, pharma. If you look across, I think that glass ceiling has been shattered. I come from an engineering and a manufacturing setup wherein I've been to factories where there hasn't been a single female employee. So when I talk about that, it's also about that you are a lawyer. And that's the way I look at myself. And that's the nature of the vocation that we've had. And when Gunita spoke about that, the passion for law, slightly old school because I started my career in private practice, I did 7 years of it. So I come from that hard, you really had it hard wherein you've been to courts, you've seen Patiala court, you've seen Tisazari, you've seen district courts, NCLTs, and you know the grind, and you're used to sort of really standing up for yourself. Also lawyers, when we talk about general counsel, legal departments, we are the ones who walk into the room giving not the nicest news to everyone. And sometimes we have to reason it out with business, with everyone, to bring in a certain set of order, certain set of rules and policies that need to be in place so that businesses can function. At the end of the day, the motto is that business should be able to function, but in a compliant way. So also most of the times, you're not the bearer of the best news, but how you articulate yourself, how you manage to get yourself a seat on the table, irrespective of the industry. And when we look at, and the challenges that women would face are common across all industries, be it work timings, be it work-life balance, be it travel. And I think if I can speak for myself, I have a lot of travel that happens because I have sites across India, across Asia. So I'm sort of used to taking 60 to 70 flights for the last 20 years. That is something that my family has got used to. And they've respected it from day one. They know for a fact that, I would be flying maybe twice every week. There is a suitcase which is packed up.
Very well.
So I think it's also about what everyone has been talking about the dais, that how you raise a very gender-neutral family, and how, especially the role of women in the family, the elders in the family, how they push you and encourage you. I still remember that, I come from a Punjabi migrant families, and my grandmother was 8th standard pass, and there was only one thing she would tell me every year I would pass, that you need to do better. And I would say, why is it that, and she would say, and when I was a certain age I could understand what she said. She said that, the only regret I have in life is that I did not have the opportunity to study and to stand up on my own. Every time, and she would always say, she said, I have to raise my hand to ask for money. She says, never ever you should raise your hand to ask for money. And that's the value that you grow up with fierce independence. And also, I love this young generation who come on the table, they ask for agreements, they ask for salary breakups. I'm like, wow, don't be dumb, just don't take money come into your account and don't question it.
Absolutely.
And when they come and tell me I have a yearly plan on going on 4 holidays, I'm like, I like these interns. I said, they've already got the perspective clear in life that I'm not out here to just grill myself 24 hours working for you, slogging. I have a life, I have a boyfriend, I have a friend here, I'm catching up with school friends, reunions, but then, this generation has possibly seen the older generation slog it out, and they've realized that you need to have a work-life balance. Exactly. You need to live your life. Absolutely. And there's so much we learn from them every day.
Absolutely. Professor Richa, very important thing Vani said. Will you like to elaborate on that role of parents actually? I feel parents reassuring when young kids join the law schools, they need to know that whichever stream they join, ultimately if the parents encourage you, especially for girls, and even after marriage, even they are working for 10 years or 15 years, if their mother is talking like that, what Vani said, it really makes a huge difference. I have seen around me that the mothers who take so much of active interest in what the person is doing, it really does wonders and prepares them for the challenges at home and at workplace or whatever. What is the journey like for the law students in the law firm? Yeah.
This is really hilarious now that you talk about litigation, and Gunita has got me thinking back. My first, I think one of the first litigation that I was handling was in Supreme Court. I was totally enamored, completely passionate, and it was peak summer. It was my first year. And 2 weeks after that, I fainted in the Supreme Court corridor. And I remember, and that time there used to be the air conditioning outside was not there, and then you were in the blazer and you fainted. And I remember sipping on that ORS sachet, and my partner's like, I think you should take a week leave. And my mom in the evening looking at me, and I thought, she'll possibly say, what do you want to say? What do you want to do in life? And she was in the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. She was the secretary. She looked at me and said, you've disappointed me. First, your first matter, and you fainted, you frail little thing. Eat something, stop starving. And she's like, I'm like, I thought, I'll get some sympathy that, oh, my poor kid has fainted. What happened? You've gone pale. She's like, eat something well and don't put me to shame. Next time, I don't want to call from your office.
Brilliant. Yeah, Professor Richa.
So yeah, that's very true. When the parents come to the law school, so now the things are being changed. Especially when I see the students who are coming from a very that village background, and the mother of the girl child are really keen them that, nay, my daughter want to become something. and what they have not seen in their life, what they have not come to that position. They want their child to come up that position. They want that their girl child, or their, like, for that matter, the boy even, they want them to come into that position where they want to be. So that eyes and that the parents, what they feel is really come when we generally do the counseling in the law schools. So they want their child, they want their student, we also, we want our students to shine at that level where they can go anywhere, either in the law firm, either in judiciary, or in any way where they want to achieve that success. So for parents also, it is important to understand that they should not think at one place only, that the girl should only go for the judiciary exam or for the academics. They can go for the law firm also, they can go for the litigation also. Even for litigation, it is really a challenge because the parents are not looking up to the girl that they really want to go for the litigation. But gradually, I believe that change will definitely come, and where the parents will come and say that, no, my child want to go into the litigation, you have to groom them in such a way that they can enter into the litigation.
Very well. Coming to you, ma'am, just tell us few of the new order stories, and also take us through your routine, because you run a 250-member law firm, and two of you between them have this responsibility. What is a normal routine? How do you, who does the heavy lifting at home? Like what Shell said, that everybody has to take responsibility. Just decode that entire thing for us.
It's a very difficult question because, all right, so I am personally very passionate about the practice of law, and the administration of the team just comes automatically. It is not something that takes too much time away. I very, very strongly believe in systems. So if you have very strong systems in place, you do not need human intervention or just being on top of people's heads and monitoring their progress and work. I believe that the practice of law requires you to have your space, your freedom to act, to react, to compose, to argue, and all that the seniors can do is bring in their experience. So as long as we give our teams that kind of freedom, there is so much less of monitoring required because everybody is self-motivated. But of course, if you ask about the routine, it is an additional responsibility which is taken care of with open arms, because how I was mentored, that is what I believe I am now giving back to the teams.
Wow. Very well. Shell, you will tell us about a few of the advocates or seniors or judges who inspired you and who further consolidated your basic conviction of doing your own thing.
So I think the first person would be my first boss ever, who was Indu Malhotra. She was also the first woman to ever be designated as a senior counsel by the Supreme Court. And that was quite late. I mean, I think it must have been 2006 or 7. So before that, there hadn't been a single woman designated as a senior counsel by the Supreme Court. She was also the first woman to become a Supreme Court judge from the bar, to be elevated from the bar to the bench in Supreme Court. So I had an amazing mentor in her. But really, the mentorship, she broke glass ceilings. She did it in this very steadfast, calm, quiet way. But what she did in terms of mentorship, I try to replicate daily with people who work with me, which was, we have something called mentioning a matter. It's when you're first year associate and you arrive in a litigation office to go and ask the judge that you need to do something. And she would make us practice before going to the court. In front of her, okay, Shahil, what will you say? And that was so reassuring because you knew that she knew how daunting it could be. She knew there'd be surprises coming at you that you couldn't even fathom, but she could predict them and she would prepare you for that. Everything I ever drafted was run over with a red pen. And it would come back completely marked up. And those days, not everybody had a computer in the office. There was one computer for the entire floor, and we used to dictate the changes to a stenographer. But I still do, till I was I've stopped sort of drafting and filing now, but till I did, I would do exactly the same thing even today with my colleagues, which is I would mark it up by hand and let them feed in the changes, because I feel then those things get hardwired in the brain. If I just did it on a computer, which was easier for me, so small things like that, which she was wonderful. My next mentor was, and I worked in the US in law firms in the middle, which was also a wonderful experience. And then when I came back to India, I joined Arun Jaitley. And Mr. Arun Jaitley was, I think, perhaps one of the most generous people ever in how much he enjoyed the success of the people who worked for him or with him. So he would anytime somebody from his office was designated, didn't live to see all of us go through it, or was elevated as a judge, he took such pride in it, and he made a huge effort to mentor us through every moment in life, even when I was not in his office. And he encouraged me to set up my own practice. And to be an arguing counsel. And, you know, at a time when very few women, even now we're a very small number, who do commercial matters and argue on the arguing side, he was so encouraging to be that person, go for it. So they were both very important mentors in my life.
Very well said. Last rapid fire, we'll just have maybe 30 seconds to 1 minute because we're absolutely out of time. I can see 1 minute. So, Pallavi, where do you see the new legal order going up? Which way?
Like I said before, I think things are changing, and we would see more women partners, more women senior advocates, more judges.
Chief Justice also.
Yeah, we are still waiting for the first one, but
yes.
so we were just recently, quickly I'll say this, collating data of women judges to see who could, because we want women judges in Supreme Court and there are conversations around it, so we thought we'll pull out a list and see who are the senior most. The senior most is a 2011 appointed judge, so we only have like 3, there's a scope for that, and we are hoping more from the bar, because we don't have anyone from the bar right now.
One sitting next to us, we should,
yes, of
we should
course,
dream for that.
Said, right? Yeah, we could be sitting with the future judge here. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep, Vani? You can take this.
I think, like I've said, there are no shortcuts to success. Women need to continue pushing the bar higher. They need to be persistent, and which they are. And I think also it's a huge responsibility on the seniors in this profession to be the right role models, to come out, speak, mentor people. Women tend to really get very hassled with day-to-day activities. They should, you know, the gremlin has to stop inside. Yes. You need to just, if you need, you know, sometimes we take it on our ego when it comes to asking for help. If you need 1 nanny, take 1. If you need 2, I had 4. I have twin boys. So when I need 4 hands, I need 4 hands. There's no shame in asking for help, you know, because there are hundreds of other things that you need to prioritize. And please go out there, seek as much help as you can from the system, so the system appreciates you, that what are you bringing on the table. And also it helps you grow as an individual, as a, you know, within the profession, and also just encourage other women as well. I think it's very important to encourage other people, because you've been through this life journey, you've seen circumstances. Sometimes young people tend to get very hassled up.
Yeah. Professor Richa?
I think that's very true. For legal education, when we speak about legal education, it really needs motivation. And like all of you are here, so for law schools also, when I see that you are really an inspiration for the girls who want to come up with the new different things. So having lectures over there, like motivating them, mentoring them is very important, so that they can come up with the new things, they can come and join the firms, they can come and join the litigation.
Yeah.
Because it's very, for generally what I feel in law school, because students, the girl students are much interested in going into the judiciary. 70-80% girls want to be in judiciary.
Actually, their parents want more.
Yes, their parents want more, and that's what, like, they, from the starting itself, they got that feed that no, you want to go in judiciary, you have to crack the judiciary. So it's very important for them to understand that there is things beyond judiciary also, where they can come up and do wonders.
Yeah. Thank you. Punita?
So I see a lot of inclusivity, I see a lot of competition, fair competition, equal pay, and a lot of diversity amongst lawyers, especially for women. And I see in future, if you ask me 10 years down the line, I feel that there will be a time that there will be more women lawyers than men lawyers. That's wishful thinking, but still, I believe so that there will be a time.
Yeah, it's going that way only, northways actually. Shell, final word. Yeah.
I think I have my work cut out for me because I'm hearing everywhere that litigation seems very daunting. So I think doubling down on mentorship, being there to help the next generation, it is hard, and your 20s are very hard in litigation, both in terms of work and everything. And I think we all have to work harder to make it an atmosphere that is conducive for women to stay the course, because many come in and then many do drop out.
Wonderful. So thank you all the panelists for this amazing time, and I hope all of you enjoyed it. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
To him that we always get such absolutely perfect and balanced thoughts. I think the way you curated this session was absolutely spectacular, and a round of applause for our brilliant speakers out here. Your insights were something that, you know, our audience members have many key takeaways. So thank you so much. May I please request all of you to welcome Ms. Arun Karna on stage, as we'd like for him to please present each of you with a token of our appreciation. Let us start by thanking Ms. Gunita Pava. A round of applause as we present her with a memento. Audience members, I don't know how many of you know this, but each time you clap, it leads to blood circulation, which means your good health as well. So please, thank you so much. May we now thank Ms. Pallavi Saluja. Thank you so very much, ma'am, for joining us today. We appreciate your presence. Ms. Vani Mehta, may we take a moment and thank you for joining us, ma'am. Ms. Rehan, it's been an absolute delight having you here with us, and thank you for sharing those thoughts. Professor Dr. Richa Chaudhary, thank you so very much for being a part of this very, very interesting session. And of course, a big thank you to our session chair, Mr. Sudhir Mishra. May I request one of our colleagues to please pass on a microphone while we're creating a picture-perfect moment here. Let's have a picture moment as we pass on a microphone to you, sir. Please request you to keep it brief. Sure. Sir, we have a microphone for you. Yes, please. Sir would like to share a thought with you all, please.
I just wanted to compliment this excellent panel. And I'm M.M. Sharma. I'm heading the antitrust practice, the competition law practice at VASH Associates. Some of you may be knowing me. And it's excellent to see Mr. Sudhir Mishra doing an excellent moderation of the panel, comprising mostly of the female, stalwarts, I would say. And really heartened to see that more and more GCs are coming from the fairer sex, I would call, not the weaker sex, but very nice. And to see a doctor's daughter becoming a senior advocate is another very, very exhilarating movement. And I just want to conclude by saying that there is no difference between a male and a female as far as the practice of law is concerned. I've been in this practice for 40 years, even including a judicial experience I had. So please, let the audience take it very clearly. This is a very competitive field. Legal practice is like competition. You have to compete to be the best. So gone are the days that you should have a taboo about being a male or female. Everybody is equal. Yeah. Excellently put. Thank you. And Bar and Pen is doing great. You just published an article of mine. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much for that. Thank you so much, guests. On your way down, please do collect your wonderful gift hampers from GD Foods. And for my audience members, may I request those of you sitting at the back end of the hall to please shift up front. It's nice to have all of you up close and personal as we move closer to a very, very interesting session on skill development. And I'd like to share with you today, when we're all talking about learning, reskilling, when we're all talking about taking forward, I think this is a segment that's going to touch upon all of you all, a very, very important segment here. I'd like to request my wonderful speakers to please collect. Mishra sir, may I request you to please collect your gift hampers here. And as we thank you all, I'd like to request our guests to please remain seated for our next session on skill development, building a future-ready skilled workforce in India. This is a very, very interesting session, and we'll be touching upon some very important segments out here. And as we do that, I would like to request all of you to please bear with us. May I please request our guests to take a seat as I have the pleasure of welcoming our session chair, Mr. Arun Karna, Managing Director and CEO, AT&T Global Network Services India Private Limited. I'd like to welcome our speakers, Ms. Geeti Bhagat, Advisor, US-India Chamber of Commerce, Austin. May I request all of you to please welcome Dr. Kavita Rao, Managing Director and CEO, MVMG Solutions Private Limited. May I also have the pleasure of extending a very warm welcome to Ms. Shivani Malik, Founder and CEO, The Mother's Kitchen. Our guest of honor for this segment, Dr. Tanu Jain, Deputy Director, National Institute of Defence Estates and Management, Indian Defence Estate Services, Government of India. Our session chief guest, Ms. Neelam Pratap Rudy, Vice President, Women in Aviation, Vice President, Urja, and Board Member of Gulf Foundation of India, and the former Vice President of Women's International Club. We are humbled to have amongst us eminent speakers. May I request my audience members to please put their hands together for them.
Well, good evening, everyone. I noticed the room has thinned out a bit, but I believe we can still have a very meaningful dialogue. And I'm sure we'll have a very scintillating conversation on the stage itself. So, good evening, and it's my honor and privilege to welcome you all to this extremely relevant session on skill development, titled Building a Future-Ready Skilled Workforce in India. And we have a coming together of some of the most accomplished and influential leaders here on the panel. And it's my honor to welcome this elite panel, Ms. Neelam Pratap Rudy, Vice President, Women in Aviation, Vice President, Urja, Board Member, Gulf Foundation of India, former Vice President, Women's International Club. Dr. Tanu Jain, Deputy Director, National Institute of Defence Estates and Management, Indian Defence Estate Service, Government of India. Ms. Shivani Malik, Founder and CEO, The Mother's Kitchen. Ms. Geeti Bhagat, Advisor, US-India Chamber of Commerce, Austin. And Dr. Kavita Rao, Managing Director and CEO, MVMG Solutions Private Limited. Welcome, leaders. And before I turn to the esteemed panel here, I'd like to take just 2 minutes to set the context. India stands at a unique crossroad in its journey towards becoming a global powerhouse. With a rapidly growing young population, we have an incredible opportunity to harness the potential of a demographic dividend. However, alongside this opportunity comes significant challenges. As the world undergoes unprecedented technological transformation, driven by advancements in AI, automation, and digital tools, the demand for a skilled workforce is more critical than ever. According to various studies, over 60% of future jobs may require skills that are fundamentally different from those needed today or available today. The changing landscape calls for urgent action in developing a workforce that not only possesses the relevant skills for today, but also embraces continuous learning and adaptability to hold them in good stead for the future to come. As we delve deeper into this discussion, one vital aspect we must acknowledge is the importance of gender diversity in creating a future-ready workforce. Empowering women is not only a matter of equity, it's an essential strategy for enhancing the performance and innovation within organizations. As we dwell deeper into these topics, we are fortunate to have with us a panel of distinguished women leaders here up on the stage from various sectors who have made remarkable contributions towards workforce development. Each panelist brings a wealth of experience, insights, and best practices. They will share their personal journeys, discuss innovative approaches to skill development, and highlight the importance of inclusion, mentorship, and adaptability in shaping the future workplace. And with that, let me go to the elite panel here and start the discussion. And let me start with you, Ms. Neelam Pratap. You are a leader par excellence. You've had a very successful career yourself in aviation, and you are an accomplished sports person as well. What is your vision for a future-ready workforce in India, and how do you see women's roles evolving in this context?
Very good evening here to everybody. I think I can just say that women have just got their little independence in India maybe last 15 years. So we as a country have a very challenging, we are in a challenging situation where women are kept homebound, and for them to come out itself was a very big achievement which we are day by day gaining over it. And I feel that today, Indian women who are as a workforce is the lowest anywhere in the world.
The participation in the workforce.
Participation. And even if they are, the 94% of the women are still in the, not in the registered way, but in the unskilled, informal way they are working. And only 24% are actually working in the formal sector. So, as I believe all the developed countries, if you see, their women participation is very high. So I also see that if India has to go and become a big economy, they have to empower the women. And I believe that we are taking, I can say I'm from the government side only. My husband is a member of parliament. So we are all the time, he as well as me, within our area where we represent politically, we all the time try that financially is the first thing a woman gains her first independence. And women are all the time struggling. First of all, there are this socio-economic, at home there are these culture where women are not to be seen, not to come out, they are shy. You know, for them to have that grit to go, first of all get educated, you know, be in a school, go through the formal education and have the motivation to go through it, because right in between the parents start wanting them to get married. So all the ambitions go out of the window, you know. So there is a lot of churning happening, as I see, because I see more of the rural area, because that's where we represent, and of course I live in the urban area. So our urban area is doing much better. Women are studying, girls are going to school, but it's a challenge in the villages because the parents are not educated. And for them to understand that क्या हो जाएगा अगर पढ़ेंगे तो क्या होगा, so that they have to overcome. And as I know from Bihar, that's where we represent that the Chief Minister has this program for women, especially young girls, that if they do their 10th, they get a cycle, or there's a motivation, you know, which is being put into them, so that if they, and then also Panchayati Raj, they have kept a lot of seats for them, 50%. And Mr. Modi ji has also said that by 27 we will have 33% reservation. So first of all, we need hand holding. And all these things that I see is hand holding and the motivation. And but when I used to work with Air India, then that time I was heading the cabin crew, the in-flight services, and totally women. So, and I saw that they were very motivated. They were like, they used to come to this airline and then they wanted to go to a foreign air. So these aspirations begin only when they get their first job. So the realization of studies is not the only thing. The realization is when you get your first pay packet.
That's where the realization dawns. That's where the inspiration and enthusiasm kicks in.
Yeah, I heard the earlier panel discussion that the girls are planning this and that, you know, that they start planning in life. So all these things are a dream come true. And the very big thing that we all women who are sitting here, and you're moderating as a man here, so the whole point is that are we doing hand holding for women who need help? And not in a formal way, but in very informal way, I am always working that somebody will ask me that, you know, my girl needs an internship. So then I will get them help and I'll give them a background on that. So it's just a hand holding, you know. So if we can program ourselves that we have to do hand holding and give way to a woman, let her, if she's shy, you know, dispel that shyness, give her confidence. And women lack a lot of confidence. You know, the thing to come out and be bold enough. They're not even bold enough to say things to their parents that I know I will not marry, I will want to study. And then it comes to resources. So there are many, many hitches. But finally, I see a lot of women have crossed all barriers and also they're breaking ceilings, you know. So that is very encouraging. I would say that we should continuously thrive government policies. We look forward to a lot of government policies where they will encourage women. You know, there are a lot of self-help group kind of things are going on, especially in the villages. Now this is very popular. And they're having women banks and a lot of things are happening. Let's hope for the best. And I thank myself that I am in that part of the century where I am a pretty independent woman. For me, that's a very big achievement because from the background that I come from, I am a typical Rajput family where women were not thought of working. My first job, which I landed, my mother didn't speak to me for 6 months. So I also went through those barriers and she was only interested to get me married.
Right.
Because that was it. The job one was not the thing that she did not think in that way. So all of us, all women who are sitting here have gone through their own journeys, how they have come to be successful and are sitting in this room and listening to me. Thank you.
No, thank you for your vision. And I think what I heard was that if India has to achieve its vision of being a developed country by 2047, the participation of women in the workforce as equals is extremely important, and that needs enablement first and motivation second to break all these shackles and realize their own ambitions and be self-fulfilled in a sense. So thank you for that vision. Dr. Tanu Jain, you are an inspiration to many. You believe that a leader's true strength lies in selfless service, integrity, and humility. Those are your words. I just copied them. In your view, what role should the government and private organizations together, including academia and industry, play in upskilling and reskilling the workforce?
Good evening, everyone, and it's a great honor, first of all, to be part of this gathering today. And kudos to all the patience of people who are still there and survived the last session. So a big round of applause for everybody who's sitting here for the last session. And I am also thrilled to sit with Neelam ma'am. So she's my mentor, my guardian. And I still remember Rajiv Pratap Rudy sir had a Ministry of Skill and Development at that time, ma'am. And that was the time when I took my PhD in skill development and women empowerment. So I enrolled myself in that PhD. And today, again, we are here for the session and talks on skill development. So I think government has a very big role to play, and the government is very serious on skill development because the government has realized that knowledge itself is not sufficient. It does not suffice to make you a successful growth trajectory. Along with knowledge, you have to have a certain set of skills which set you apart from others and make you relevant and independent in the society. So the very important thing about skill development is it sets you apart. I was just reading The Mint 2 days back, and I read a beautiful story in Odisha. So it was about skill development and how skills set you apart. So there was a manager there, and he knew 10 different languages. So he was working in a textile industry, and the most beautiful part of that was he could actually convince thousands of migrants to work in the factory just because he could communicate in the colloquial language and actually mingle with them, understand their needs, understand their attitude towards working and absorbing them in the setup. So I think that's what skill development does to a people, how it adds to the company also and to the person also. Now that migrant worker who is coming there and interacting with the manager becomes an indispensable part of the organization. So I think that is what skill set does. So despite of you being a bureaucrat, a housewife, or a big businessman, skill development and upskilling, reskilling yourself is something we must continue to do. And do not hesitate to keep on learning new things, because that builds you and that adds newness in you. And second part is private organizations. I believe that private organization also plays a very big role. Nowadays, we have a lot of social initiatives also going on in the society. So what private organizations can do is build on the global competencies. They can come up with different apprenticeship programs, and I'd learned with the new government scheme. So the government is also providing 5,000 rupees or 6,000 rupees per person who comes as a new inductee in the organization. To upskill those people, the government has come up with this concept. So there also the government is hand-holding and helping the private organizations to build it up and upskill those people. Thank you.
Yeah, wonderful. So, you really brought it into sharp focus. It takes both knowledge and skills, and hence the need to constantly reskill and upskill. And it takes everyone, the government, the academia, the private sector to come together to realize that vision. So thank you so much for that. Dr. Kavita Rao, let me come to you. You are a trailblazer in finance, social services, and women empowerment. You are a distinguished academic and a financial leader, and a crowned queen and an inspirational woman, all rolled into one. In your view, how can women leaders contribute uniquely to shaping skills and workforce development strategies in India?
First of all, very good evening, and it is wonderful to be here in the part of Indo-American Chamber of Commerce and to be with the distinguished guests around here. So the question here is how women can contribute. Women has been contributing forever from the beginning. See, wherever the woman contributes, we excel. There's no second doubt about it. So women can, if a woman is given equal opportunity to be part in the policy making, in the administration, as Neelam ma'am rightly said, the percentage of women, believe me, 2 decades of my financial journey, is only 2% of women reaches the top. And not only reaches the top, it's 2 to 5% is the ratio that women participates. And believe me, if you increase the women participation in all the sectors, across, we would really do much better than what we are doing. Because it is always, taken that, men excels. We appreciate men doing their job. But if women given equal opportunity, if she is given the opportunity to, balance her house, family, and concentrate on her career. See, I'll give you a simple example. When we are kids, when the boy and the girl are given, when we are studying, we are not given a girl, a say saying that, after college, you would be taking care of the house. She has been in the race of scoring good marks, because she needs to be in a good score, and then expectation is that you need to have some good career also. But the moment she reaches an age, all suddenly the entire focus changes, and she's pushed to the marriage situation. And when she now she has imagine a girl, she gets a good job, she gets into a good career, and in the entire situation after marriage, the expectation is she has to take care of the house also. When there is an equal opportunity from the beginning, why suddenly at the age where she can perform, she can contribute, the sudden change happens? Right. She's pulled back. And all the, she's expected to take care of the house as a priority, then the priority on her dreams or contribution to the country, society, where she can do really good. This is an irony in India, whichever sector, whether you talk about a villager, whether you talk about elite class or middle class, any class, this is a common problem that I've seen, where after an age, you expect a woman to take care of as if she's a superwoman, there's no doubt about it, but too much of expectations becomes a burden on her, and the skill that she's actually with, and the delivery she can do and contribution she can do to the society and the country is set back.
Yeah, and that's without question. And because women come from a unique perspective and a different viewpoint, is it that they can bring that uniqueness to how do we develop these skilling programs, the workforce development programs, because they have this overall perspective and they're coming from a view which has seen all the sort of hindrances.
Yes.
So would they do you think that helps bring unique perspectives to how do you actually develop these strategies for upskilling, reskilling, and workforce development?
So what I feel is when it comes to the skilling of women, we need to understand what she's good at. Right. You cannot skill every woman equally.
Sure.
You have to understand a woman can be good at aviation, she can be a good administrator, she can be really good in the marketing. So we really need to understand where she's good at and place her accordingly. Rather than just making it a crowd thing and skill everyone in the same box, I would not agree. I think we all need to understand the strength of every woman and then give her that space. And she'll really do well if she's given the right direction. The direction is really missing when it comes to women, I'm sure. We all agree with that. Because I'm sure I might be good at something, that marriage. That's a fact, Neelam ma'am, that's really a fact. For myself, I'll say I wanted to become an IAS officer. Till then, I was being a CBSE topper, being an economic gold medalist. All this while, my parents had an equal, they expected me to be in the race of, topping the numbers. But the moment I reached the age, they wanted me to get married because the focus shifted. And if the same situation, if that would have been at some other, but with the boy, they would have expected him to perform and become something in life. But that never happens with the girl. Immediately the shift goes to marriage. Right. And the entire journey of working hard and reaching there goes down.
No, I can relate to that, and I can tell you from experience, I've been in the industry for 35 years. I run a technology company, and I can tell you that my women leaders make for better engineers than men by far. And I run a telecoms company. We deal with cutting edge technology. We deal with AI. We deal with automation. We deal with virtualization, cloud integration. And I can tell you that women do a better job as solution architects, technology They see further than we can see. They can expect change better. They adapt to change better.
Absolutely.
So just talking from experience here.
Absolutely, I agree with this. And you know the reasons for it? When you have a lot of workload on you, the focus becomes very sharp.
Right.
When you know that you have very little chance to excel and do perform yourself, then you're all into it.
The focus is sharper.
Yes.
That's what you're saying. Okay, perfect. I mean,
Thank you.
Thank you for that perspective. And let me come to you, Ms. Geeti Bhagat. You are a CEO who has had the distinction of advising large global corporations. You've been a part of many international delegations globally, promoting bilateral economic relations. You're advisor to and member of several chambers of commerce, NGOs and forums. In your experience, vast global experience that you've had, what innovative programs or initiatives have you seen globally or locally that could be implemented in India to enhance workforce readiness in terms of future skills?
Thank you, Arun. I'm not going to answer that. I am going to say to you that I will tell you what I have not seen.
What you've not seen, okay, interesting, okay.
It's important to know what is not happening so that we may try to fill that vacuum. I was delighted to be part of a panel spearheaded by you, given your high-tech and technology background. 3 years ago, I was invited to speak at the Delhi Management Association. Again, the theme was women. 3 years ago, I chose to pull out my phone at the podium and speak to ChatGPT. Wow. No one had a clue what I was doing.
How many years ago was this?
3, exactly 3. So most people had not even heard of it. Of course, I didn't let on that that's what I was doing. I just pulled out my phone and I said, by the way, I'm at a conference of so-and-so related to women. What are the qualities a woman needs to be a leader? And out came certain qualities pronounced in, the manner the words were being used was so condescending. Like women need to learn how to do so-and-so, learn how to do. I was a bit taken aback. So I said, what about men? Men, straight out. Men have this quality, that quality. Now they should, that can be shown, that can be demonstrated, that is required. So I said, hey, you sound rather biased to me. And the answer comes, I am not biased.
Of course.
Or I don't have
That's
biases.
the answer you'd expect.
So I said, then who gives you all this material? Oh, I am trained. I said, who are your trainers? They're my trainers. So then the light suddenly dawned, and I said, how many are men?
I think almost all of them.
90% of the
surprise.
trainers were men. Now, it's not any malafide intent on the part of men. Biases, prejudices, they just come from within us thanks to our environment, thanks to so many things. So I was taken aback. Naturally, I started to explore this area a little bit more. These days, every second thing is AI. AI dominates and controls not just tech. What is impressive and yet scary, it dominates medicine, healthcare. Do you know that about 80+% of the algorithms related to medical data analysis are based on men's data? So I go out there to put my stuff in, I'm being analyzed as a man by AI. When it comes to the legal field, that is also being dominated now bit by AI. Answers come out from AI. Everyone's using AI to research. It's so much easier to go out there and pick up information. So whether it is policy, whether it is regulations, whether it is healthcare, whether it is education, name it, every single field is now being dominated by that. So may I say, what is not happening is women are not sufficiently in that sphere. We need them, and we need them urgently. We are over 50% of the world, and yet we're less than 20% represented in AI algorithms. Companies like yours, so many others, need to have skill development programs. You need to encourage girls from school age to say, hey, go study data analytics, go do all these things, coding. It's not just for men. So this is a space globally, by the way, not just in India. And I personally believe that in India we can do an even better job than in many other countries, given the number of data analytics firms that we have and so many well-known IT companies. Let's go for that. Let's have them do programs in schools, in colleges, universities, create skilling programs online which give women the opportunity to go to this field, which I'm told in another 5 years is going to be a $17 trillion economy. Amongst the highest paid people are going to be in the AI sphere. Women need to be there along with men as well.
Totally. Can you repeat that number for the audiences?
$17 trillion in 5 years. What are we about a three in India? $4 trillion economy. That's our entire GDP of the country which has the largest population on the planet.
Right.
And skills like those are needed. Let's go for it. Men and women, let's go and make this happen.
Now that's almost like that is a call to action, and I love that. And bias in AI is something that we have to really grapple with and attack aggressively, for sure. You talked about, talking about my company. We have this whole program called Women in Tech, which is actually encouraging and bringing forth women tech leaders who are actually setting the pace on things like AI and quantum computing, which is right on our doors, and advancement to 6G and so on and so forth. And we see that once women get involved, the pace of change and the pace of the project itself really accelerates. And because they, like you said, they are very, very focused and they drive for results. And I'm sure if enough women get involved in making AI safe and trusted and unbiased, we would have achieved our goals. So thank you for that perspective as well. So that's great. Now, and Shivani, didn't mean to leave you out of the conversation. You are a visionary entrepreneur, mentor, and success coach with more than 25 years of leadership. You empower entrepreneurs and leaders to master success, time, and resilience. Can you discuss the importance of mentorship and sponsorship in empowering women in their careers, particularly in skilled fields?
Thank you so much. Okay, before I answer that question, I'll just share a short story, and that story is about me only. So back in 2014, so I got married in 2008, and 2014, I decided that I want to separate from my husband. And I call up my father and I say that, okay, I have taken this decision. I'm not comfortable in this marriage. So the first thing which my father tells me कि हमारी पंजाबी families में ना separation होता नहीं है, so you have to stick on. So I told him that I don't think so I can. So he says then it's your decision, we will not be a part of it. So I tell, we had to go through all this separation format, and I had a 1-year-old child at that point of time. The family was not supported I took that decision. I was in UK at that point of time, so I was living in London. So I didn't have any money. So because of that separation, I lost the custody of my child during that time, because the court does not give the custody to a parent who does not have funds, unfortunately. So even though it's a very advanced country, and the government helps you a lot. And for 3 years, I did not come back to India because I was so scared that my parents will get me married, that my father will keep my passport and he will not let me come back to London. I decided that I want to start my own business, so I started Mother's Kitchen as a brand. And if you go online and see our packaging, so I drew a mascot of my daughter, who was 1 at that point of time, and my ex-husband has been very kind enough to give her a very healthy upbringing. So this is the kind of scenario women generally deal with, coming from a good background, educated background. So when you decide that, okay, you want to not be a part of a marriage, all they can think of is, okay, we have to get you remarried, और बच्चे के साथ तो remarriage हो ही नहीं सकती. So that's the first thing, the idea which comes to their mind. So I started the brand called Mother's Kitchen, and when after doing extremely well, coming with this ideation, I came to India. I decided that I want to start the brand in India as well. That's when, after doing so much within the business, the family also knows. At this stage also, they say that, okay, when do you want to get married? So they don't see that, okay, there is this one girl who is aspiring, who is being a mentor. So I have been a mentor to the rest of the other housewives who need this hand-holding, who want that appreciation. So basically, we women need that one appreciation. So सारा दिन जो lady housewife होती है, घर पे जो काम करती है, वो बैठती है कि भैया शाम को मेरा husband आएगा, मेरा बेटा आएगा, मेरी बेटी आएगी घर पे, और वो मैं उनको खाना दूंगी. But we guys don't have time. For housewives, it's like a free paid job. So I see that as a mother. So I help housewives basically to understand what is their one good quality in themselves. So like you rightly said, that you need to identify. So we need women to identify the good pluses point you have in you. So a mentor basically helps you to identify that quality. So everybody is not good at everything. So we need people, we need mentors to make you understand that you are good at cooking, you are good at education, so you can join that field. And sponsor. So there is a very thin line between mentorship and sponsorship. So mentor identifies your skill, sponsor helps you to hold you and open that door for you. So if we women at this stage can do that, like Upasana ma'am said, you should help, one woman should help one for one. So that's very, very important. So you can imagine how many women we can uplift. So I must share with you that during my struggles of life, when I decided that I want to start the company, my house got burnt in London. So I did not have money to get my house painted because the house was in my ex-husband's name and I was staying in that house. So from that struggle, I have come to build a company, to be a mentor for 250 women, and I run an NGO. And these women are we upskill them, provide them skills, and provide them jobs as well.
That's amazing. So really turning an adversity into an opportunity. Absolutely. And that is so inspirational and leading by personal example. Thank you so much for sharing your story here. And this is really stunning, I have to say. And thank you for showing the courage and being so candid. I really do appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm very proud of where I come
You
from.
should be. You
I'm
should be.
really proud, and when I meet women and they say that, they always often tell me that you have done so much, I can't do all this. What they don't realize, that every woman has something within us to do it. When struggle comes, we would start working so harder to achieve it. So like ma'am said, when she got the job and her mother did not speak to her for 6 months, we all go through this. I'm still date we go through this. Even though AI has come everybody is so educated, we still go through all this.
Absolutely. And thank you for a scintillating first round. I have a common question around the table for the second round, because we'd love to hear your individual perspectives on this question. And the question is, what is the most valuable lesson you have learned throughout your career that you'd like to share with the audience here? Maybe start with you, ma'am.
Okay.
Everybody has a situation in the house. I could just hear her story. Tanu hasn't told her story. She also has a big story behind her.
She's a superstar. I think all the youngsters know her story, and probably everyone wants to be like her. But please go ahead.
No, I would like to say a few words about her. Tanu comes from a very basic background and from Meerut, and she was introduced by somebody common, and she stayed in my house when she gave her UPSC exams. So I have seen a rise of a girl from my house. She today has many, many feathers in her cap, and when I saw her that time to this time, she's elevated like 100 times, which is very, very commendable. And I believe that about every woman. It's just that you find the courage. Do you have that courage to go out? I can see she had a courage. Despite everything, if you have a belief in your dream, you will go up. And everyone, some of them, Geeti hasn't told her story. She also has a story. So, not that type, but we all have certain stories.
We have time. We have time here.
In our growth is that how much we stick to our beliefs and believe in yourself. Even I have been lucky that I've led a very parallel life, vis-a-vis marriage, because my husband stays more in Bihar and I am in Delhi. I took care of the children, education, and one thing I did a big sacrifice. My husband became the civil aviation minister and I had to give up my job. This similar thing will not be expected of anybody else. His brother or his sister wouldn't have given up any of their jobs if he was a minister of what they were doing. But the Indian press wrote so much about me as if I was running the airlines and the Air India and the everything.
Basically, conflict of interest. That was the angle.
There was no conflict. I was on a job.
That was their angle.
I was on a government job, and I was doing my work independently, nothing to do with my husband, politics. I never even go for his political things, only during the campaign time I'm visible in the constituency. So, but I got affected with his politics. And the women organizations they were all after me, that why did I leave the job? Including Sheila Dikshit ji was the chief minister, and I started getting calls from her office, women, many, groups from women, that why I must give up my job. But our internal story was very different. But here I want to say that woman, it's just the woman who has such a big heart, big mind, and ability to compromise and still go ahead. And when I left my job, I redid my life. I rejigged myself. Sorry. And I created a very philanthropic image about myself. I was helping women in Urja, where we make sanitary pads, and person who is the president she's my niece only, but settled in Switzerland. So we coordinate, and in Maharajganj, in UP, we do these things. So then I was also involved in PhD chambers where we were, there are families which live on the roads. So we were taking care of the children of those people. But very unfortunate is that these people don't want to help. They are so demotivated that they don't want to help. Though we are trying to give them, we are trying to take them to a hospital, we are trying to take them to a school, but these children which live on the roads are just wanting to beg and just live like. So there are a lot of struggles, and especially only the girl child we were taking care of. So it's a very daunting task for a woman to make a successful. हम लोग छोटी छोटी गलियां ढूंढ रहे होते हैं और शॉर्टकट्स ले रहे होते हैं ताकि हम आगे बढ़ लें. And that's what I see, all of them, that we take these shortcuts so that we can be somebody there. We all want to be somebody, but our first struggle is with the men in life. They don't want us to progress, and reluctantly, when it's over their head, water comes over their head, they're reluctantly doing things, just like Geeti said, that 90% of the men are there in the AI. So, first of all, we need more encouragement from the men of this world. Right. If they let us go up, share our problems, share what we go through. I remember that of course I didn't expect my husband to take care of the children. So I was doing my job as well as taking care. But yes, earlier I was listening to somebody that, if you want help, you should have 4 or 5 people. It doesn't matter. If you want to be successful, go ahead, despite and in spite of everything. It's a much better world today than yesterday.
Got it, and thank you for that. And I cursory glance in the room, I think there are more men left in the room now than women. So all you men, I hope you heard. You heard the advice, so please heed that. Thank you, ma'am. And Dr. Tanu, how about you?
Thank you so much, ma'am, for having this very bold statement. I think it means a lot that one should really go ahead in spite and despite of whatever problems we have in life. That is the only way how you can conquer the world. And like ma'am said, I think all of us wants to have an identity and make a name in the society. So one thing personally that I feel that I have learned all through these years of my life is that if you are in a capacity, then you must handhold people. If you are in a capacity, then you must reach out to people. It's not about one woman reaching one woman. It's about one woman actually can reach millions and millions of women. So we have examples of great leaders like, I won't say Hitler here, but then we have men in society who have actually ran big empires and had the courage. अभी आप किसी भी महिला से पूछते हैं वो क्या करती है, वो कोई कहेगा ये तो बहुत बड़े डायरेक्टर है, तो कहे नहीं मैं डायरेक्टर नहीं हूँ. अरे मैंने कहा what is your problem? If you are a director, you must accept, okay fine, I am a director. Every woman is so hesitant in accepting कि मैंने किया है. तो अभी if I say नीलू मैडम कि आपने इतना काम किया है, तो she would say कि नहीं मैंने कुछ नहीं करा, ये तो टीम वर्क है. So the thing is this, और अगर आप किसी और से पूछेंगे, they carry this confidence in them कि हाँ भाई ये तो मैंने करा है, ये मेरी वजह से हुआ है.
नहीं भी किया होगा तो बोलेंगे करें.
हाँ, नहीं भी करा तो 48 laws of power is always there to guide us by Robert Greene. So that is there. So, but one thing I have realized it, if we had in a capacity, we should help out people, and the aim is not to help people. The aim is to actually empower people, to make them, capacitate them in a form that they can further be in a capacity to help others. So right now, since we are talking of 2-3 initiatives, So few initiatives that we have taken in our personal lives is like Manvi is sitting here, so we have started an initiative for empowering women in Delhi University. So there are a set of 30,000 women, students are there, so all age group of 25 to 28 or 29 years. And we are identifying their career paths, what is it that they want to do in life. And they also comes from lower echelons of society, like somebody is security guard's daughter, somebody is running small businesses there. So now we are in a capacity to at least go out, reach out to them कि भाई आप क्या करना चाहते हैं life में. So we just had a session of 1,000 women, and I'm telling you the response rate was ma'am 900. 900 women came up कि मेरे को आप डिजिटल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन का कोर्स करा दीजिए. आप 100 of them wanted to qualify UPSC, they wanted to become civil servant. So we have made a group of 300 each people to mentor them personally and take them where they want to reach in life.
That's amazing.
So like this, we are running in Mathura Vrindavan also. So there are 11 or 12 government hospitals, government colleges. So schools, we are tapping students of 11th class and 12th standard. So we are mobilizing them and making them in a capacity to actually stand on their own feet and upskilling them and also skilling them in the field that they want to do in life. Everybody has a skill set. We need to identify what they are good at and what they can do.
So that's the real multiplier effect and great impact.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
And that I think students who are coming up from that, so they will be in a capacity to maybe take it forward to more 100, 200, 500 students who can actually do this.
Sure.
And one thing, a personal thing I would like to say about Neelam ma'am is, anybody who has any problem in this world, you can just go to her directly and she'll be in a capacity
Neelam ma'am, no pressure, no pressure.
No pressure. Handhold you and yeah. I still remember I had my interviews and she had this 10-15 sarees got ready for me कि बताओ कौन सी पहननी है. So she had been such a darling.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah. So she's like a mother to me and she's always been like that. And I think our destinies are also intertwined because I never knew that she's chairing the session, this skill session, and somehow we always come across in very beautiful ways. Yeah. So God has been kind. Thank you so much, ma'am, for everything.
Thank you for that perspective.
Yeah.
Thank you. Dr. Kavita, your perspective.
So I'm so lost in the conversation. Listening to them, I forgot the question.
I could see you were like...
Sorry, can you just repeat?
No, so, the question was...
Sorry for this,
based
but
on
the ladies were so apt on it, I was just engrossed listening to them,
You've had a very successful career yourself. So, based on some of your experiences and learnings, what would be your advice to the audience here as a woman leader?
So, advices when it comes to financial services, as I said, from the beginning I've seen the percentage of women participation is very, very, very low. Because somehow they're scared of the numbers. I don't know why, women, even when I go to colleges and give sessions, I see men are more interested in the investment banking. Men are more interested. I don't know why there is less interest in the financial sector, and especially when it comes to me. So the participation of women in the financial services should increase is what I feel. And that happens when you remove the fear and educate from the beginning. It will not happen at the age when you're already deciding to become something. It has to come from the beginning. The fear should be removed. And when you see that entry of women is only 10%, what will be at the top? And what will be at the international level? So when you go globally, when I have been in the meetings, I've been in the sessions wherein out of 100 men is just 1 or 2 women. And they feel that how come she's into the financial service? Is she in a position to understand? Will she be? There's so many doubts that comes in the mind of men, but they don't understand that the moment we open our mouth, then they're done.
Right.
Because that's how it is. It is never underestimate a woman. I feel, first of all, the beginning of understanding of financial system is very, very, very important.
Right.
And the girls should be encouraged more in the industry. Yes, it is encouraged in a fashion saying it's a secure job. I've seen a lot of people joining banks, a lot of girls joining banks just because they feel it's a 9-to-5 job. But then when they enter, then understand that it's a very different ball game altogether.
Right, right.
It is not a 9 to 5 job at all.
Right.
So, and the moment they find it's very difficult, they quit and they get into something else. So that is something that, and when it comes to the senior management roles, hardly. I'm sure you see the banking sector. You see the financial sector.
But I also see a change happening now, because a lot of the leaders in the financial world are now women. Even in India.
Nirmala ma'am being there for
finance
for
minister.
I'm super happy to see that she's chairing. Yes. So it's very happy to see the women on the top, and they always make sense. So my advice would be, I think the women should be given an equal opportunity from the beginning, understanding rather from the beginning about the financial system, especially because the competition is huge and the exposure is very less comparatively. And there is, the moment you want to do something out of box and move out, and because yes, see, I'll tell you, I have been in the meetings till 1 o'clock midnight also.
Right.
So there were times where you have, 15 men, there are only 1 or 2 women, and we are in the meetings till 10 o'clock. And the family calling you, your kid is waiting for you, it becomes so demanding. So that is one reason I feel where you are taking a backseat and then you see, no, this is a very demanding job. People prefer 9 to 5 job or something which is at ease, where you don't need to put a lot of brains to the numbers, and there's less. See, men is a huge competition in the financial sector. So cutting them off and going in front becomes a two-way challenge.
Yeah, but your advice is go for it.
Somebody has to be a role
Absolutely.
model.
No, thank you. Thank you for that perspective. And Ms. Geeti,
I'll just add to this. I feel one thing which women should understand is that besides the fact that you have to gain confidence, you have to come out of your struggles, and you have to identify what's your true quality and do what you really want to do. Second thing is you should manage your own finances. Whether you're in a job, whether you are a housewife, whether you're doing any kind, from start, please investing and start managing your own finances. I have friends who are CEOs, they are directors, because I did my graduation from Harvard. I see those girls at such high positions, but all their money is being managed by their husbands or their fathers. I feel so surprised that you manage a team of 1,000, 2,000, and yet you don't manage your finances. It is rather shocking. So please, I will request, please start managing your own finances. Not because you want to show your husband that, okay, because this is your set of money and that is your set of money. No, not because of that. Because of the fact that that money, that 5 rupee or 10 rupee or whatever that amount is, if it is in your pocket and you have the capacity and the power to spend it, and it is not joint, you can pick that money up, you can spend it, you can do anything with it, rather than speaking to your husband ki, okay, मुझे ये खरीदना है, मुझे Paytm कर दो, मुझे ये कर दो, मुझे वो कर दो, please handle my GST, please handle my income tax. You should do it. Learn and do it yourself. It is very important. So I will just tell you. So I have a file which I have created. So कहते हैं ना कि जब husband की death हो जाती है, तो wife is lost in India. Because wife को पता नहीं होता कि husband की क्या investment है, कौन से bank account है, कौन है, क्या है. So ये common, very common चीज़ है. So what I did when I came back to India, I created a file. That file, so whoever I mentor to, so I show them my file. It has an index. It has all my investments. कि अगर मेरी death हो गई, so I've told my staff, you please give this file to my father. My father will know कि भैया किस बंदे को क्या contact करना है, क्या इसकी investment है, कितना bank account है, किसको क्या करना है, LIC है, क्या है. So this kind of a file every woman should have, so that you you can pass it on. You can teach your girls as well, in fact, even kids as well. A lot of men are not that organized also. I get a lot of men to make this file for them, to be very honest with you. So I feel that women should manage their finances. They should not let their husbands or father manage it for them.
That's great sage advice. In fact, I can relate to that. During COVID, we lost a number of team members, and the families were all at sea. They didn't know what were the financial assets available, where are they located, where to go and get hold of those assets. So we actually had a company-wide drive, which I, basically dictated that every employee, and especially women employees, should have a similar file that you talked about. Where are the family's assets? If anything happens to one of the partners, how does the family get hold of those assets? Short of actually writing down the passwords, that's not a good idea. Writing down passwords is not a good idea, but short of that. That's a very practical advice, and thank you for bringing out that aspect. Thank you.
I feel all the organizations should have like a short training program for all employees of theirs to create one for them, which is like an asset for them, basically.
No, thank you. That's great.
I'll just add, I think it's, I agree to what she's saying. It should be given in the college. Importance of financial planning should be started. It should start from the college itself. The girl, believe me, she said it right. Woman will not even do a SIP herself. She will ask her spouse, brother, father, colleagues, everyone around to even take a SIP. Believe me, the way she said it, being an investment banker, whenever we suggest something to a woman, being at the level, she can take a decision of her own because the money is lying in her account. She'll not. She'll say, no, let me talk to my husband, let me talk to my father, let me talk to my brother, and then come back to you. She cannot even take the simple decision where the money is lying with her. That shows that she's not confident on the financials. That either the world has put her in the, there's a mindset which goes saying that I can't take these decisions myself. Why? Because the confidence has never been built or given. The finance which she handles at home, being a wife, money is given to her to take care. But when it comes to the financial system outside, why is that every decision has to be given or taken by a male member of the family? Why she cannot do it herself?
Right.
And yes, it's very important. I think from the moment the girl 10th crosses, I think it's very important. All girls should understand the importance of financial planning. They should understand that they can take the right decision for themselves. They don't need a dependency of a male member in the family to do SIP also. And it's very important to sit and discuss the family financials so that something happens to the spouse, she is equally aware of what's the situation. And this happens because the male think that she is not worth discussing. That's the point. Because she never takes the charge of asking what our finances are. Because she never gets into the discussion. Right. He also expects that she will not understand, and this goes on. No. So somewhere from the college, if we try to tell the importance of the financial planning and give them education that you be independent on your finances, save, earn, take decisions, it's very important.
Fantastic.
So they'll become, I think it's a confidence which is lacking in women. That's very important.
So take charge, basically, take charge. Geeti, you have the last word on this.
That prompter says time's up.
That's been up for a long time. That's okay. We have time. We're all friends talking here, so that's okay.
But so much has been said by everyone of great value. I'm not really going to add to that. Just to mention, it's quite obvious that I come, luckily for me, I suppose, from a totally different perspective, a totally different angle. My mother, who's 93, is sitting right there. She's wearing a garment I designed for her, which has golf balls. Neelam knows that Mom was lady captain at the golf club. Mom was one of India's first pilots to fly her own Cessna. Wow. Mom used to make me jump from the quay onto a ship, and I'm looking like, excuse me, that's 200 feet down there. She says, but it's only 1 foot away. No, she drove the family's Oldsmobile at age 14 from Lahore to Dalhousie in Himachal. So you can imagine my background, therefore. I didn't face any of these challenges. I was blessed. To continue this part of the conversation for everyone, not just women, Mom and I did a very interesting Harvard University short course on happiness.
Happiness.
And that course, the reason I bring it up, our work takes up so much of our daily lives. Even when we're not physically working, we're thinking about our work in some way or the other. So skilling oneself, identifying one's talent, something which gives us satisfaction, and then trying to be in that sphere is very important. Whatever huge percentage of your life is your work. So let's try to identify that. Interestingly, the people who created that course also went to one of the most surprising areas in the world to go and figure out what happiness is. They went to Dharavi slum.
Okay.
And one of the features they found consistent amongst everyone in the slum was each one wanted to help his or her neighbor, or someone even more underprivileged than he or she was.
That's amazing.
So yes, so sharing their joys, helping, and they found that this thing of helping people seemed to be across the globe amongst most individuals. So what the ladies are doing here, many are doing around here, is also very important. And as you've said, never underestimate a woman. We were speaking this morning, there are wars going on this planet. There are women who've had to go to the front because there were no more men left in their area. They put on their camouflage, they pick up the weapons, they train themselves, and off they go to the front. I've seen images of women coming back without a limb, getting a prosthetic and going back to the front. This is current as we speak.
Thank you for sharing those
Don't
pictures.
underestimate yourself, neither should a man nor a woman. And don't underestimate that lady sitting there.
No, thank you.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
As, by the way, has my father. As has my father. He would come back and he would give her the money, and when he needed it, he'd say, Sumoini, could I have some money? It was the other way around. Properties, he would put everything in her name, not in his own. Way back when you hadn't even heard of feminism and Germaine Greer, and I'm going back to that time, he was president, by the way, of the Tollygunge Club in Calcutta. He was the first Indian president. Mom was doing pretty damn well in golf, as was he. He was Asian amateur champ. He'd turn around to people and say, oh, I'm Samoini Bhagat's husband. So I come from a totally different place, luckily.
And thank you for that sharing.
So a lot of men, please do the same in your homes. Happy wife, happy daughters is a happy home.
Absolutely. And on that note, thank you. It's been a scintillating dialogue. Thank you for the conversation. Thank you for the advice and direction and guidance. Thank you so much. Lots to take away from the session today. And I couldn't be more humbled and more thankful. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Karna, for those fantastic words from you. What a closing there. And to our women leaders, inspirational stories with or without challenges. We have agreed to one thing, that if we decide, we can actually achieve anything and everything. And here's to an ecosystem that sort of has this broad mindset, and I think that's coming about a lot more. So may I request all of you to please put your hands together for our fantastic panel right here, as I request Mr. Karna to please present each of our speakers with a memento to remind them not just of this glorious day, but the beautiful beginning. A round of applause as we thank the presence of our very kind session chief guest, Ms. Neelam Pratap Rudi. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us with not just one, but so many inspiring stories. It's been an absolute pleasure having you here, and we wish you all the very best. May I request all of you to please put your hands together for Dr. Tanu Jain as we take a moment and thank her. Thank you, Dr. Jain, for joining us. May I request all of you to please put your hands together for Ms. Geeti Bhagat as we take a moment and thank her for sharing that wonderful story. And we also thank ma'am, Mrs. Bhagat, for her very kind presence. We are humbled by you being with us today. So thank you so very much. May I request you to please put your hands together for Dr. Kavita Rao. A round of applause as we thank her, please. May I request all of you to please put your hands together for Ms. Shivani Malik as we continue to create so much love with the Mother's Kitchen, and wish you all the very best in every endeavor you head out to make, for creating and changing so many lives around you, and for skilling so many women. And may I request all of you to please put your hands together as I now request Ms. Neelam Pratap Rudi to present a token of our love to the one man who's a thorough gentleman, an absolute perfectionist. Always so very wonderful to have you. Thank you so very much, Mr. Karna, for being here and for moderating this session. May I request all of you to please come closer for a group photograph. We would love to capture you all in the same frame. Let's have a group picture with all of you, and may I take a moment and thank our partners for supporting us today. I'd like to thank our gold partners, GD Foods, Superior Drinks, S&A Law Offices, Amity University. May I also thank our silver partners, Khaitan and Company, Bluebread Consultants India, our associate partners, Yashoda Super Speciality Hospitals, Anhad Law Solicitors and Advocates, Midis Integrated Steels, Ashad Gotham, and my wonderful, wonderful delegates for their presence. Let's hear it up for all of you, and especially the women, as we believe not just in celebrating the upcoming 8th of March, but all across every day for women in our lives and around us. Thank you so much. On behalf of the entire team at Indo-American Chamber of Commerce, this is Isha Bhalla wishing you a very pleasant evening ahead. Thank you.